Oh my god. I'm trapped in the VOD dungeon forever and ever and ever and ever. Okay. We have half an hour, 4.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours until I need to take a break in the stream, and we need to fit as much stuff as possible into those 4.5 hours. In theory, we should be able to get through the rest of this final and start cracking on with some EMEA VODs as well. But that's the idea. 4.5 hours, and we need to go speedy fast. Speedy fast. What's up? What's up? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something isn't in Tokyo or is crying to the others being there? Wait, I've missed any news that's happened recently. You telling me it's confirmed he's not in Tokyo? That fucking sucks. Has something changed in the 7 hours that I was asleep? Oh, I see, I see. No, I think this is just him crying that they're all there. Like, Paper X tweeting arrived in Tokyo with their squad, and then he said, I'm crying, but I think that's because he's just not there. I don't think that means that he's, like, confirmed not going to be able to go at all. I don't know whether that implies the situation's changed, but, yeah, interesting. Yeah, Paper X said he might come later. I don't really have too much faith in it, though, to be honest. I don't feel like he's going to be able to. I mean, it's just so unlikely, I think, but yeah, there you go. Okay. Is The Final Empire the best book of the Mistborn saga? I can't remember, I'm afraid. Phenomenal. It's been a long time. All right, let's crack on with the VOD reviewing. Yeah. Okay, we've got 4.5 hours until I need to take a break, and then I've got like another few hours after that. But for now, let's have a look. So this is DRX playing against Paper X on Pearl, and okay. So to start with, DRX are going to play their really standard stuff. We already watched them play on Pearl. I haven't watched Paper X play on Pearl, and this is quite. No, actually, I have watched Paper X play on Pearl. I think. With the Jet Phoenix composition, because I remember thinking, oh, it's kind of like the Cloud9 comp, weirdly enough. But okay, let's have a look. Let's just crack on. All right, so we're gonna focus mostly on Paper X here because I've already watched a lot of the other one.
Stream for European viewers. Woo.
Yes, morning stream for the European viewers, exactly. Also, morning for me. All right. Okay, sorry. Let me just go back. Needed to fix my note-taking system. All right. Right. So they're. What are they up to here? What are they up to? So they have that smoke that acts like the Viper Orb to be able to get through it at the top of B. Walk down. Control angles. Double smoke top. Interesting, okay. They're going to double smoke top. Strange way of doing it, instead of just doing a single smoke deeper out. Then they're going to leave. Yeah, the last time I watched Paper X, there was a lot of this. There was a lot of, like, running into B and then full 5-man rotating to the other side. And doing full rotates from A to B is not a bad thing on this map, but it has to be based on, like, people actually being here or having somebody lurking over here. Why did I just put a 4? Like, somebody actually being over here so that you have the control to be able to go back into that direction. However, they go back up and go into a B split, which is quite a nice idea, really.
Love that from Stacks. Just get out of there, reset, wait for the rest of the team to get here, and then let's make a go at this. There's still quite a bit of utility possessed here on the harbor.
5-1 in the pistol so far, so it still feels pretty damning for them to try to make this happen. Already 2 kills can be found as RB and Mako get dealt with. Buzz able to find 1. Stacks as well gets 1 for himself, but it's going to be for Sagan leading the charge with 3 kills here in the pistol. Paper X. Remember this map in particular you're talking about.
Alright, this should just be a clash where, yep, they feast.
buy and play a Marshall in the hands of something still.
So, are they farming orb on Jing?
Traded on either side.
Devi's just gotten a load of kills, right?
He does. And he puts one right into Buzz's leg.
So they have an Astra Star that threatens somebody playing Pillar, and they're just checking this with their face. Devi's only used one flash. Dog for a bit of info, get shot by something. I don't know why. Dude, Stax' Sky utility is so much worse than his Breach utility. Oh. Yep, that'll happen. Devi, by the way, still only used one flash in that round. Or I guess he probably used a second and the first one came back online.
In that back push, they then just can't read that one fast enough, and the handwriting's a little.
What's up? Am I on Plat Chat today? Yes, I am. Hence the frenzied VOD reviewing.
Not that good. Flash there catches Paper-X.
Now looking for this crunch again. Buzz dead off the rim. Now pop flash. Zest does manage to mow one down. Stax swinging out from the back of box. Will be good for two. Zest gonna hold the line. Knows that he's nearby. The wave comes up, and Zest will be good for the third.
Okay, so that's just a big clash over here. Let me look at that again. That round ends so quickly. Alright, so Flash. They just try and Chad walk through this. Phoenix flash the corner. Blind yourself, die. Nobody watching the right side. I mean, they're just getting rolled here by the high tide.
Yeah, he's a bit pricey. Yeah, a lot of great
Now they're going to be attack opping.
Oh, he's got that op in hand.
And it looks like widely they are going to be reading this. They again apply pressure out on towards A main. Nothing to be found though. Trailblazer as well, checking out across into mid.
They've found Forsaken. No? Did they not see Forsaken? Wow, I'm surprised. I thought that dog would have been able to see him.
Something, I don't believe he's had to fire a shot yet, so they might have a sense this operator could be in play, but they don't have any kind of hard confirmation.
As Anders would say in this point, he's on such an angle-dense environment. I mean, there's just so many different places that he can get peeked from here. His teammates are holding angles for him, like, roughly speaking. Devi's going to be holding back halls, and Jing's going to be holding, like, the right side of halls. But it's still a lot of angles that something has to try and work a pick on. They're still going to do that double smoke play top, which is... Oh my god, wow. Dude, how is something creating a pick out of that situation off the dog? Dude, he's so dynamic with the way that he plays Jet.
And off the back of the Trailblazer, Mako is obliterated.
Ridiculous.
Something in with a quick kill. Does get caught. Stax rushing forward. Managing to find that elimination. That's going to be that reckoning out in response. RB, quick peek on the corner. Shuts down the running back. Cannot get the buy. Stax, however, does find Chink. Just tucks in. Forsaken. Oh, big things up in a lineup for Stax. Quick peek on the corner. Shuts down the running
So this was them trying to flood with the reckoning. And... yeah, Stax sprays down two of them towards the end.
All right, go, yep. That's a good guy for that.
Yeah. They still have...
So this time Devi flashes the corner to start with, which is what he did not do last time, and it fucked them. And something's going to dash to this box. So a much better take of A main from Paper-X. But it wastes their dash. Like, the flash is fine from Devi, but if something has to dash every time they want to take A main control, that's... potentially a problem for them. What is that from Buzz? That's so aggressive.
Go ahead and hold on to that Vandal. It's again some over-aggression out in the mid, getting punished. We saw it happening there on Ascent. Now it's happening here on Pearl.
I think they're setting up for the lockdown here from Forsaken towards A. Put it right at that edge by the ramp. Guiding light.
Alright, so they're going to go back into A and use lockdown. There's a lot of, like, taking an area, backing up, and then contact re-clearing an area. I guess it's not really contacty. It was this round, but it wasn't the previous times.
Try to buy a little bit of time here to see if they can delay this plant.
Wall raised, but they haven't really made their way into the site.
But so far, it's a lot of re-hitting, if they do back off. I like that Phoenix wall. God, I can tell I'm going to be yawning a lot today.
Mako actually does get himself in. narrowly avoids having his head taken off.
Honestly, these cascades that Zest is throwing are better for Paper Rex.
Takes so much damage now, wants to go for it once again. The spam resumes. They find the elimination. Mako clipping the kill. Something as well going to be tagged down to 50. He now takes it within his own hands.
Mako just getting all the kills through the fucking wall.
The spike still not yet planted. RB gets rid of Forsaken. Mind Freak with some covering fire. However, it does find Stacks. The plant now can come in. Mind Freak.
Mind Freak just kills 3 of them holding angles. Okay, that's very silly. Let me see that from his POV. Boom.
Oh my god, Mind Freak.
Boom.
Nasty. Just
Boom.
ready for the
Alright.
swing.
Well, that's not really supposed to work like that.
Sick stuff here to put Paper Rex up 4-2. Now you've got the lockdown of the Blade Storm, so Buzz is gonna pop those blades.
Is Plat Chat tonight or tomorrow for SEA Gang, by the way? It's in 9 hours.
Oh, did he not notice?
No, not 9 hours.
Just over the wall.
Fuck. 7 hours. It's in 7 hours. So, dunno.
As he tries rushing forward, Forsaken shuts him down. Something gets the trade out. That's going to be a 2-for-1. The Seekers, even being committed, just want to spot where the 3 remaining players are at. RB will be found. Flash through nanoswarms to buy them some time as the plan comes in.
When is Plat Chat Overwatch? They normally record on Tuesdays as well, I think. Or is it Wednesday? I can't remember. I can't remember, Ness. Soon, though. Fairly soon.
Get across, damage in, Stacks tagged up. Diffuse, doesn't go to half, he actually pulls off.
So, if they plant like this and they're playing long post plants, what are they working with? So they go in, they get the plant down, and they're like, okay, we're going to play post plants here. They don't have Jing's Molly. They don't have Forsaken's Mollies. So, they're just planning to spam the spike. Like, they don't have Viper Orb and Snake Bites. They're just planning to spam the spike and have a pull. So it does feel like this should be easier for DRX to stick compared to usual. But no.
That DRX's flanks of the map a little bit better. I don't think something is going to grab the op. He does have the Blade Storm in the back pocket, but
See if they do that dash again.
focusing more on the extremities of the map.
No, this time something doesn't dash, but they do have Devi flashing. Devi's used both of his flashes here, which is, I think, necessary for them. Where's that Nanoswarm supposed to be going?
Blade Storm in the back pocket, but
Forsaken's throwing a Nanoswarm? Oh, look at that. That's unfortunate from him. He throws a Nanoswarm like that, and it lands right here. It's supposed to land, like, here, I think. I mean, it might even be supposed to land, like, somewhere deeper to give them even more control. But he just messes up the lineup a little bit. Yeah, presumably it's supposed to land inside that pull. Just separating Buzz from the rest of his team, but yeah, he missed the Nanoswarm lineup. That's quite cool, though. I'm going to make a note of that. They have... pull Nanoswarm lineup for A control early. Mako threw a cross-map lineup? What, in this round?
that's the biggest difference, really, that comes out of that. Some utility
On what? The snake bite?
They are a little bit start guarding the flanks of the map.
Yeah, he has 2 snake bites.
I don't think something is going to grab the op. He does have the Blade Storm in the back pocket, but now you can see that they are focusing more on the extremities of the map.
Holy shit. Whoa. That's crazy. Wow, good catch. Good catch, Chucha. I didn't even see the fact that they had a snake bite at their feet. That's so sick.
spot. The Trailblazers are going to be used to try to clear them out. And in the end, it's going to be roughly a stalemate. As each team goes their separate way.
Comes out of that. Some utility drop, but across both sides. Oh, Forsaken's
Jiggling the corner. But look, he's holding for this back approach, not for the close one.
Forsaken's usually a very aggressive lurker, so I was expecting him to swing that. But he's just controlling the space for his team, which is really good. Oh, no, here he goes. Dude, it's so funny. Player tendencies are so funny to watch.
Does manage to react in time. Lockdown.
He can't resist, man. He can't resist.
Over towards B. RB just dropping that one in heaven, making sure that they kind of have to go over to A. Flame wall in. Flash out. Seekers trying to find something. Zest gets the cut off.
Zest is playing very aggressively on defense in art. I think that's punishable.
Suddenly something in divide. It's going to be locked into position.
This is very, very difficult now for Paper X. Only 20 seconds to go, so they have to make this hit work.
Flash goes in. Something trying to turn away from it. Ends up getting full blind. Will expire those. He swings out. Zest turning around. Just play off of that quite nicely, but
To come around different angles towards the A site.
So this time Mako doesn't go for that snake bite,
Rushing forward, and this looks like it's just going to be a full send.
even though they're fighting A main aggressively. So it doesn't look like he does it every time. I'm not sure why he would be saving it specifically this time.
Peeking over the top of this flame wall, but takes some nasty shots. Mako trying to force him out of position. Cuss comes through. Mako though helps to keep everybody protected.
Good work from Mako to defend RB.
And the back away going to be called. Paper X just pulling back.
This comp looks like it really struggles without the Sage to be able to get plants down on B.
To creep back forward once more.
But they're also not being able to really get into sight with their Phoenix. I would expect Something and Jing to be playing very aggressively in these kind of situations off the back of the dog. When did they use the dog, though? Did they use the dog at the beginning of the round? No, they used the dog from Pillar. Oh, not quite from Pillar. Yeah, like at the close corner. So they dog here while Something's on the line, but then Something dashes backwards, and Jing's trying to get back Hall's control. Yeah, it just doesn't seem very aggressive to me, the way that they're scaling. I mean, Something's gone backwards. They've used the dog. Jing's like tucked in the corner. Doesn't seem that great.
Didn't see RB. Some shots put towards the screens here. They suspect that
I mean, it's probably the same issue that DRX are having, where it's quite difficult to get a second wave with this comp. Your first wave is going to be, well, like Dog and Jet and Phoenix scaling, but if you get stalled out, what is your second wave? Like, you want to keep something in reserve, and I don't really know what it is with this comp. Maybe you, like, flash early and updraft Something up top, and then your second wave is dashing with the dog. I think that might be a better way of doing it. Oh my god. Wow, they really like this re-hit into B split, right? They did this on... I can't remember what round it was, round 3 or something? Where they pressure B really heavily, then they back up, and then Something and Devi wrap around to B link, and they turn it into a B split instead. They really like this strat.
Doesn't quite realize it. Now he does. Shots in. Something. Through a smoke once more. How does he continue to do it? And RB, because of those shots, they knew where he was. He managed to find the kill. Trying to interrupt on the plans. Zest can't make it happen. Still doesn't manage to find something, but now Stax is going to be dead. And it's him versus Mind Freak.
Don't let Mind Freak win all of the duels, please.
Now needs to try to identify just where this.
You can't allow Mind Freak to win all the 1v1s. Oh, no, man.
Completely unexpectedly. Kind of
They're losing because their minds are getting freaked.
5 over towards the A side, whereas DRX has gambled a little bit here.
You going to bedge? All right. Good bedge, Ness. Good bedge.
That's going to be a call at least for some form of reinforcements. It's looking like a 2-2.
All right, now Jing has ult.
Buzz leading the charge. Rushing around in towards the spawn.
He gets full team blinded and runs into nanoswarms.
Care to eat this damage. Knows that he's just
Jing clears out art as much as he can for them.
top. The shorty this time not going to be finding the kill. RB though.
Oh,
taking
Mako.
down the danger.
RB needs help, Mako.
Will be able to finish it off.
RB needs help.
Spike, however, now straight backside.
Why did Forsaken run the spike into backside?
This time not gonna be fun to the kill. RB though taken down.
Oh, because Forsaken... Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, I mean Forsaken. Forsaken cleared out RB because he was the furthest one forwards.
Dangerous HP level.
But then he has Spike, and he wasn't able to get back to the default plant in time before he got caught by Zest. So now the Spike is in a terrible spot, and Buzz is already on the flank. So Buzz just needs to play this a little slowly until his team gets contact again. I think this might even be a little over pushing, but he is playing it slow.
Just before that, flame wall would come down. Does he strike now? Yes. Not gonna go for the disciplined play.
I think a bit of patience there might have been even better, but they're in a 4v2. They win this anyway.
Notes that there's another there at main.
I mean, even if they have to go back and chase Buzz, they're leaving the Spike, so this should be over. Alright, they go forwards, they get Spike, Buzz comes back around, and it's Devi left in the 1v4. He ain't winning that one. 4 players at B.
Wall up, flash in, presence confirmed from either side, but Buzz strikes first, finds something. Jing gonna be taken down. I mean, this is similar to the crunch that we saw them end the map with, end the series with on Pearl yesterday versus T1, but this time it's not gonna be nearly as dominant. They get the singular kill.
Okay, they go 1 for 1. They both lose their jet players.
It's gonna be a trade on the Jets at the end.
Some pings coming out
Yo,
here.
Zest's cascades are flying all over the place.
The middle of the map, which has been in
Similar to the crunch that we saw them end the map with, end the series with on Pearl yesterday versus T1, but this time it's not gonna be nearly as dominant. They get the singular
middle of the map, which has been left unoccupied. You don't have all members of PRX account.
I think he's just pressing C.
That space isn't be taken in mid. It's gonna be stacks on the job.
going to be used to try to
So they
clear
go
the
down,
site.
they use their lockdown.
Just a sliver remaining in that back hall for Zest to tuck into, but the Cosmic Divide as well being committed. She's going to full sail exit the site. They have them completely locked out for now.
Marco's got his pit here. Is he gonna throw it down on top and then work his way down? Oh, never mind.
It's not going to get the opportunity. Pushes in, looks for a kill. The Cove saving Zest for a moment, but Forsaken also there. Manages to strike, push out.
Forsaken's just been
Stacks.
a ridiculous rat on site there inside the smoke.
2v3. Tap on the spike and Jing with a headshot finding one. RB not going to be able to.
That was a very tough retake to make happen because Stax had no Sky utility.
Obviously, just a sliver remaining.
He has a flash here. What does he do with it?
Two, but the Cosmic Divide as well being committed.
Oh, he flashes to see if there's anybody mid.
Exit the site.
So now he's got nothing for the
Locked
retake.
out for now.
Marco's got his pit here. Is he gonna
That seems like a very, very bad decision. Stax's Sky utility, I have not been impressed at all.
Despite the way that some of these maps have gone, Jing has been so strong.
I think he's just... I think the reason that he seems so wasteful is because he must be used to playing double initiator comps, I think. I just don't think he really has the understanding of how important his utility is for really key important things, but that's weird because he's the IGL too.
He's not going to read this at all. Something right up on top. Takes him down. The Seekers now collected as well. You're going to trailblazer through it. This could just be a pin.
Sorry, let me take a look at this again. So they've taken B-Link control. They've just walked in. Chad, we walk in. Mako ults on B. So they're kind of given them mid control at this point. I don't know why you would even bother dogging that, to be honest, from Stacks, because why is RB fighting this?
He's not going to read this.
This doesn't make sense to me. They're using so much utility to like put utility pressure on these guys in mid. They have no way of possibly following up on this. When there's a pit here and your 2 players are hard anchoring A basically in these kind of spots, like how are you ever going to actually fight mid? There's no way you're fighting mid. So you're just wasting dog, wasting seekers. You know they're in the middle of the map. You know that they have this area. Oh, not this area necessarily, but like they can be anywhere around here, right? So just hold somebody watching this, hold somebody in this spot, and hold somebody like watching from back here towards this entrance. And just keep them contained in here. Stop fucking wasting your utility and jump peeking to confirm what you already know. If you don't hear anything in like 30 seconds, sure, then use the Seekers and try and contact re-clear mid. But don't just throw shit at them. Oh, this is a terrible defensive round by the Dr. X.
the wall, two tucked into the right side corner. Spots one, but does he suspect that Jing is also going to be here? Stacks caught from the
And now
left.
Device got through against Stacks. Like, they're not even watching the back flank area. I mean, they only have 3 players alive, so they can't really afford to, but yeah, like,
But now, 'cause now you
that was
guys
a bad round.
for the first time.
It would be monstrous, and with Bind on the horizon, you have to suspect that DRX would.
Aeolus, thank you for the prime. He didn't know something was already that far. Well, you have to respect that. When you're RB, you can't just assume that they're all hanging around the double door for some reason. What does he think they're doing? Just having a chat at double door?
Gravity well and a hot hands here to clear the back of pillar just in case.
It's a really bad play there by RB.
DRX has to reset, send out
But it's just a lack of awareness.
attack this from a different angle. So the good news here,
Public relations X are just better.
eliminated
Yeah.
a lot of utility out of the hands of Paper Rex, but I don't think Paper Rex is going to be super fooled by this hit.
The dog didn't see Jet in mid.
Now, the call for
But the
rotation.
dog is shit. They shouldn't even be bothering using the dog.
Barrel puts a shot down on Divide just through the corner.
As soon as Mako leaves and decides to ult, they've lost B-Link control. You have to respect that.
Safe on the cover. Jing from home, just sprang out with that frenzy desperately, trying to find some connections, and the hold begins to happen. Buzz, however, takes out Forsaken, interrupts it, but something responds. Nano Swarm for the delay. Spike not yet held to half. Zest playing close on the pillar.
I mean, this...
Stacks gone. RB and Mako finding one apiece.
It's a decent attempt by something to try and actually fight and challenge, but without the harbor putting down a wall here, I feel like DRX's post plants are going to be really effective.
Some damage, but it seems like it's just a matter of time. Something he just does not have.
So they win the pistol.
Wary.
Oh, please tell me they don't get ecoed here. They're just sending it into these guys. Oh, no. Oh, they're fine. They're fine.
Gonna be taken down. Pop flash out. Divine. Trying to find a little bit more as Mind Freak gets himself tucked in behind.
Okay.
RB.
They took the Bulldogs, and they're trying to leave.
Double swing
Oh,
out.
no.
Divine will still claim him.
And now they're trying to defend the rifle again instead of pivoting to B and getting the plant down. Oh, they're just so determined to fight these guys.
I checked forward once more, but they just, with every peek, continue to chip away at them.
Okay, okay, they finally got rid of him. They finally got rid of them.
I'm talking about nothing sometimes when I talk about something. With that Marshall, haven't seen.
So what's this play from Paper X down below?
Today, but I feel like I'm talking about nothing.
So they're gonna Sky Flash and then Phoenix Flash straight afterwards. Just layering those flashes.
Oh, Zest.
Oh my God!
Okay, still
Zest goes
surrounded.
1 for 1,
Spike is gonna be dropped.
and then
Buzz gets
something gets spammed as well.
2 kills found.
Yeah,
Holds it for now.
decent, decent.
Seems like he tried to he's just gonna push forward.
About nothing sometimes when I talk about something. DRX is very cautious.
Dog pushes Jing back. They start to contact scale down B.
It's enormous value. Mako had to use a bite just to try to clear. Doesn't have that. Now he's getting Buzz. Down to 26. He did use the hot hand, so he
Why are they trying to plant in such a bad spot instead of just controlling angles and baiting people into swinging or spamming? Alright. They're fine anyway, they're fine.
With, but yeah, seems like he's
This just
Okay.
certainly.
So now it's an eco round for Paper X. DRX are fully back in the game at this point. They're doing their 3-1-1.
Cascade out.
RB is very passive on the 3-1-1. He doesn't get them very good information in A main at all.
It's just Sheriffs and 1 Phantom and a Stinger. 4 Paper Rex, so.
they're at least
If
trying to
Zen
sell it
wasn't
well.
supposed to play,
Sell what they have.
they would have given him footsteps.
See all the rotations coming
Yo
across.
Sideshow at an actually watchable
Yo, what's
time
up?
slot for Australia WTF. Also,
with the
please explain to me why you look like you're about to audition to replace Jim Carrey as Dr. Eggman in the Sonic movie.
I like the mustache, okay? And I also like Dr. Robotnik. What's the problem with that? Also, his name's Dr. Robotnik, not Dr. Eggman. Or maybe he had a different name in the US compared to the UK, actually. Sometimes they do. Thank you for the 61 months formation. How's it going? Yeah, the Platchet episode's in like 7 hours. I'll be there.
100%.
Is this the 4th round in a row that Forsaken has bought no Killjoy utility in a row? Wait, really? Wait, let me back this up. Back this dump truck up. So he buys Sheriff on the pistol round, which I don't think is that egregious, but yeah. Okay, then he doesn't buy any utility round 14 because they're on an eco. That makes sense again. Then round 15. No, round 15 he has full Killjoy utility. He's just used it all pre-round. Then round 16 they're on an eco, so he doesn't buy it again. So it feels like that because he bought a Sheriff on the pistol. But round 15 he did have full util. Happy Mr. 18, thank you for the 35 months. Thank you, thank you. A VCT Game Changers team in APAC won a game 13-2 with 5 smokes. Well done to them. I don't think that makes it a viable composition. Eggman was his Japanese name, I think. Robotnik was the localization. Oh, interesting.
Love the way RB's playing this round. Didn't give his position away over to Mind Freak.
I don't have that kind of power, Shadow Xid. Alright, let's have a look at... So, RB's gone on this lurk. He started the round by putting an alarm bot here, and then he scaled into this corner, and then he's just gone for a walk down here. Kind of dangerous to go for a lurk play like this against an eco round, but you also expect eco teams to over-rotate against you. So lurks like this can be very effective. Now, I don't want to see RB fight this. I want to see RB just contain this. That wasn't really his fault. Like, I think that's a fine off angle to be holding. He just needs to hit the shot.
This could very well be doable. The ult is out, the reckoning just to try to slow him up, but he is rushing forward. Goes with the 50-50, turns back,
oh my god.
Finally break him down. Something pushes up, finds one. The bite from
oh
Marco.
My god. Okay, and they lose this round.
DRX are wiped and paper.
Oh. This is DRX getting punished for their constant off-site post plants. Look at how they have 4 people off-site here. 2 in this corner, 1 here, 1 here. These guys are so claustrophobic in the corner instead of holding people in spots where they might be able to play off somebody's initial aggression. Oh, DRX post plants make me so sad sometimes. Also, unfortunate that RB just gets rolled by Jing with a stinger. Do you think there should have been better follow-up on the Phoenix ult? What do you mean by follow-up? From Paper X? I think they played that fine. They used the Phoenix ult to take space, and then something pushed even deeper to keep applying the pressure onto them. I think they played that really well off the back of the Phoenix ult.
Yeah, they're setting up for this hit onto A. Immediately the Seeker's in response. Buzz dashes ahead of him.
So Buzz gets caught. Here comes the second wave with the Cove, but without any utility. And they get rinsed.
DRX, I think, needs to can buy back up all of these expensive weapons.
Oh yeah, that's true. I will always dono wall you, no matter where you're from. I don't discriminate.
Turret will alert. The wall goes down, and so too does Mako. Great opening.
Is it hard copian to say that DRX trolled this game and that they focus on Tokyo? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Because their Lotus just doesn't look good. Their Bind doesn't look good. Their Pearl looks pretty mediocre. And also, those problems, I would imagine, persist whether they play with Foxy 9 or Zest. I mean, we don't even know what team they're gonna use for the tournament. Let's take a look at this retake again. There's an attacker lockdown, so everybody on Paper X has to back up. They have a star at pillar and a star at back halls. Zest gets caught trying to escape.
Do so, but Forsaken gets
Right,
Zest
so they wall up.
through the box. Now
Yeah.
looks to the push. Curveball in.
Buzz just gets
taken down.
rinsed
Top flash.
immediately.
Don't want to swing into an Odin. It's
And they both back up off the back of Stax' flash and can re-push back in. Yeah. Unfortunate. They really need to fight in front of the Phoenix flashes there.
Dax. He ends up falling as Jin collects two. Suddenly it's just RB.
When you play against a Phoenix,
Throws the first swarm grenade.
it's really good to try and fight
And something will take
like
him out with the
in front
offer.
of the corners.
Flawless in reply to the timeout, paper thin. He gets Zest.
Like for example here, like being positioned on this off angle is much better than playing here because you allow the Phoenix to scale up and flash around the corner. But
Box.
yeah, Buzz is just playing a more standard position and gets destroyed.
Something
Shot.
just disgusting. He's absolutely disgusting.
Unbelievable.
My take with DRX is that Tommy's trying to get his team to focus on the big picture stuff that will win, i.e. Stax being able to call in his zone more effectively, but it hasn't worked out so far. If anything, Stax' IGL looks worse than it did in the past. But yeah, that's what the casters were saying with the lack of timeouts in some of their games this season, was that Tommy was trying to make Stax a bit more independent.
You know, it was almost like S gaming not
When's Champs? Champs is in August. It's like the 6th to the 27th or something.
has been a huge part
Look
of
at Something's Kill in the last round.
I mean, that window
Oh, this one?
from DRX, that flash probably should hit right before that wall comes down so they can push off of it. But instead, it's going to be Something who has that window of opportunity.
What the fuck is that shot?
Absolutely disgusting.
He's ridiculous. LCQ's happening in like, yeah, mid-July sometime? Like early July, mid-July, something like that.
Just, it is revitalized W gaming. You know, it was almost like S gaming not no. Now they're W.
Oh, this time
gaming.
DRX are playing for some mid pressure.
Has been a huge part
They
of it.
didn't do that
Phenomenal
basically
shot
at
right
all in their
away.
previous
He gets
game.
on the jet. Once he gets on that jet, he's so comfortable.
Freak. Okay, pushes in. Oh, the dash right into the Odin.
What the fuck am I looking at here?
Phenomenal with the
So
operation.
they do the
Gets on jet.
Tui's
Once he
wall.
gets on that jet, he's so
They dog. Buzz tries to just walk up into this corner. He finesses Mind Freak, and then he just goes for a dash thinking that it'll be completely open, which is pretty reasonable, to be honest. Like, you don't expect a second player to also be here.
And oh, the dash right into the Odin. That's definitely not what you
And then
wanted.
Forsaken mows him down.
The end of trade, run it back, pushing forward. Don't think there's a snap
Weird
back.
play, though. Weird play.
Once again, out to safety.
That's the first time DRX have done a mid play, and it was like a specific set play to try and insert Buzz into a weird spot. Gotta make a note of that. Where's my Pearl notes? There they are.
Spreading the map.
Okay.
They're trying to figure out paper
Madness that Something plays 800 DPI and 0.7 cents and still hits those. I mean, isn't that why he hits those? Because he has such high sense? Man's playing at double my sensitivity. Over double my sensitivity. That's how he hits those crazy flick shots. Who controls that? Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know.
Couldn't find him on the map. Now they're good. They went towards Something. Okay.
They're on the hunt, get cleared out. Flame Walt, raise. Nano try to cut off that right side. Be surprised if Jing just pushes in ahead of it. Bite, put up a little bit of damage, but not before he ends up falling. Or getting a kill, I should say, on his Zest. Then he gets taken down by Mako. 2v3, a lockdown still available should they even need it. Mako desperately tries to get the plan. 10 seconds remaining. Up over the top. Something with a shorty once more.
Something loves doing that. He loves dashing onto the people planting or defusing with a shorty.
Question, we might not find out for a little while which team is going to win.
Seems like there's still at least one more map to go. This DRX can pull off a miraculous...
LCQ teams have no chance of winning events. I don't know about that. I think it's very possible that a team could be on a heater for LCQ, just in terms of their individual form, and it might bleed into an event. It might not happen this time, but one champions, it'll probably happen.
Back away. Reckoning hit, both available. Former coming in is something hot swap.
I feel like it's just likely at some point. There'll be some, like, maybe meta change or map pool change, or it'll just be based on the team's individual form at the time, and they'll do something crazy and just make a ridiculous run through LCQ and win champs.
For good reason. Buzz around the back. Finding three again, worked low. Covering fire from Zest takes out Jing. Suddenly Mind Freak in a 1v5.
So a good look. He's not.
Again, Cascade out.
Yeah, Plat chat later today. Yep. 7 hours time.
Stack and forward pusher for Paper X.
Something has the most shorty kills, right? I would imagine so, yeah. Some of the Chinese players use the shorty a lot as well. So, Life or Smoggy or something might have a lot too.
Yeah, you can see they're not interested in that.
I mean, they're starting the match. Unless this transitions into a.
How are you going to be late this time? I'm probably going to be late because I'm still watching a VOD.
I think Paper X just realized what you were just talking about.
I play 0.49 on 12,000 DPI and rank up from silver to diamond in 3 weeks. Ah, excellent. The sensitivity that's so high, you can't miss the shot. My crosshairs everywhere.
Swings out and he realizes that Mako's there. Faster than Mako realizes that he is. The headshot in, the Viper lost. Jing gets right up along the wall here. Swing.
It's going to be an art shift. There's a turret to play contact off of that. It's going to be the response.
That's so unfortunate, man. The timing's just so ridiculous there.
He realizes that Mako's there. Faster than Mako realizes that he is. The headshot in.
How are the Chinese teams that called for Tokyo? Playing some silly Valorant. Like, in terms of some really strange compositions, but some normal compositions as well. And then also doing weird stuff like just gamble 4-stacking a site at the beginning of the round. Just off a read. Like, I think they're going to hit B. Let's 4-stack B. And then, if they're right, they dominate. If they're wrong, they have to play, like, full 4-person retakes. When there wasn't really any reason to do that. Well, I think that's some big individual rounds from like Mind Freak and some big kills from something, and a thrifty round thrown in there as well. But also, I don't think either of these teams look that impressive on Pearl. I don't feel like I'm watching a masterclass performance here. I think the Americas teams are still ahead of this. I think this would be good enough to beat a lot of the EMEA teams, though. A lot of the EMEA teams are not looking that great on Pearl either. I feel like EMEA and Pacific just kind of ignored this map for some reason. I think a lot of them were like banning it at lock-in, and it has hurt them in terms of their development on the map. They're running, even when they run the same comp, they just don't really understand how it works as well as some of the top teams. But, yeah. Still, it's deadly having something Jing and Devi on agents that can just run at you and frag, potentially. But yeah, I'm not really happy with the way that DRX are playing the meta comp. Okay, let's get into the final map. Final map is Bind, bruh. Actually, kind of a sick way for this series to end, if anything. Like, from a viewer's perspective. Because you get to see DRX pulling out their double duelist comp. So you get to see Buzz and RB playing up against Something and Jing on Jet Rays versus Reyna Rays. Cool. Pretty cool. So, same idea from Paper X that we've seen before with this composition. And DRX going back to the double duelist. The double duelist didn't look great for them, but Buzz and RB have a shit ton of firepower. So, that was enough to get them through. I think it was T1 that they beat with this comp. So, I mean, if you're playing a comp where you have to rely on firepower advantage to beat your opponent, and then you play against Paper X, that doesn't seem like a great win con. Yeah, China doesn't. I don't know. The Chinese teams The Chinese teams are not really part of the circuit at the moment because the game isn't officially released there yet. Formation. Wait, let me just wind this back a little bit. All right, so they're going for an elbow push, and they just get minced. There's no utility with it at all. They don't have any utility to really combo with it. Oh, I like the idea of trying to pivot to A there, but they couldn't quite manage it. I mean, I assume they just get minced here, right? Yep. All right, rifles. Flash. Then they Leah. Looking for info, looking for a fight. Cascade deep short. Smoke at showers.
It is night and day the difference that we've seen from him, and this is the Divide that we've come to know this season. This is the Divide who has been a huge part of Paper Rex's wins. I mean, everybody's going to talk about Jing, something, Forsaken, but Divide just as important in the way that he plays, particularly the Sky.
Okay, a lot invested just to try to clear something out of that cubby angle. Flash it onto Divide, up over the top goes Buzz. We'll be able to find the enemy Reyna. Damage down to... Okay.
Sorry, let me wind this one back a little.
I mean, everybody's going to talk about Jing, something, Forsaken, but Divide just as important in the way that he plays, particularly the Sky.
Okay, a lot invested just to try to clear something out of that cubby angle. Flash it onto Divide, up over the top goes Buzz.
Good utility from DRX. Overwhelming something on the site, pushing away Divide into elbow. But now they've pretty much used everything. Now Stax doesn't have anything, and we get the retake coming through. Forsaken also with that cove, like it. Alright. Gets taken down, but Device just running around fragging. Wait a second, what's... Huh. So this is... So that smoke has been thrown out by Mind Freak. Okay. I'm trying to think if this is a good smoke for the defenders to throw or not. It's kind of interesting, because obviously you don't want to smoke off Hookah, so he's put one in the middle of the site. It's kind of interesting because it does separate, like, these two guys can fight over front site, these two guys can fight over back site. But I don't think it really makes too much sense. For example, this cubby, the cubby that exists here. Normally, if you have a player from Hookah, they can see into this part of the cubby. So these guys don't have to worry about it. But now that you've smoked it off, they could just be playing one in tube, one in cubby, and rinse the players looking forwards. But I guess they're not going to play that in case you push through the smoke against them. But then they can have a player in this watching it, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on this smoke.
Cove in. Do they read this? Push into the smoke. Sess with a quick little pivot. We'll be able to find him, but now RB going to be taken down as Divide. On 7-0, I believe. Buzz eventually able to drag that crosshair around, but
Divide do be farming.
I mean, the orbital strike.
Divide do be farming. Divide do be farming. Divide do be farming. Holy shit. He's 10-0. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. Is that the straw that breaks the camel's back here? Is that going to be the end? I mean, a solid entry by Buzz, but Divide just absolutely spectacular. Unbelievable. And he's able to dodge.
What the fuck?
Trying to hide in the corner.
He looks crazy. Like, just anticipating their swings perfectly.
Device just calm, cool, collected. He's like, yeah, I got this, bros. No problem.
10-0 and 2. This
yeah, that ain't bad.
Is currently infinite.
In 3 rounds.
And his impact can, again, not be denied. We were just singing praises. I feel like doing it some more. Because, good God, what a way to turn that round on its head. It was already bloody. It was already bad for DRX. And then he made it so much worse. Shots found, RB spotted, dealt with, Forsaken, stepping away. Now they turn their sights to Shower.
Wait, how did that happen?
He made it so much worse.
Did RB walk through? Oh no, it's just tiny gap in the cascade.
Dealt with, Forsaken,
So Paper X do a lot of this as well. Paper X do a lot of sand pushes. Sand pushes are so good in the current meta. I know that sounds really weird, but like the way that teams tend to default is that they have one person looking towards if they're doing an A leaning default, they have one person looking towards fountain, and then they'll have, you know, one person looking here who goes back over to short, and in the mid round like this, sand is almost always completely clear. And of course, when you're playing against a double duelist comp, it has no way of watching the flank as well, no way of watching market. But even if you play against comps that do watch market,
Now they turn their sights to showers. The double creep up.
like even against the Fnatic or Na'Vi comp that have trips in market, you can still find a lot of value out of doing a sand push and tucking into this corner, or seeing if you can catch a player that rotates like this.
Short A.
A lot of those teams just assume that people are not pushing sand on defense.
Blocks him for now, but he can't get that smoke down fast enough, and that leaves Stacks. Captain all on his lonesome. Flashback forward. It's not even going to be Jing who takes the fight. It is Forsaken. 3 kills of his own. 4 rounds consecutively. And Paper, I think it...
Little
God damn. They are destroying them. Here comes the sand push again.
Been able to win those trades. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. The way that he uses that cascade isolates a fight for Forsaken, and he's able to get that first kill.
Oh, pushing forward, trying to get the kill. Stacks will finally...
They use a flash Leah combo out sand there to try and see if they can find a pick on somebody scaling at the beginning of the round. And Forsaken, oh my god. Dude, the way that Forsaken is using his cove is so cool.
Something in the meantime gets RB. The gun barrel noted. Zest will come away with 1 additional, but it's not going to be anywhere close to getting them around on this board. Paper Rex hot out the oven with a 5-0 start.
I mean, again, another brilliant round for Forsaken. He's able to use this harbor utility so well to take one fight at a time. And he catches a great timing cove here to set him up for this cascade. And then it's Mako trying to catch him off guard. Does not do so at all. And of course, something it is.
Forsaken's cove utility is ridiculous. Like, he uses it like a cloud burst sometimes.
This is looking dire for DRX. Already down 5-0.
Yeah, he's playing Duelist Harbor.
Can they stabilize in this round?
And you have to suspect, I mean, already it feels
I think that cascade is just worse than the other one that he's throwing, but
surely
it does stop you from double peeking short.
Forsaken willing to play around with this. Sends up the wave.
That's too bold. That's a we're 5-0 up kind of play from Forsaken.
And he is. They look to spray him out of position. Just gets tucked here.
Divide just teleports on his own. He just dogged, saw that there was one person in showers, and he's like, fuck it, I'm taking the 1v1.
Teleporter used. RB tearing his attention, but Boombot finds Zest.
And he does. He wins the 1v1 against RB. They're running him over. They're absolutely running him over. This feels like my premiere game where we played against the Raze Rayner team and they just ran at us and shot things.
Finds 2, finds 3. And something does catch Stack. Catches the spike and catches Mako right through the door.
Sarah was
They need help, Termy. God help them. They need help.
so intuitively.
And while Divide did suffer his first death,
In the stream, Diviging, Mindfreak confirmed that Forsaken was mainly IGLing. Is that was just for the grand finals though, right? Because it didn't look like he was mainly IGLing for the other games. Watch the replay of how Mako got the 3K. I don't know.
First Mako, BCT Pacific Trophy Home, that is slamming that door shut in DRX's face.
But it looked like it was going to be a classic Mako round. What in the world is that second shot, Mako? Sarah Wood.
Yeah, that is very silly.
11-1. We have to point out
So they flash Lear again at the beginning.
RB, the one making a major adjustment, coming back in playing this Raze after having not for so very long, finds himself without a kill. Point out
Everything so instinctively, so intuitively.
And while Divide did
Look at this high tide.
death,
Look at this high tide that Forsaken throws. They're doing a flash Leah combo push down long. And Forsaken throws a high tide through the teleporter so that it cuts off here and here. What the fuck?
Still 11-1. We have to point out
This team has such creative ideas.
RB, the one making a major adjustment, coming back in playing this raise after having not for so
The thing is, it doesn't really work that well because it's very easy to get in front of it at Fountain with a lot of people. But in theory, if you combine that with like a triple push down here, like if there wasn't just 2 people, if there was 3, so you were Flash, and Jing was fighting with it, and something was fighting with it, and you like really forced the issue, I think that would be pretty good.
long.
Because the people, if they walk in front of this high tide, there's only really one space that you can play that's safe, which is this corner. And it's not even safe, but it's like a decent spot to try and dodge the flashes, because otherwise you're just trying to turn flashes and run.
Himself without a kill so far. 0 and 6 on the raise. Needs to start finding value. But
Well, you got to win duels against something to win on bind against this team.
Finds some, takes down something early. Divine looks to send that pop flash. And all of the RX continue to advance forward. A Thrifty here, maybe that would be enough to reinvigorate the players a bit. But for now, it's the spike getting planted with Mako. Lurking around the back. Spotting Forsaken. Just barely coming away with that fadeaway kill. Zest looks to reinforce as they both get tucked away. Alongside the teleporter, RB. Situated in the site. It's Divine still just making noise. Waiting for the creep up. Jing with the paint shells. Could just send that into the back. Molotov to check the corner. Nade goes over the top. Trying to flush him out. They're trying to get rid of RB, and they will. Mind Freak finding one, but Buzz gets a second. Cloud burst down. Spots Mind Freak. Swings out around the side. Divide will find that elimination. Finds yet another. But the time is gone. And with that final kill, as well again.
Okay.
One of our managers wanting to be in the crowd for these final moments, it would seem.
There's that same high tide again.
Something again.
And they just have something walking down sand. This is so difficult to deal with. Like I said, these A-leaning defaults where you take showers control, it's really hard to actually control this area of the map. Like, you can get info there fairly easily, although not with a high tide in your face. But it's very difficult to control. So now you have showers. Like, ideally you want to insert Buzz and go back and re-clear sand right now. But RB just decides to face it himself. Oh, and Zest just walks through. That's really stupid. I mean, that's just not good enough. Kind of, but also Paper Rex set that up quite nicely because they did this high tide last time like this, and they just had 2 players walk down long, and then 2 people immediately went back. And so it's like, okay, this high tide isn't actually that threatening. And then this time they do walk people down, and they have like people posted up here and here, and it becomes a serious threat. But this high tide should always be, this high tide has to be respected when they put it down. You either need to get in front of it if you're B side defaulting and fight, or you need to respect it, hold, and go back and re-clear it in the mid-round. But instead, RB and Zest just try and walk push it themselves. Which is high risk, high reward. If there's nobody there, it's really good for you because you don't have to commit resources to re-clearing. But if there are people there, you're dead. And you've lost the round. So, pretty high risk, high reward, I would say.
Is DRX going to be ready for this?
They've already had the rotation over from the 5, but Jing finding 1, finding 2.
Something always solo peaks, so they probably assume he's the only one there. He's actually been double peeking every round this half. Something has always been pushing with Devi or something. Or Forsaken. If you watch, he's always buddied up. Like here he's playing with Devi again as well.
7 to give up in the half. With several more to be played out. Already feels like it might just be too much. Again, we do not believe in curses.
Hey, yeah. You okay?
Showstopper at the ready. RB looking to put this to good use. Clears out Hookah. A re-satchel forward. The Lear buying some more time. Let's see where he ends up dumping it. Sends it towards defender spawn. And then eventually will be able to swing over into tube. With that
the Reckoning comes through really fast for this flood. They don't even realize Jing is in. Jing just satcheled in from CT and nobody even realized. Look at the minimap. Look at what Jing does here. He literally just whoop-de-daisy. He just satchels into backside. And they've got the molly on it, so I don't think they even really realize that he's done it. He's just here.
Across Jing! Where did he come from? Find 2 quick kills! And suddenly it's a TP across the opposite side.
Okay, so they're in a 2v3.
Zest.
Could be winnable.
Dropping some smokes, can go for the corner plant. It's he and
They're
Buzz
killing some time here
versus
by
the world. Everybody low on HP
smoking,
on the
but they'll
opposite
still get it
side.
off. They need to fight this. They need to fight Forsaken. Double fight Forsaken.
Must-win fight, Buzz. Trying to hold
Please.
the angle, Zest looking to stave them off, but eventually the other 2 players are going to get into position, trying to distract them, and Forsaken wins it.
Okay. They eventually manage that. Love this orbital strike. Love this repivot back down to A short.
No kill is found. No molly is
I think
available.
Zest's got to
swinging around.
be running that whole way with his knife out, to be honest, but
They hear him. He finds one. Can he get the clutch? It's not held to half.
oh,
Tuck into the corner.
good
Look
read
at
by
the plan.
Zest. Good read by Zest that was a fake. Well played, well played.
For DRX comes in, the guy who's been a part of this team for such a long time.
So now Jing and Something are playing together in hookah. They do this quite a bit.
Instrumental in them getting here. But are they going to be able to find the finish?
I would expect them to go for a sand push if there's A pressure. But it's only RB making noise towards A. Although he is making a lot of noise. He's blast pack. He's used his
Disrupt the placement of that poison
boombot. He's blast pack down. Like,
And Aid to try to clear the way. In the
would
meantime,
not be
Zest
surprised to see them going for these kind of info pushes here, where Divide like takes a fight down B long, and then Jing is looking for a fight as well.
This guy with a
Unfortunately, they both kill somebody, so that's not that great for DRX.
from something will receive a bullet from Buzz's Vandal.
Another 2v3 that DRX find themselves in.
The hookah not finding anything, and then Forsaken.
And they're not going to win this one.
The double push again. RB with base Mako.
This is an eco round. They get destroyed.
Keep quiet. Just suss this out on the side of the RX.
Actually, kind of winnable for Mako with his ult.
On the orb.
But I don't think he's going to be able to get it off. Forsaken's already here.
Now he knows. The shorty trod Mako.
What?
4K.
What?
The TP used the pit. He's gonna commit it.
Okay, we need to go back.
Mako
We need to go back.
trying to say, hey, don't come this way, guys.
Mako starts this round with a classic.
In the meantime, also does find Buzz.
He gets a kill on Jing with a classic.
One, something. He's got the dismiss. He's got the exit device. Got the covering.
He's in a 1v4.
Mako now all on his
He's
own, so-
full nearsighted from the Lear and sprays down 2.
As he continue to advance forward here into the site, where both players are hovering nearby, waiting in the wings.
He's got a lot of time, so he can be really diligent about checking some of these angles.
And now we can skip through this because we already know what happens. He pivots over.
The pit. He's
How on earth does Forsaken not get the kill with the shorty?
knows the shorty
I don't know how that first shot missed.
trod.
But yeah.
He gets
Wow.
the 4K. The TP used the pit. He's gonna commit it. He knows where
And he knows where Mind Freak is as well.
Another shorty now in their hands.
Holy Mako.
Tries to
Holy
suss out
Mako.
just where he has gone, but the smoke
I
integrity
wonder what is Alex's reaction. Alex must have been screaming and pulling his hair out. To be honest though, they're still 8-3 up. I don't think you can be that mad.
It's hard to tell. Smoke coming down, and Mako.
But yeah,
His second ace
that is
of this
one of the most
series.
ridiculous rounds I've seen.
He manages to pull it off. to
Emmanuel,
read
thank you for the
DRX,
prime.
and still some hope.
Yeah, 1v4.
I mean, it's
A
just
1v4, but he
unreal
also
what's going on in
aced.
this match. I mean, Mako, the MVP of VCT Pacific.
Show me,
This is
yeah,
wild.
what this
He is
looks
so
like.
darn good.
Wait. It said he was nearsighted on our screen. You see that shit? He broke the Lear, but from the Paper X player's point of view, it looked like he was nearsighted. Oh, that's an observer bug? So the players don't see
I don't know
that.
how he survives against Forsaken Shorty there, but somehow he does and makes the most of it. I mean, think back the ace that Stax had against this very same team
Is that a frequent observer bug?
on this same map years ago.
A long time Reyna bug. Huh.
Achilles,
Rush. Mako.
and makes the most of it. I mean, think back the ace.
I swear this happens in game, I don't really play against Rainers that often. I don't play ranked that often also. Oh, RB is 1-11 playing Duelist in a Grand Finals BO5 final map. I mean, every choking narrative you've ever heard rearing its head for DRX.
That Stacks had against this very same team on this same...
They smoke, they reckoning from short for the market push. Oh my god.
map years ago, Achilles.
Mako nearly the first to be caught. Boombot by some space.
That's a good reaction from DRX, to be honest. But look at how much space that... Look, the best possible reaction from DRX there, and they've lost all map control.
Walls raised, and DRX completely contained back towards their spawn with something on the hunt, getting ready to swing the angle. Send out some shots. Just to try to force him back, but... if you think that they're going to back off, I don't know. I don't think you know who you're playing against. They finally will.
And they were hoping that they could force DRX back towards A with that early aggressive utility. But instead, it's just going to be a complete commit here to the B side. Devi has reinforced something in Jing. And this Hawk's going to get the information.
Blazers traded, Buzz dashing forward, something holding the line, takes the dismiss once again. Untouched, counter swings back out, finds RB, Devi gets zest. He looks for a bit more and something.
Bro, the smoke there from Mindfreak just saved him so hard. I was talking about how I'm not a big fan of this smoke necessarily, but it's so nice for the Reina to play inside of. Look at this. So something is out here just trying to, you know, anchor basically in the middle of the site, flying around in his ult. He's about to back into Buzz. Mindfreak smokes for him. He exits in the smoke, which means that Buzz misses his spray. And he's able to continue to fight. And they know that Buzz has to be in the smoke as well.
Rushes the smoke with the classic. Locks in the round, and it's a 9-3 half.
Yeah. I think that smoke is probably not good for set retakes, but it does look good for flood retakes.
They look dominant, they look in control, and it took heroics from Mako to just get that third round for DRX. I mean, this is just beautiful movement here from something, utilizing that Empress to its most. And at the end here, the classic jumping head shot from Forsaken seals the 9th round. And we swing over. Can DRX's defender side be good enough to somehow turn this around, to somehow get them back into this map and into this match? Because right now, this best of one that we're in is looking very heavily favored for Paper Rex. And this is why you bring Zest in. They talked about the mental. Both piss
here on the attack. It's Buzz and RB look to get an aggressive push here in the showers. Couple shots across.
They love playing something in showers on their attack side. Last time we watched them play.
Stacks, however, not so much. Nade in will find a little bit of extra damage, but again, more healing. Push him back up. RB, however, able to find two. Blindly through that Lear. Now Buzz getting another. Push under the corner. Forsaken, however, already inching up. Buzz just trying to keep that spike protected, but has to pull away. Stacks
Nicely done.
Reinforces, and now Jing alone with
it.
RB had 2 kills on the attack side as Raze. Lord almighty.
Aggress, but RB calm as always, able to come through in those big moments. We've seen it so many times from him. For DRX, the versatility continues. So many agents that he's played.
Bulldogs across the board, so anything lost here?
Yeah, I mean, Mako was freakish.
Obviously, the round win is just so very important. Flash in, Mako good for one. Stacks swinging out.
DRX.
Judge a hot take? Oh, shit. Okay. Civi. Given that Brim doesn't have a rechargeable ability, I think they should make his stim his signature and allow it to recharge after getting 2 kills. Since you basically become a duelist once you've used your smokes. That would be so useless. You get 2 kills and then you're able to use a stim beacon again? What? What? I mean... Why?
Given the loss, it's going to be 2 stingers here for Stacks and Mako. Boombot, he wants to get this showstopper in hand. Now has it. Could be a massive tool in trying to convert this into a win.
Pretty goated. I mean, who's using... I mean, I think it'd be fine, but I don't think it would really change Brim very much.
Nails the headshot. Back over.
Maybe it'd make it a bit more fun to play Brimstone if you were constantly zooming around.
Pulls back away.
He used to have 2 stimmies.
And Forsaken says, well, you didn't get across. You didn't get out of the sight.
I mean, Forsaken doesn't... Oh, bro. Forsaken makes a footstep dropping out of bind, which you don't even need to do anymore, and Stacks still doesn't look in his direction.
And as Stacks looks to gain some information, all he gains is some
Stim Beacon should heal a bit, in my opinion. You want it to be the healing beacon from Soldier 76. You actually want Brimstone to be old man who runs quick and heals people. That's already been taken. That's already trademarked.
And pays the price for it. Now, this round, with Buzz and the operator, could be the beginning of the end, or will it be the beginning of a comeback for DRX?
Decent damage across. Stacks, though, as well, suffering heavily. It's another bite into Garden. Just try to stave them off. All flashes used from Stacks is...
Only one through the teleporter, and it's the player with the spike. That's one of the most dangerous plays I've seen. I mean, it's pretty common for the Showers player to push out of Showers against a team that doesn't have any trips off B pressure, and Forsaken's just decided, I'm going to take the teleporter on my own with the spike. He might have just died there to Buzz, or Arby, or whoever was pushing Showers, and that would have been absolute chaos in the round from then on. Smoke players with a signature that's not a smoke is troll. Yeah, what about if you get like 2 assists in a round? You get a smoke back. Like if you get 2 kills through a smoke, you get another smoke. Oh, what a shot. Nice play from Zest in a desperate situation, but I don't think this is going to be a winnable round. Mako's trying. Oh, you already said that, Cavalry. Wow, we're on the same page here. We're on the same page.
Flash in, he's completely blinded. Forsaken finds the kill, and Buzz desperate. TP's away.
Good movement.
Jumping. They're just in the zone, and it's gonna take the best. They're just.
I mean, Zest going for the hero here to couple in with the operator, which is situated and pushing out over at B long, but everybody right now from Paper X is rushing forward here into A. Mako trying to get up into the poison smoke, cannot do so. Something pushing out.
They've given Zest a hero rifle.
Out over at B long, but everybody right now from Paper X is rushing forward here into A. Mako trying to get up into the poison smoke, cannot do so. Something just breaks it open.
Well, that ain't gonna work, is it?
From Paper X is rushing forward here into A. Mako trying to get up into the poison smoke, cannot do so. Something just breaks it open. Jing over the top, takes down Zest. Point.
20 and 11. Devi having a just.
Didn't this map end up being fairly close in the end? Or not fairly close, but like,
Good start to this map.
you know, it looked close. It was like 13-9 or something.
Just absolutely brilliant.
Oh, it was 13-6. Okay, no, not close then.
The fortitude to come through here after losing such a difficult one on Ascent. Let's see if they can get it done. The hit is on.
Villiers through, Mako here within the tube. Jing jumping forward, looks to make the challenge. Will lose out on the first one, something however claims another, push into the corner. Forsaken will be found as Stax finds 2 kills. Flash up over the top.
Themselves yet. It's been an incredible day. You got to tip your cap to both teams. The way that they've been playing has just been incredible. What a finals. What a way to showcase what these teams are capable of. Not just these two, but T1 yesterday as well. To showcase for Masters Tokyo what the hometown teams will look like coming into there. And you better believe that people are looking at them and thinking, oh boy, these guys definitely can play, especially the Paper Rex.
RB forced back, but taken down as he was
them and thinking, oh boy, these guys definitely can play, especially the Paper Rex.
So they reckoning. They've done this high tide now twice. This high tide that goes from top short here and then takes a right hand turn. So it just blocks off showers. They just are like, fuck it, we don't care about showers. We're doing a full 5-person down short exec. So it's like you have the smoke here, but then you also have the smoke here, so you can even play backside and not have to worry about showers. Huh. Hello. Play.
Back, but taken down as he was trying to just blast back away. Something just does not want to give them any room to work with.
And then they go for a late showers reflank anyway. Cool idea.
The flash from Stax not receiving anything. Zest gone, and it feels like Jing on the aggro push. The Empress now popped.
Not ready yet. Spike planted.
The flash from Stax not receiving anything. Zest gone, and it feels like this could just be it. The orbital strike is available. Mind Freak drops down the smoke. The heal comes in. Forsaken will have him.
All right, good game. Yeah.
Surely, that is it.
That Paper X Bicom looks really fun. I'm intrigued to see how this matches up against the other teams. I think it's much more difficult to counter Paper X in this meta where you can't play like Chamber as easily and just keep permanent flank watch going. The teams that play Cypher might be the best to match up against Paper X. Like the Cypher Brim comps might be the best stylistically to match up against what Paper X are doing. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch. Okay. All right. We're going to crack on with some EMEA VODs. It's EMEA time, guys. I'm going to go and get some water, and then I've narrowed down the EMEA VODs. So we have 6 hours, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 maps to get through. 10 maps in 6 hours, and I need to take a break at some point. So I don't know whether that's going to be possible, but we'll try. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to be back in a sec. Okay, so this is the only game where we really get a sense of like what Na'Vi are up to, apart from the Yoru stuff that they've been playing. So, yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they're doing on Pearl.
With not playing the Viper and how you have to approach this.
So let's have a look. What the hell are Na'Vi cooking here? Na'Vi have been cooking some unusual stuff. Where's my Na'Vi notes? Down here. Yeah, they've been cooking some unusual stuff, so... Wait, is this just going to be the same stuff they played at Lock-In?
Kind of questions with the performance he put up individually.
Is this the same comp they played at Lock-In, actually? Let's have a look. Natus Vincere. Doodly-doo. Pearl. At Lock-In. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Maybe I don't need to watch this as much then. But...
Well, won't be the first time we've asked a lot of CNED. Probably won't be the last. But on the other side of...
You know what? I'm in a crunch today, so I'm going to save this VOD until another time. It'll just help us take some time off the clock. Alright, let's go to Team Liquid Fnatic. This is the upper finals. So, let me just get my notes together. Where are my Liquid notes? There they are. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Okay. Alright, let's have a look.
We're going to be joining these teams down on the server as the barriers go up on Lotus. The first map in this BO3, Team Liquid on the defensive side, and they are stacked up. Look at the C side.
Okay, so I watched these teams play before. Liquid played against Fnatic, and I watched Team Liquid play on Lotus. Wait, I can't remember whether they actually played against each other or what, but I was watching Team Liquid on Lotus anyway. And Soulcast didn't use a C's the entire map. So I know that his fade isn't that shit. I've seen him play fade pretty reasonably on Bind, for example. But just as a fun little thing, keep track of whether they combine any C's with any utility. Surely they do at some point. Surely they're getting better at this map, right?
But Fnatic haven't gone there early. I saw the spike outside of it and thought they could fall in the trap.
Interesting, because a lot of teams on this map in particular will pick to start on that attacking side. So I wonder if there is some sort of plan here for Liquid, because even, as you said, this is no longer their map choice. They've
got a trap play set up over by Mound with the Paranoia.
Allowing Fnatic what is by far their better side.
Soulcast Jiggle peeking.
Holding the map control. Now they look to take.
This is the first time Liquid uses this comp on Lotus, by the way. Previously, they tried to play Lotus without the Killjoy. Yeah, they had Yampy on Breach, yeah.
Stun. Wall up. We've got some info coming courtesy of Solkas, the Prowler, excuse me, finding out one as they seek control of this A site. Prowler in towards the...
Also, Fnatic only uses this wall on their pistol round. They don't use it at any other time. I'm not sure why.
Fully cleared, nade back site. That's a ton of control. And I think Liquid, wise to be playing offside on this one. They had to run...
I'm sure there's a reason, but I can't figure it out.
Plenty of bodies coming. As well, you've lost all your control for Fnatic of your backlines with your Killjoy. The turret's being removed. So there is a gap here for Yumpy. Just depends if Boaster's still going to be watching it when he gets around that corner.
It did take Fnatic quite a long time to sort of pick their spot of where they're going to be planting. So a lot of these players from Liquid have been given the opportunity to rotate. Chronicle up close, ready and waiting, Paranoid up, and actually, he's going to be cleared. Good start from Rengar, but the trades are immediate.
Big from Durka. If Durka dies there, it becomes very difficult for his team to defend the plant. But Durka's Durka.
It's been very good start one. Good eye up.
Under's caught off guard by Chronicle spot for Fnatic.
Well within
turret to keep it active, so it's being diffused once it's tapped, and that's when safe will...
Okay, gotta watch the eco round again. Ha ha!
Is the one that's sort of high up on the orb count at the moment. You don't want them getting a showstopper.
This bite definitely has some teeth to it, and there's the first bite for Soulcast. Already dropping one. Alpha Yair down. They're still moving towards this A site, though. They're going to take the control back and look to fight them. I don't know if they're aware of quite how many players are waiting here for this play. Nat snuck up close, but he's caught off guard by Chronicle spot. Now following up should be difficult. 2 solid kills. Damage done, 31 and 50 HP. I would say Liquid now have the advantage. The only thing that goes well for Fnatic is they still have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Time ticking though as well.
I like that camera angle.
Look at the rotation.
Nice from the observers.
Being called as they will head in.
Damage done is already fantastic for this defensive side, but a serious chance to close this out. I mean, obviously there is a turret, but there's nobody to man that turret to keep it active, so they're flanked wide open.
Oh my god.
Dirk is already down. Boaster left in a tough position.
The pistol aim here in this round has been crazy. Every ghost shot is magnetized to the head of a Fnatic player. Pretty huge.
I think it's this format. Winning this event could make a difference.
EMEA production simply clears. Yeah, the EMEA observers and replays are both fantastic. The only problem with the EMEA production is just that they've had tech pauses like every day, and it's criminally.
Starting off strong, of course. This is where the rifles come back in for Fnatic.
It's brutal to try and watch the EMEA broadcast live because they have a huge amount of tech pauses and they're not ready for them. Like, they don't run enough interesting content to make up for it. But once you get into game, EMEA is hands down the best. It's not close in my opinion.
Maybe it's even conditioning early round, early half, that you want them to think and burn up a lot of utility because they think there's a player there. And eventually, you do put someone there when they stop thinking about it. Already, you can see that they've cleared the wall close, and they're starting to gain the space. Preference is most definitely towards this site. The wall
okay. They're just looking for a bit of info there, and they almost bit off more than they could chew. Hey, love. Yeah, green fingers.
A little bit less deadly, post-plant seeming inevitable, but they're trying to hold
right,
a lot
okay.
of space on this Liquid side, and this flank coming through once
Yep.
again. Yumpy finding a big kill initially.
Okay, awesome. Love you. Thank you very much for helping me do that.
To the lurk. Now this retake looking pretty rough. Redguard trying a few TikTok plays here and there, and
I don't get the word hands down. Hands down just, I don't really understand where the saying comes from, but it just means like, what does it mean? Like easily? Just like completely? Something like that. Definitively? I guess all of these are kind of synonyms for it. Sorry, let me rewind because I got distracted there. So, Fnatic looked like they were completely in control.
Redguard trying a few TikTok plays here and there, and it has garnered a little bit of extra space through a second.
Right, and then it gets put down into a 2v2.
Actually got the cover. Look, you can try to spam him off it, but if you walk through that smoke, Redguard's going to be there. Never mind. Being taken out of this one, they know that's not being diffused. Final players spraying away. Good kill for safe. Nade as well. This is so winnable. He taps it.
Boaster's got a good angle on it though.
He's still diffusing, but he'll win the duel.
Yeah. That was pretty close though. That was really close for a 2v4.
First couple of rounds, even with their sort of site executes the norm, and
The origin of the idiom hands down is found in horse racing history and dates back to the middle of the 19th century. When a horse was so far ahead of the rest that a win was assured, the jockey would loosen his grip on the reins and drop his hands as his horse approached the finish line, so the horse would win hands down. Ah, that sounds like the kind of thing that's bullshit, but also could absolutely be true, yeah. When it comes to etymology of idioms, I think the rule of cool is good. Like, if the etymology, if the provenance is a little ambiguous or unknown, I tend to believe, or choose to believe, the coolest origin story of any phrase, word, whatever.
That's the one thing I'll give it credit for. The plant denial on that C site with everything being made of paper definitely helps quite a bit.
It definitely is good for that, Tom, but there's 3 players on C. That's definitely not the usual way you'll play it. And Killjoy utility, you know? Typically, I'm expecting to see that
they're leaving A very weak with only Soulcast over here, because Soulcast also can't get that much great information, and he can't really anchor the A site that well, compared to the Omen being there, for example.
Late on, it's going to be just Nats here. Jump spotting. Seen one, time to fall back, And this is where, again, I expect him to play in the spawn and look for the spam.
But he's using both of his prowlers to get info at 40 seconds.
This is going to have to be a
Seems reasonable.
Taking his time. Trying to destroy some of the utility.
Alright, they're playing offsite on C. Yampi's going to try and walk his way back in. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a play. Oh my god, what a play. Oh my god. That's off the back of Nat's orb. Okay, look at this setup. Okay, so Nats has put his orb in this corner, and this orb is going to apply serious decay damage to anyone who tries to plant in this spot, but it also allows Yampi, if he hugs the side, to walk underneath the orb, and it completely covers him. That's such a ratty, sick play.
Trying to destroy some of the utility. They failed to do so, at least initially, but they will manage to bypass it. Now he can still, that's the thing, he can still play that denial a little bit further forward, and instead Yumpy's using his utility to just push up behind him. Hasn't been spotted at all. Waits to make sure that he can get a couple, and even the aggression forward has failed. Yumpy has just taken over this round completely, and while Chronicle is far too far away.
10 seconds left.
That is just amazing. A Redgar should clean this one up. What an unusual position for him to be in. That is gorgeous, because you see on the way into that site, Fnatic they're trying to add up all the numbers. They're trying to see what is the idea here from Liquid. How are they defending it? And they know that there's some piece of utility or an Odin or something like that that's being held. They go up, and their sole focus is on tapping the spike and reacting to whatever happens. Unfortunately, you can't react to a guy behind you putting two in your head.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
I like the fact
Great
that
play.
he's utilizing Nats' poison orb as well. Like just using that to find a low angle, he can avoid any utility that's used. There's not going to be any information there. Prowler not going to catch him, and because of that, he finds that extra little bit of space.
All right, Nats. He's using the fake smoke, their fake smoke, sitting inside it, and then just holding the angle in the open afterwards. That's not a bad idea. This is where things can get nasty, though. The spray through the wall, a little bit late.
Nat's just picking up Fnatic's Odin usage.
Why is he not doing that?
Yeah, so when you're on mound, you might be a little open. You see,
a little open.
My teammate wasn't covering for me like Redgar. If I had Redgar, I'd be on mound spraying. But, you know, that wasn't the case when I had a Sheriff.
No.
And you shot me in the
Yeah, look how Fnatic uses.
Well, Boaster.
Or Poster, yeah, that's goddamn right. Alpha down right away in this round.
Look how Fnatic uses this A Viper wall every round, apart from the pistol. I really don't understand it. There's something I'm missing, but I don't get it. I don't get what it is. Anyway, sorry, let's focus on what's happening in the round. Alright, so they're on an eco here. Actually, let's not focus on what's going on in the round. Comes down to a 2v2.
Both players have just run off without it. Still on the a bit happier. And for now, defender lockdown is gonna almost.
Has anyone been keeping track of how often Soulcasters use C's, by the way?
Without it, still on the ground behind them. I guess just trying to do as much damage as humanly possible. Redgar is just waiting on the corner.
Someone needs to keep track. I think it's been 0 so far.
The smoke is going to shroud just enough time for them to get this plant.
But I could be wrong.
Perfect. Okay, the spray does a little bit of damage, forces the reposition on a wall. Well, if they're going to win around past that, I think this is probably where they want to do it.
Why so? Why this one in particular?
They got a few ultimates
just
online.
A few?
So they're also using this wall, which I think is an old Fnatic wall, isn't it? Fnatic now use this wall, which I think Na'Vi started, but this is what Nats is going for. He's also still putting his orb in this corner by the look of things.
There, Tom. Yeah, I think about 5.
Oh,
so
okay.
Things are looking good, but at the same time, on the other side,
huge ultimates for Fnatic.
Could be coming to take you in the form of the Nightfall.
Redgar opping. Okay, so how are they dismantling this C mount take from Fnatic?
Oh, okay.
Things are looking good, but at the same time, on the other side, you've got
So they know that there's going to be a pullback star with the... Right. So Nats is pre-aiming...
A few ultimates online there, Tom. Yeah, I think about 5.
Oh,
so
okay.
Things are looking good, but at the same time, on the other side, you've got a Nightmare that could be...
Nats is pre-aiming one of the Haunt positions. The Haunt is actually landing above them here, but Nats is pre-aiming the Haunt in case it lands on top of that box. And then they're sitting inside Booster's pullback smoke.
coming to take it in the form of the Nightfall. And a showstopper for Say. Certainly no.
They got 4 ults now.
No Cosmic Divide. Not anymore. Nice shot, Durka. A brave challenge onto Redgar.
Very anti-stratty. Very anti-stratty.
One thing at least has stuck over from the old Liquid roster, and that's an Omen operator. Did find in the open. The thing that's the problem is you're talking about a Viper's Pit and a lockdown available for Fnatic. They have unbelievable amounts of delay potential, and sure, a Nightfall of their own could be fairly impactful here. They may not even need it.
Who wins between Safe and Durka?
He could end this round on his own.
Who pops showstopper first?
That Viper's Pit touched the spike, literally just locking out their opponents. And look, Durka, he should have a chance here. Halfway already.
This is not great for Durka.
That's too shallow.
It's very difficult for him to get any value, and now Safe has a free ult back in. That's big, though. That is big. Okay. Now Safe with his ult. I don't think he even uses it anymore now. Oh my god, Durka. Dude, how is Durka so good? How does he take such difficult situations and turn them into magic?
Really does just completely deny all of their retake.
I'm going to be watching the grand finals as well, Ocean.
That bit was just Durka.
That's the difference, man. Some raises will need that showstopper to get the kill. You know, grab the easy one, pump up the stat. He's comfortable. Those duels,
can we get
anything? 8th round about to kick off here. Fnatic just called that timeout.
So now Redgar's upping towards B on his own.
To discuss how they want to handle it, and their ideas seem to be centered around B. A lot of players here, no control over C, and a turret left to watch A long push. Yeah, player there as well, Alpha almost wants to catch them pushing, like they'll see the turret, they'll think they've got the space, and then he'll punish. This is where Team Liquid push up, take A main control. Solkis now on the wall, and he's got one, but where's the fadeaway? How does he cross back? He'll be spotted on the way, and he'll take a second. He's done more.
Huge from Solkas.
You talk about the fadeaway, but 2 kills, 1 death. He's allowed for rotations to come in from his teammates. He's done an impeccable job of just holding down this side of the map. They've also got the broken door locked down.
It feels like
really many places for Fnatic to go without.
It feels like Fnatic are losing a lot more duels against players they normally roll over. Like, they normally just roll over Solkas and Redgar, I feel. But
could be another man advantage.
Redgar and Solkas both playing fairly hot. How many seasons has Solkas used? I think this is still the one that he bought in like round 3.
Could be another man advantage.
Might just be spreading misinformation on the internet, however. Solkas and Redgar both have insane aim, mate. Yeah. Okay. When they're on, they're on. When they're off, they look dreadful.
Shorty, you can't expect that kind of play. A kill from Redgar leaves just 1 man, and he's so far away. He can never stop this
Ooh. They're on today, though.
That's an easy win for Fnatic. Instead, though, Redgar isolates them, and well, 5 rounds already. As said, like I expected a big attacking half from Fnatic. Right now, well, the most they can get is 7.
So now they're throwing the haunt like inside where the players would be playing. So they are adapting their C setup. I don't think they realize that Redgar's right there.
This is gonna come down to timing. What corner's gonna be checked? The shot's missed.
Here's a shorty, bro.
No way.
It's a strange fight, to say the least. You might be wondering why Boaster's spraying the floor, worried about Killjoy utility.
The Redgar op is absolutely bizarre.
To make that spray play, unfortunately, he's back down to a Phantom.
And now he's going for the TP play behind them. I mean, Alfie has heard it. There's no way Redgar should get anything here. Yeah.
An easy kill in the end, and that removes one
another Redgar classic.
Still coming from the same angle, it's going to be much more problematic.
We had a good smoke down a moment ago to keep them back, allow the plant. And now it's all about denying that defuse. They've got the angle, 2 players on Mount as well.
Oh, thank you, love.
They're really hot.
Okay, thank you. Is that you? Do you have as many as I do?
Yeah, I just made a bag for each of us because I didn't have breakfast, and neither did you.
Yeah.
We had juice.
True.
So this is most of our food.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Solkas sees alert. Oh, yep, true.
We had a good smoke down a moment ago to keep them back, allow the plant.
Yep, there it is. There's the C's. And it's getting value too.
Well, Durka up close.
Okay, Durka's just ridiculous.
Nano off. And so too are the players of Team
That could have been an opening back in. So yeah, I think that was the first Soulcast Seas that he's used across 2 maps of Lotus.
Now I think the red, like, it's actually disgusting.
Well, yeah, I mean,
And now he doesn't even have it. He doesn't have any utility for this round. He's decided to go for the hero rifle instead.
I think you play against him once or twice. I know, just once. You play against
This
him
should
once,
just be
you're like, wow,
simple, except Fnatic are walking into 4 players over towards B and C. Looks like Rhaegar might be set up to do some kind of like paranoia play here. But he's got to be worried about being backstabbed a little. Yeah, so he's watching towards B. Yeah, I'm going to try and do a re-clear. Rhaegar has to back off. They go back towards C. Yampy dies. This should be clean. 3v4 retake should be quite difficult. I really like this orb. I think Nat's orb here is super good. Let's think about it. Where do the defending Vipers normally put their orb? Sometimes the defending Vipers are going to put their orb at the front of C. I think this gets more value. I think teams are normally good enough to be able to get through that anyway at the C side, so I think this is a bit better.
Lotus Nats tries to fill his boost. There's 2, but a snake bite behind him will catch him off guard. Just 2 health left, and that was more than enough.
Is those late clears, like making sure that no one has managed to get into the position. You could just see, if you watch the rotation, it's just making you genuinely thought they were going to third
about Fnatic. You cannot get 11.
But that was also where.
So Soulcast hasn't bought a Seize again. Rhaegar doesn't have paranoia because he's bought an operator. Okay. Rhaegar's glass cannon operator, no paranoia this round.
The 6, well, obviously 5 of those.
They are really committed to this op strat.
It is.
And it's working. He's just doing the same shit again. He's just hiding inside Boaster's pullback and getting the line immediately.
For now, at least, Fnatic are going to have to try.
Fnatic are really struggling against this. It's not something that Liquid are going to be able to do against other teams, but in terms of an anti-strat against Fnatic, it's working really well.
Yeah, tracers are not great. That's maybe put a silencer on it first. Already trades in for Yumpy. B-side under threat. There's the Viper's pin. Waiting for that to come through.
Love that Prowler to push somebody back, let them get the plant off, and let them get the pit off. Double baby door though. Oh, and the counter pit. Interesting idea from Nats. This is just going to be chaos. How many people have shorties? The Team Liquid players don't have shorties because they didn't have any money to buy them. Nats and Safe might do, but I don't think the others do. Everyone's so weak. I mean, this is just... Who knows who wins this round? Yeah, oh, Nats does have one. He doesn't have time!
I think he has it just
Yeah, that is a ridiculous round. I mean, anytime you have pits on top of each other, you're going to get a silly round, but that is like the silly of silly rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just ridiculous.
Nats gets caught on the spam. Fnatic really pushing towards A fast here. And they barrel him over. That nade should be good. Yeah. I like this adaptation from Fnatic. Like, they've struggled so much with their attempt to go towards C early on. So they just take rubble control instead. It took them a while to get the read that A is weak with this Team Liquid setup, but yeah, it's they've got it now.
Just ridiculous. Around 1
Chronicle that he manages to take.
Am I missing something? Where's the Astra? Oh my god, they pulled. Dude, I didn't even realize. Look at this Boaster pull. We kind of don't see it because the observers go into the game late. But look, at the beginning of the round, Boaster puts down a star here. And this turns into a pull. They have a haunt that goes up into this corner, and they pull and they spam.
Of course, it takes a second for the pit to fall as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And Nats gets caught in it. He gets caught in the pull.
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous. Around one.
Nice play. Boaster's Astra on this map is so good.
For Fnatic, Team Liquid. A scrap to find this final, but Solkas was pushed back by every piece of utility they have in their arsenal.
Yeah, love that. Love that by Fnatic. Really good round. All right, and into the halftime, 7-5 half. A very good anti-stratting by Liquid that's been extremely effective, but Fnatic have also dealt with it quite well. I mean, Liquid haven't actually showcased anything apart from Nat's Viper Orb being on C that I think is going to be replicable against other teams that much, but they did a lot of weird shit like the Redgar Op. The Redgar Op, I think, is specific against Boaster playing Astra on this map, which no one else does, so not really that replicable.
It's a completely different question. I think Boaster's been very willing on this Astra to be the last man in, to be watching the back a lot of the time. He's also willing to be the first man in, but when it comes to playing against someone like Nats, I think he, alongside that utility from Alpha, are going to play a huge role in just keeping him boxed in. For now, Nats hasn't been thrown out as a satellite. Instead, he's with the squad, looking to move their way towards this A site. A deep orb thrown through. This will block off all vision for Durka. Prowler actually, I don't think, caught them there. The wall was blocking vision anyway, so they know that these players are coming either way, though. That information found, and Durka straight through the orb. It's not a wall.
Wow.
He can walk right through it and take the kills, two already. And he's faded back.
Durka and Leo look
online,
spectacular in these
Still
situations.
need to pick that spike up and get it back
Contrasting the way that
activated.
Solkas and Safe defend this site when they're together, and the way that Durka and Leo just did. Like, Durka's so much bolder and more confident in his read on the timing there to just go through the smoke, and it helps Leo because it pulls the pressure out of the back of it, and then Leo also gets one while he's in backside. Dude, Durka's just insane. He's just insane. He's just insane.
One up by the other team. In fact, in this map, we already saw it. So Team Liquid won't be down and out of it just yet. And as we said in the previous time we saw a very similar buy, there are some teeth. Maybe still, you'll cover that. The IGL Boaster.
Wait, what the fuck has gone on again? They won the pistol both times and lost the follow-up. Both times?
Is that something we've been Fnatic twice? Be very impressed. Like, I think maybe another match is okay. Again, it's just the ghosts.
Not enough respect on the ghosts.
Because we always talk about the shorty, but a chance for almost getting both kills. Yeah, he collapsed him. Unfortunately, the Astra not quite as strong as the operator.
Team Liquid are landing every ghost headshot.
Well, maybe gets a little bit greedy himself. He's now fallen.
Still, you'll take it. As long as they don't lose anybody else in this round, they can still be relatively happy.
I think they've already lost it. They've already lost a Bulldog.
They have, but they could recover that. It should be brought to them later on. Nice shot, Leo down, and so is Chronicle.
Oh my god.
Again. It's all left on in the IGL.
Liquid are firing today.
They shine. Was there?
The other side still under things, completely in the mud. Economic, but it worked. Or you just
deny it. Finds a bit of
don't think ultimates coming
okay,
online.
let's get into the rifle rounds.
You've also got the showstopper close for Safe and online for Durga. Really does show how much he's sort of fragging in this map, and he is pushing up. He is looking to battle and brawl, takes control pretty much on his lonesome. But on the other side, Nightfall showstopper could be a terrifying combination if they throw it in to one of the sides.
The benefit here is huge. So Leo already got an orb, managed to sneak up close. So now he's making a lot of noise. Jumping around,
that's good awareness from Yampi to run away there.
If they see him there, they shouldn't expect Durka to be up close. But now there's no contact. They've waited their 30 seconds. They've seen nothing, and no, Durka's gone. The showstopper.
Great read by Nats.
Loose. The C's is kept safe back. He can't claim the space
good shot.
He wants, but he might be on for a kill. No. A little too shallow. Leo stuck around. This is a very brave move. Ambitious.
Yeah, this is... Leo's just kind of stuck here, so he's trying to make something happen. Normally expect Leo to go 1-for-1 in that spot, but
There was a wall.
Yeah, he was stuck. Once Durka dies.
There, and he maybe turns the round on his head. Utility going to be mostly destroyed by the nanoswarms, but it's still.
I like this pivot into B. Seems sensible to me. Reasonable trading. Now they're in a 4v2. Should be an easy cleanup. No, it's just a save. Alright, 8-8. Fnatic putting a lot of emphasis in controlling A rubble early. That hasn't really been the problem. Team Liquid have been punishing them for over-pushing, if anything.
There you go. Hey, I'm all right with that conclusion. Backside.
Oh, great nanoswarm timing there from Alpha, yeah, right as the blast pack was about to come through from safe.
Utility falls on you a lot of the time, and there's the paranoia. There goes the C's up behind, forced into the open, and he is down.
He is getting rinsed. I mean, if you try and hard anchor like that, it is really difficult. Soulcast used the C's, chat. Soulcast used the C's.
Hey, I'm all right with that conclusion. Backside. Tough to play here. Utility falls on you a lot of the time, and there's the power.
Look, he used the C's.
There goes the C's up behind, forced into the open, and he is down and out of the round. Chronicle
was there to support
him, but now he's falling back, and Nade right on his feet, and the shells will get him. Boaster, the next line of defense, Odin in hand, good for one. The spray's coming through, but he swung on, and Nats will punish. The smoke not down in time, and what a Durka. He's trying 16 HP. Oh, there falls once again. Decent. See what.
Is seeing them stack up on that A side of the map, looking like they're going to properly battle for this a little bit earlier on. But in the meantime, Liquid are currently leading their way straight towards the C side. Now this might just be some early orb control, potentially going to look to get the Viper's Pit, maybe the lockdown of their own. But instead, they're actually just playing contact.
Wow.
Look at a walk through. They know there's been an Odin here, and instead,
hello.
Pressure. Boaster just has to retreat.
Good work from Boaster.
He's not too upset about that, but losing Chronicle.
Safe's way further ahead than Chronicle's expecting.
He is seized up, spraying back and getting Redgar. A good kill for Boaster, but he won't be able to deny that.
I don't think there's really any reason for Redgar to do that, but he doesn't expect to get punished for it too much either. So they don't control Waterfall. They need to use the Boombot there. Nice. Good lockdown. Good lockdown from Yampi. Alright. Still very winnable for Team Liquid, though, with 3 alive.
I don't know if it's going to work out. So they have to retreat all the way back, buying a lot of time, but also removing a lot of the danger of that Cosmic Divide, which will now look to fade as they get slowly.
Well played, Liquid. Well played. That's a really nice idea on the round. Throwing a contact play in on C there, lovely idea.
10-8 right now. Team Liquid upsetting my pick'ems, that's for damn sure.
Oh, mine are messed up.
Yeah, they're already. It's in the bin. You might as well get someone else through to the final for it. But it's a good sign, seeing the rest of EMEA catch up on Fnatic as well. There was a time where that wasn't possible when its man, Alpha Yair, would just tear your team around to the second, and this will be very difficult to...
Dude, the amount of thrifties in this game is ridiculous.
The utility that's been going through.
How does Redgar die?
Forcing Fnatic to play a sort of retake setup, not really being able to hold any level of control because of all the utility that's been going.
Boaster hits a really nice shot. I mean, I think Redgar could have TP'd in there into the corner as somebody else pushed through the smoke, but you don't expect to get destroyed like that by Boaster.
He's too late to turn around when he makes it around the corner. I like the attempt.
Leo's got a wallbang angle there. Where does that even go?
Inside the Viper's Pit, and this will be very difficult to
oh,
back into.
That's so unlucky.
Only dropped one. The spray is good on the box. Boaster getting tagged up a little more. Durka one. Nats is falling. Pit is down, and Yumpy.
Bruh. I guess that's a bit of karma for Team Liquid winning the round 2 and round 14, but also, man, it feels bad to see these teams losing these anti-ecos.
Fnatic players can just turn up on this sort of level. Round difference now, just one once again, and spam through almost a taste of their own medicine here.
Oh, it was a little. Durka ended up tagged pretty heavily. Safe's gonna fire. He's gone.
Difference now, just one once again, and spam through almost a taste of their own medicine.
Safe is marked. Safe is vulnerable. They know he's there. He's super weak. He's got a nade at his feet. Like, he's about to die to the fucking nade. And he still manages to get up and out and use the rocket's momentum to blast him away from the nade as well. Holy shit. How does he turn that situation in his favor? Now, the other players behind Durka still make sure that Fnatic win the trade, but that was impressive that Safe managed to get one out of that.
Yeah, of course. He's trying to spray it quickly because that should be their point of contact if they were going to kill him. It makes sense. It just looks quite funny.
And Boaster's pushed up all the way deep in Mound off the back of this.
Man advantage. Viper's hit to recover.
As well.
Yeah, and great information. This does seem like maybe they get a plant, but the post plant will be an incredibly tough battle for this squad.
Just wait to see what Alpha does. Because a lot of the time, the things that this guy will do, the risk...
Boaster's got a nasty lurk here.
Not this time. Waiting for the rotation to come through for the rest of the team. They're also
Ooh.
flanking in. Nats has at least spotted...
I mean, Boaster just staying alive right now. He can tell the rest of his team to start the retake. Oh, and he gets the kill on Nats anyway. This should be simple.
Might be able to catch them off guard. A side angle for one. Stop.
They're not looking towards Baby Door at all.
Grabbing a nade as well. With 12 HP, that's probably his best bet here. Again, it's going to be tapped. Again,
They know where the last player is.
Official start. Chronicle just going to throw up a Viper's Pit.
Not even doing that off any info. Just literally doing it at the start of the round. And this time they decide not to fight for this area. They don't even invest Leo's Haunt. Leo has full Fade utility still. Oh, Boaster's just playing this.
Pretty important up against this squad. Boaster, you are making me a very happy man. I hope you know that. He's so close to getting safe as well. He looks to the corner. Oh, it's just to the left and he doesn't know.
That does remind me of yours, actually. It got 0 damage.
All right, Tom, that was uncalled for. There was no need for that.
Chronicle's got down. I don't know if that...
And he doesn't know.
How on earth does Chronicle die?
Me of yours, actually. It got 0 damage.
All right, Tom, that was uncalled for.
What the fuck is that? Rehgar opens the door and Yampi blind spams through into the pit and Chronicle just happens to be holding in the exact place to get spammed. That is so unlucky.
There was no need for that.
Chronicle's got down. I don't know if that was just a raw spam into the smoke that came out. That was Yumpy from B. That was Yumpy from B that got the... That's such a weird... I need to see that on a replay. I don't know how he's just managed to take out Chronicle, but whatever he did, definitely problematic. Not quite onto the plant either. And while the push through from Safe is going to drop Boaster, I think, again, this might just have to be a position where they save him, right? That was Yumpy from B. That was Yumpy from B that got the...
Yeah, this round, unfortunate from Fnatic. When Chronicle dies,
No, it's okay.
it creates
They're getting away with it.
a big gap, and they have the lockdown for B.
The door was opened by a teammate. He just spams through, kills a Viper's Pit player, and just completely ruins the round for Fnatic. I don't know
Durka's gonna
why
op here.
that was something that happened, but it did.
Oh, up top, hello! What an attempt, did he...
Oh my god, that is such a good showstopper. That lands exactly on top of Rubble.
Down! Safe out of this
Durka's a Quake player.
Showstopper. I'm not sure that's how they intended to use it, but that'll work. It's actually quite rare to even get the kill on the guy up there. Like, so often it's going to go past him and hit the wall behind, but that was pinpoint accurate.
Durka doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't.
Durka
He doesn't. Heat seek and missile, dude.
He's the anti-online as they do look to move towards this A site. But look at the Fnatic rotation. Already, 3 players starting to circle the site. But with pressure being thrown in towards the broken door, it starts to call...
Difficult situation for Fnatic right now. Team Liquid have broken their Killjoy utility. They control like this A pivot area. Door could get opened, and then Leo's in a tough spot where Chronicle has to try and help. One of the advantages, though, of playing against and with these kind of compositions, you don't have to worry about a flash through a smoke like this. Good snake bite from Chronicle.
Push players out of position, but Fnatic had this on lockdown. 2 players on site.
Alfia is very ready for that stairs push.
Seems like for Team Liquid, turning tail is the only solution, but there's 15 seconds left. They've got to go. It's now or never.
Nice snake bite. I like that from Nats, but Boaster just sprays down 2 from heaven.
Good night and
good defense from Fnatic.
Certainly hasn't even needed this weapon. It's just been taking duel after duel with the rifles. Now the big boy's in his hands. We'll see what he gets done. He's going ambitious. Out through the door, looking for the peak. He's swinging in with an operator, and they never expected it.
That is just Durka changing things up massively.
Already gone. And again, it's just allowing for some earlier rotations.
They didn't see Durka's operator because it was over towards C in the previous round. Also, Boaster's Odin really good for defending this site.
Any form of post plant, Soulcast is looking to almost fight for this. And actually, they're going to try and take towards the spawn, I reckon. He's got his Nightfall ready to
Safe got caught by the C's.
Try and deny some of that space, try and get these players out of position. The Odin spraying away for damage. The trades coming in from Alpha.
Wow, yeah, lovely from Fnatic.
You say, hey, they were better. We messed up. We know why we lost. You lose 13-11, you're losing sleep tonight, as well as the map. Boaster smoked off, but he gets the info. The jump spot is solid. He knows these players are closing in the distance. He's going to be fighting for that orb control again. I imagine we're not going to see them follow. Well, actually, the A and B players are shifting over. The spike's being picked up. Maybe they are going to blitz C.
As I said, it's definitely looked like their biggest strength so far is their fights towards the C site, or even if that fails, falling back to B. I think their A site takes have been a little rough. Double operator for the defensive side as well. You can see Alpha pushed up, and it means that again they can start gambling those rotations back over to the C side already.
I think Boaster's going to get contact walked on if he keeps playing this spot.
They're going to start taking these risks.
But he does have Leo to play with now.
Towards that connector, but they've got to deal with Boaster planting. Without him dying is a problem, and the
Boaster just gets peeked. But they still have two players towards Waterfall. Okay, so they take a Prowler and Safe pushing into spawn. That changes things. That gives them a very different look.
Close to the doorway at least.
Aggression this time works out. They're going to take that man advantage, and well, no one can stop the plant for now.
Oh, that should have been a free.
Soulcast gets plant, and then just Chad swings Waterfall.
Close to the doorway at least.
On his own.
But now he's going to thrive.
If he dies, he might well have just tossed the round, but
in an instant,
gets two. Big play. Right when his team needed it.
Like the other two with no pressure. And not as much, certainly. Already secured your spot. Not knowing the format of Japan will certainly put some questions in their minds, though, right? This could literally be the game to send them to champs, depending on how that format plays out.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know. Maybe it'll be the two MEA teams have two of the spots in the playoffs.
It could be just making finals. It could be winning finals.
Ridiculous that the casters are talking about we don't know the format right now.
That's exactly it. You got to play to the whistle. I love that. Well, for Fnatic, they're making their way to B, and this might not be the best play.
Not the way a circuit should be run.
Here, they had players ready to go. They still do. And mainly what I'm thinking about is Soulcast. He's got to see he's ready whenever they're going for these pushes. A lot of the time, his utility has been well timed, but he's moved out now towards the A site. Instead, it's going to be back up from Nats, who's already tagged low.
What's the idea here, guys?
A lot of the time, his utility has been well timed, but he's moved out now towards.
They're trying to drop the wall and set up a double face here. I mean, your crosshair placement is just always going to be garbage in this spot. It is a bit weird that they don't go 1-for-1. I think Nats should be able to get this kill.
Nats, who's already tagged low. So is Durka, but he's just flying in.
But that's a Team Liquid play.
No, instead he's just going himself. This guy's insane. 11 HP.
Oh, he's so fast to get into that spot.
He eventually goes down, but it's an easy trade for Alpha. Putting this round firmly in the hands of Fnatic. They're going to need some heroics on that Liquid side. Well, that's a decent
Redgar's opping.
Takes down one.
He's decided to be a monster today.
Well, he's found it and given the information over to the other side. 15 seconds left. Still no plant. Will eventually come through the Soulcast, maybe expecting that to be more of a bait. And well, for Redgar, there's just no space to be found.
Oh, Boaster gets the jump up right when Redgar wasn't watching it. Unfortunate. Not going to work.
That this series, the Durka is inevitable. Well, 29 kills. Nobody particularly close. 8 behind is safe. He's a respectable 21, but That has been the difference, the slight difference. And that margin might just be enough to grant Fnatic their first map. Still, they've got to do it on this defensive side. And well, both teams have...
Yo, Langy, thank you for the 100 bits. Rega was on in the finals? Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
I looked at the stats. It was crazy. I mean, I haven't watched the game yet, but we will later. But, like...
Very slowly. This is much more of a default than I
On,
think we've seen them play in
if you only look at the stats page, which is all I've been able to do, it looks like Redgar is the reason they won.
With a minute left on the clock, they have no map control past what they
Because he was... He's such a weird player. Like, he just feeds so often. And his attack side calling is sometimes so bad. And yet his attack side calling here has been pretty decent. He's incorporated some really nice ideas in. Had a really lovely contact C play. And he's also, like this, just winning so many more duels than he usually does in this match. To make this one close. They still lose this match, but he definitely is playing better here as well.
For the side of Liquid, 25 seconds. Durka is using their own smoke against it. Now they are going to actually use
I just wonder if he can turn it on.
The thing is though, Leo was waiting, watching for them to try and make this.
Like, is he playing better because it's a big game, or is he playing better just kind of randomly? Because he used to play really well in, like, weird big games for Gambit, too. I remember when he played Reyna on... He played Reyna on Haven, and he just ran around and headshot everybody. It's like, what? Where's this come from? I really can't tell whether Redgar's a big game player or whether he's just inconsistent, like Angel. Where sometimes it looks like he's feeding and sometimes it looks like he's a god. It's hard. It's hard to tell. Alright, let's get into Bind.
What Liquid can do here, they want to push it to Ascent, bring us all the way to the close of this series. Give themselves a chance.
Oh, I need to edit my notes. Because my notes have stuff about Soulcast being terrible at using his C's on Lotus. And I think he used it, like, at least a few times then.
Skipping any more lower bracket runs. We'll begin this by looking at a very...
Don't think Safe was supposed to headbutt Truck.
Off the site, TP through by 2 as they look to take control over Bath on the defensive side. They've lost the site, they've lost the plant, but they've got a foothold here to fight back from. Good blind, but Sulcas won't be able to follow up with a kill.
Yeah, this is almost like a reversed round at this stage. It looks like they're about to encroach on the site, and instead...
Durka was just looking the wrong way. How did that not flash? Doesn't matter, Yampi just wins both duels.
The pistol god has met his demise, and now for the remainder, all coming through from the same angle on this retake. They are being decimated. Only one man standing, and
destroyed.
Too much space there. In there, and this style is getting scared.
Gonna be too mad about now.
Why are there so many scary round twos with these two teams?
You don't want him to get spammed out by having low shields. Everybody else is happy to go for lower investment. So
no, this is the upper bracket finals.
Bucky, which again makes me think they're going to go towards this A site, because otherwise I don't know where the viability of that gun comes from.
They're not going to have a lot of time to make this push.
They're trying to showers crunch off the cam.
Your wall and your orb are up, so it is go time. Half of what you usually...
I like that play. I'm going to make a note of that. That's a cool setup. Where are we? Like that. It's simple. Seems pretty effective.
From that angle, most certainly. Sprays coming through, but as they go for the reload, you think you want
Yeah, that's the Redgar I know and love.
to get that push in, but timing it a little off. Oh,
They are getting so deep into backside here, Team Liquid.
came through, but Durkin still got two. He seized up, and it doesn't matter. No one was looking his
They're
direction.
really, like, what is their pathing?
Half of what you usually
Dude, Safe's pathing is to try and double blast pack, like, as far as he possibly can. But the others are going through lamps.
give them vision. From that angle, most certainly. Sprays coming through, but as they go for the reload, you think you want to get that push in. But
Cool
timing it
pathing.
a
They've done that on the
little
pistol round as well.
off. Oh, C's came through, but Durkin still got two. He seized up, and it doesn't matter. No one was looking his direction. Yumpy's the last alive with 4 to take down, and oh, there's an 8 on the way. You're tanking a lot of that damage. All of that damage.
Not tanking at all. Gonna go down in the end, and a great start back from Fnatic. As I said, there were a lot of things you could be worried about in this round. The sort of direct nature of this push, the fact that if they get into an afterplant, a Viper's Pit could have come out, and Nats did actually get a kill to put that online, so it was just more so the plan. I like the idea of just having... the thing is, their horn actually makes them look up, which is then quite funny with Safe just flying over through the air. It's like, oh, he's there.
My crosshair's already set there. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know about Safe diving in, but everything else makes sense. You know, even going straight through the lamps if you've got a player there. But it's one of those things. You throw it out, you see if it works. 2-1 right now, Fnatic.
Interesting idea. Team Liquid's attack side on Bind was terrible the last time we saw it. They just looked like they had no idea really what they were doing. So I think that's an interesting idea to throw in there. Having like this really aggressive A push where you go through lamps and into backside.
Inside the pit, but you're going to get spammed to death.
They're doing the same kind of potential Showers Crunch setup with the cam, and then Dog can go through the TP if they see anything. Alpha hasn't seen anything on his Showers TP, so they don't bother going for that Showers Crunch. They keep 3 on B. Yo, Months, thank you for the 100 bits. Coming from another game and looking to make inroads into casting Valorant, it's actually wild how difficult it is. I caught a few of your VODs and are amazingly helpful. Just want to say cheers. Ah, yeah, no worries, Months. Enjoy. It's a little... I don't think it's crazy difficult, Months. I think it's just... there's a lot of depth that you don't necessarily need to get into. Right? Like, you can cast and be pretty surface level, and people will still enjoy it.
A very long time, since before the map was removed and put back in again.
Some of the casters... And this isn't me trying to shit talk, because it's still a very viable way of casting that people really enjoy. Some of the casters just talk about, like, actually what you're seeing on your screen. And as long as you deliver it in the right way, it can be very entertaining.
They have to plant. There were problems on the site, and there still are. Chronicles here. He won't be able to deny those.
Splitting through the TP. It's somewhat even, but just bear in mind the time. Decide to shoot out. I thought it would have maybe slow and tempered attack.
Right, so like I was saying, this Showers Crunch. I wasn't expecting them to do it with 30 seconds on the clock, but look, as soon as the TP takes contact, they go for the crunch. Here, I'd like to see Chronicle use a snakebite and push. I don't know if that's what he's doing. Yeah, he is. So they snakebite, they nade, and then they push. Nice. Like it. Good reaction, though, from Team Liquid to try and push into sight. And look, Redgar's going into backside again. So they're really putting an emphasis on taking backside control as the attackers. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's also unfortunate. Team Liquid have got like a theory here that if they are on the attack side A and they take backside control, they're going to be able to like wrap around and put the squeeze on the Fnatic anchors. It's a cool idea.
This round, he sat up on long and,
we'll see whether it works.
Flash goes down, nobody's there. He's going through the TP.
But it's interesting.
To kill them again, punish them. And this time they've got pistols, lighter weapons. It's not somewhere you.
Oh, you're coming from Rocket League. Ah, I see. Yeah. That's quite a different style of game. That is a different style of game. Tell you what though, I do not understand the strategy around Rocket League. Someone tried to explain it once to me, like the way that you like flow up and down the pitch, but I didn't get it. Look at Redgar again, he's got the spike! What are you doing, man?
maybe you want to use that showstopper if the opportunity presents itself. There's some chances.
This is the Redgar I know and love. This is the Redgar I know and love. The fucking Dota 2 courier sending the spike into enemy heaven.
Spike as well.
Yeah, he's in such an aggressive position that it was almost just...
So, again, you can see that Team Liquid really want to put an emphasis on, like, playing super aggressive on the A side, getting into backside, getting into heaven. I think Redgar just forgot he had the spike.
Waiting to see if anybody pushed off of it, but yeah, having the only rifle took a big risk to try and get something done in the round, and in the end, it ends up being the death of them. 3-2. Fnatic keep 4 players alive. Economy starting to boom, and as you mentioned, they had ults in the last round. Well, Mitch, they've still got them now.
But they are cooking.
Oh, yes,
they are cooking.
Post plans. For Fnatic, yeah, they've got everything. I mean, no orbital strike at least is an upside, but plenty that they can execute.
They do be cooking.
Viper's Pit. I'm not even sure where we're going to see that used right now. Chronicles.
For that orb control, you see aggression from Durka. Same pressure being put.
Now that they've run the showers trap, they're not going for it again.
B main spot as well. Flash deep.
They might do it towards the very end of the half.
Still a player there. I'm not going to call for any.
But they'll probably give it a
rotations
break
as
for a
of
bit.
yet. But again, Liquid are very happy to sort of play these slow rounds. I love the fact that a lot of Alpha's util is basically just the same as what Sky is.
There's just so many
It's an
ults for
early
Fnatic to
warning
use as well to
system
win the round.
to get them rotations if they need them.
Now they're going to find out.
The dog didn't break the trips either.
Spotted one man.
Oh. Okay, somehow Soulcast survives.
Comes through, damage on the Soldiers, no kill. That player goes swinging through the teleporter. Here comes some support. No, Durka follows him. Steve through and okay, Yump comes through, damage on the Soldiers, no kill. That player goes swinging through the teleporter. Here comes some support. No, Durka follows him. Steam and
Durka's so
and,
confident,
okay,
so
Yumpy's gonna get
aggressive.
caught. Now they know he's close. Doesn't matter. Able to win the fight. Flash into Hookah. Where are they going with this one, though? The Seekers pop out. 3 players here. They've got the info. Oh, but they've got the side. He's gone in.
There goes Redgar again.
Lunatic of Redgar. I thought we were going to see a team. A lot of the time.
I mean, I don't mind it in that situation either, because they're at a player disadvantage. I think it's time to make a play.
Operate to something that hasn't been seen so far.
Durka up. He did that quite a bit on Lotus.
To help him out, and I wonder here if Liquid are maybe going to pick up the pace a little bit. These slow rounds seem to be playing into the hands
he
of
missed.
their opponent.
How does that bite him?
But so is Durka.
Already got rid of a wire and a cam. I mean, maybe not upset.
Liquid just look clueless in these kind of moments. Like Redgar's IGLing on the attack side of bind, he just doesn't. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. They just kind of mill around in these mid rounds like headless chickens. They're just kind of doing things without really progressing the game state. There we go. There's a Redgar brilliance moment though. He'll throw those in after. Redgar's got to feed a couple of times in order to get the sick entry play going. And they get value out of the paranoia. Yeah, that's not a good game plan from Team Liquid. They just have Redgar entry towards B long and it works, and then they're able to convert it into a B side hit. The B side hit itself, the paranoia and the TP up top, don't mind that.
He's done far more than that.
Yeah, something to get you in the sight, and the showstopper doesn't even play any effect there. It's just safe, firing off, and those players quickly trying to get back in towards the site, but I don't think they actually knew where safe was. That player was blocked out.
Difference.
Thrown at this round, getting
he didn't manage either, and that's where the openers come through. Whether that's something again that's going to consistently happen, I'm not so sure.
Well, credits have been thrown at this round. Getting an operator out on Durka again, as we said. The ultis are most certainly online on both sides. A ton to play with, but it's the Viper's Pit that's used by Fnatic immediately, and it's not a post-plan setup, it's inside of Bath. Trying to lock down that control with just one man. Obviously, then you'll notice as well the Viper wall put over towards the B site. So this is like, he doesn't need to use his utility on A at all. Mid is locked down by Cypher, and then if you need it, he has a smoke that's going to deal a bit of decay over on B. It's a strong round from the squad.
Well, that's the consistent thing that's sort of enjoyable about watching Fnatic is that, as I said, there really haven't been 2 setups that have been the same. It's difficult to read. Now, this is the sort of classic for Nats. I think he has managed to bypass all of the utility. Now, this is something that...
Now, what's the game plan here, though, again, by Liquid? They've got Nats inserted into lamps. And Redgar just decides to entry down B long again. There's not there's nothing coherent to the way that they're playing. Like, they're not trying to draw rotates over to A so that Safe can lurk Hookah and get some picks and return back to him. It just feels like a lot of individuals around the map doing their own thing. There was some level of coordination to set Nats up in lamps here, but the people over towards B. Oh my god, he gets the kill on Boaster.
They know that this man's up close, but they can't deal with Chronicle. Snakebite firing through as well, making it difficult. That plant under threat from a spam even. They're able to make it out.
All right, this is interesting.
Numbers. The advantage now sitting instead towards Fnatic. 2 players.
They know that there's 2 over there. They know where Chronicle is as well, so they have good information about where everybody is. Nade clears out lamps. Oh, the blast pack doesn't connect. And they just defuse it. Hello. You feeling strong? What have you done? Productive?
No. I took the toaster apart and fixed it.
Oh, you fixed the toaster. Well done. What was wrong with it?
There was a piece of, I think it was from when I tried to do that tofu thing I saw on TikTok.
Oh.
There's a piece of fat on the electric magnet, so I just had to scrape it off.
Ah.
I couldn't get to it.
Cool. Well done. Well done. What a handy woman. My wife.
Who's your daddy?
My wife is my daddy? Question mark?
That was too weird for me.
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. You didn't like that. Let's not do that again. Love you.
They haven't even pushed them off. I think they might have thought the
She asked me, who's your daddy? I mean, what am I going to answer?
There anymore, but it had gone way too far.
Yeah. And again, it's a round that looked very much possible. I think the tag that came out from Soulcast, it was just a sublime haunt that just he goes. There's another world where that works out wonderfully. Thank you again for the replays. And wow, easy couple of kills, but I do think maybe he overextends a little bit. Like he goes pushing to try and find the place. There's another world where that works.
What the fuck? What? What the fuck is going on there?
Works out wonderfully.
Hey, CNED.
Hello, CNED. How's he doing? I don't even think he's playing in this game.
No, he's chilling. Must have come in early. Have a little chat.
Those interviews online.
Well,
they just accidentally ran a pre-tape interview for like half a second. That's strange.
That's a big start.
Yeah, cheeky little fat finger by production there.
Wall bang through the TP as well. It's again him trying to sort of take a risky peek. We've seen the same horn go through. This time destroyed. Chronicle stuck in the corner. No chance here. And Nats, he's on a tear.
All right, sorry. Let's go back. I got distracted by CNED.
Dogs coming through. Well, 5-3. Fnatic looking good.
So they tried to run a showers crunch here, but they don't have anybody close showers. Like Chronicle's playing all the way at backside. And the dog doesn't actually latch onto Yampi. So that was not a good decision, I don't think.
Wall bang through the TP as well. It's again him trying to sort of take a risky peek. We've seen the same horn go through. This time destroyed. Chronicle stuck in the corner. No chance here. Nats,
and yeah, Nats is pushing backside again. Liquid are really trying to push backside.
For that fight that could just close the round, but instead,
putting a heavy emphasis on controlling the whole of A.
Grouping up together. Snakebite and an orb still to play with. That orb could make its way onto the spike. It has.
There.
Okay. On the site, these players are going to have to deal with post-plant Viper utility. Snakebite's already up and over. It's buying them a little bit of time. It actually came in early, to be fair, so it might actually open them up. They've tapped it. These players need to come through and swing. Now they've seen that's not being diffused. Another bait, but Yumpy wins the duel, and that's it done. Time already too far gone. Leo, best chance just to get out of here, make it costly. He'll do that. Some damage, but Team Liquid more than happy to take that round win, even if they lose everyone.
Yeah, it's an incredibly costly round. In fact, they're going to see Fnatic actually calling a timeout off the back of this one.
Okay. Sushi Lisa, thank you for the 24 months. Thank you very much.
So if you want to push backside, it's a little bit easier to get that done. Interesting. He doesn't want to cover that angle.
Yeah, I said they might do the showers crunch towards the end of the half, but
something that has basically made sort of gaining that.
Yeah, I think
control a little bit tougher.
I think they might have done it a bit too early there, doing it in round 9 as well.
The thing is, this is something we've spotted a lot of the time, even going back to the.
They did it in round 5, I think. So doing it again in round 10, 11, 12 seems reasonable. But yeah, the setup was just poor for it in the previous round because they didn't have the. When you do a showers crunch, you need some pressure from the front side as well. And Chronicle was too far away.
Use that Viper's Pit and have that control.
A lot of teams started to spam those walls. You see Nats is on the server, but Team Liquid have been able to get this control for free now.
Look at this push into backside. Like, Alfia just needs to leave.
No ulti to counter them, and finally we see that.
Oh, he's actually inside their pit. He might be able to make a huge play.
It's played to catch these players coming back through. That leaves the spike players open. They've already lost one. Tiger going through as well.
Yeah, he's wow, incredible utility by Leo, man. Leo is such a good player.
Durka flank control completely locked down.
Durka goes down.
And I mean, fighting through this. Oh,
he's just so fluid with everything he does, Leo. He immediately paths into the right place. Like, he helps Chronicle, then he goes into backside, then he helps Boaster to be able to scale. But yeah, they're still going to save here, aren't they?
All of their utility, like using
Time for a different defensive setup from Fnatic. They've been running the same one for too long. These A hits are working. And also, you would anticipate Safe doing a double blast pack with a showstopper into A this round, I think. Because they've been really liking to get Safe very deep and then fight for lamps. I like the idea of even setting up Alfia in lamps. Like, put some trips in lamps. I think would be a reasonable adaptation. But I think it's fine to have Chronicle in there too. Like, he can snakebite it and fight it. He's probably got a shorty.
In a pretty good spot right now. A lot of teams do struggle with this attack.
I would imagine Team Liquid are going to group up top, short, go for double blast pack, showstopper, like I said. But we'll see what they end up doing.
Seems with their agent choices, there's a lot of investment into this defensive.
Yes, Leo really is like such a complete player. Yeah.
For now, at least, Liquid have things even. Even still, though, we know that even in the late, especially in the late game, that's where Fnatic come alive. For now, again,
they're going showers instead, actually.
From Liquid. This time they are going to get late control towards the bathrooms, an orb ready if they need it, but they might just want to sneak past as it would give the game away.
Contacting all the way through showers. 30 seconds left.
Traded, both active. One man's on the floor. Durka dodges, but Safe's got the weapon out first.
Wow.
Nade on its way. Pressure on.
This is cool though. I like this play from. Look at this from Liquid. So they flash out, and then they have the haunt that blooms up here. So this haunt is thrown through the like window in showers, so it goes up and over like that. And then they flash out. I'm not exactly sure where the flash popped. The flash might have come out through that window as well, to be honest. But the flash may have come out through this door. I didn't really catch it. But either way, full blinds Durka. Durka's clearly ready for the showstopper play from Safe, right? But the flash haunt combo is just too good for him.
Active. One man's on the floor. Durka dodges, but Safe's got the weapon out first. Nade on its way. Pressure under. Chronicle,
I like that.
He's gone. Boaster, they know he's here.
I really like that. That's very good from Liquid. I really like the improvements that they've made on their attack side here on Bind.
And a spike has to be planted. Leo toying with them. He stepped up close, stopped the plant with just his footsteps. Now he needs to do it with his weapon, but Yumpy's got the shorty again.
Okay.
Starting to make it a weapon of his own. That's 6 for Team Liquid.
Yeah, as I said, he's still got a way to go before he matches up.
I like it. I like it.
Or something, but he's definitely making his mark. And on the other side of things, well, it seemed like there were opportunities, but Liquid just in these close positions in the 2v2 make that adaptation, even with just seconds left, to take this battle forward, to fight versus the Fnatic players, gloves off, not even needing that spike plant, and wow, with 25 HP, he jumps around the corner with a shorty and closes out. Out the round. Liquid,
yeah, cool play.
Here to play today, and while
Fnatic are trying to mix things up.
We've seen from Fnatic in the early aggression, That gets them info, but not much more.
Yeah, that is a Trek bike in the back.
Players
Yeah.
sitting outside of Hookah, very, very passive as well. It certainly doesn't sell any intention.
Why do you think the G640 is the most used mouse pad in Valorant tournaments? There's nothing I care about less than mouse pad. What mouse pads the pros are using.
Now he's got support up close, Boaster and himself.
I have no answers for that.
Shifting back and forwards. I wasn't sure if they were taking the fight. Maybe they weren't sure either. That's a lot of information.
I like to Yo-Yo Tree, but I haven't really gotten out recently. There's a lot of really good spots around me.
As well, so I think that might have been the information they needed. Quick push through Durka. He's not wanting to give up this control. It's movement like hell from safe to get round the corner, but Durka quicker this time on the trigger. Leo waiting in the corner.
I've just been traveling so much, and then when I'm not traveling, I'm working, doing like VOD review or streaming. Let's take a look at this again.
He's not wanting to give up this control. It's
The Paranoia's doing a good job of helping Team Liquid take map control when they end up actually fighting.
movement like
It's helpful not having Redgar entry so that he can use the Paranoia too.
hell from safe.
But yeah, now Leo is completely on his own. I mean, there's no way Leo can hard anchor this, right? He just has to back to elbow and play B retake.
Around the corner,
But instead he tucks himself into the corner.
Leo waiting in the corner.
He still gets one, but
able to clear him. Even hits the dink on the final bullet, doing a little
I feel like they
bit
need his
extra
utility
damage,
for a 5v5 retake.
at all.
Or 5v4 retake, I suppose it would be.
Denied for a moment. It lets these players get into position, and key is Durka. This man is sneaking up behind them, and they have no iota of what's about.
I mean,
to
they've
happen.
got
The plan's
very
happening
good
again.
flanks
See if
happening for the
more utility
retake here,
will make its way
actually.
in. Nothing. It's another tap, and now there won't be a chance.
Yeah,
Durka
these
has
retakes,
shut them down.
these
10
flanks are going to do it.
seconds.
Oh,
Red Bar with a
Redgar.
double, but Durka's still here, and he's got a nade. It's making
What
its way
a
backside.
nade.
That might land right beside
What
net.
a nade.
He'll give his life to get the plant, but he'll get it done. Buying them that extra
Redgar
couple of
versus
seconds.
Boaster 1v1.
But Boaster has to win.
Ooh! Oh, he's snappy. He's sharp. I thought Redgar was going to win that one. His form has been really good.
Like, he starts things off with an aggressive peek
Bim
down low,
tone diff.
fighting tooth and nail versus them, goes all the way up towards the troublesome for many, or problematic, that was the word I was going to look for. And for Liquid, they thrive on this defense.
Boaster 100% 1v1 win rate. Yeah, he's the clutch god. He's the clutch god.
Thing about it. True when you look so great. Being talking about
6-6, round 13. As the barriers go up in the second half, we are neck and neck, starting out the game again.
Right, so they got to kill Durka, because the pistols that have been won by Fnatic, he got a 3K, a 4K, the one he died, they didn't win. So
Or
kill
you let
Durka, win round.
Let them win the pistol and then win the follow-up. That's the way
also
to go.
true, that works as well.
The Team Liquid strategy. Well, Fnatic have certainly got a lot of space. Plant coming down, and that's a feature of this map from what we've seen so far. The plant coming in before a fight, and it's the duel for the attacker's side that works out in Safe's favor. Might put some pressure on these long players. But it's the util, right, that they normally have, but this time it's only a molly. They've used their snake bites.
Yeah, the thing is they've left Durka behind. Now you kind of expect there to be this post plant. He hasn't been caught.
Oh, they don't check him at all.
Waiting, they have all run past him. This is not a man you can afford to let go unchecked. And he's watching, seeing that there's nobody on this spike at the moment. Chronicle is just killing everyone off. Durka is still just out.
What's Durka doing?
Within him, but he actually
He's trying to get inside the, I mean, he's trying to get inside the smoke, right? So that he can kill people when they come back in. But when he's in such a goated spot, I'd rather he just baited his team, to be honest, and waited until they was on the defuse. The thing is, when they're running back into the smoke, they're going to be looking at you. So you have to take a duel. Whereas if you wait until they're on the tap, you can just walk in behind them.
takes so much damage from that Molotov. Even still, though, it's left onto Redgar.
They win it anyway.
Boaster will kill off him and his teammate. The IGL stepping up for Fnatic.
Yeah. He's just hoping he finds somebody like running into the smoke completely oblivious, which, I mean, most people are going to be, but literally, if they are running back towards the spike, they have to be looking at Durka. Whereas if they're sticking the defuse, they're almost always going to be looking away from Durka. And they're not going to have their gun out, so...
They didn't need to worry about
I
that.
don't
They had
feel
Durka
like that was the
holding
best
it
way to
down.
play
That
that
led to them
situation.
Overextending, pushing in to a firing squad, and well, they had no chance from that point forward.
But still, crazy plays from Chronicle to be able to win them that round. Oh, here we go. The ghosts are happening again. The ghosts are happening again.
No, it's absurd how much they're able to do. But again, I think these ghosts coming through might genuinely just be like, okay, if they're going to go light shields, we'll just keep buying the ghosts, going for those sort of like headshot.
No, I haven't seen the. I haven't seen any of the patch changes. I haven't really been looking at it. I've just been focused on Tokyo.
Sort of lower buy of the shields is that you are more vulnerable to weaker weapons.
Well, just look at Nats and Yumpy, like you can see their HP is being drained completely. That's a free kill from Alphier on that range.
That's a good point, actually. Wait, how much damage does the ghost do? Ghost damage, Valorant. Does like 105 to the head, right? How much does it do on a body shot? Bro, what am I looking at here? What the hell am I looking at? Dude, where's the damage number? What the fuck is this? Time to kill. I don't know. I don't want time to kill. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah, it does 105. It does 30 to the body. That is interesting. It's a good point that Tom brings up, is that because Fnatic always go for the light buys, even on round 2, one headshot, one body shot will take them down, whereas if they were buying full armor, headshot, body shot would leave them on 15 health. Yeah. And they are getting headshot, body shot a lot by these ghosts. Maybe something for Fnatic to consider, possibly buying more full armor on round 2s, round 14s.
Cage up, no fear of being pushed, and the spike is on its way.
One more ghost shot would kill them anyways. Yeah, but that makes, I would assume, a fairly big difference on a gun that doesn't spray.
Alright, they certainly did get the information on where he was. Another for Boaster, and he is, you know, it's invaluable having these. No! Why did you plan? Bad teammate. Well,
is the Valorant economy in a good state? I think the light armor strat's too good at the moment.
He doesn't support anyone.
I don't think there's enough of a difference between light armor and full armor currently, which is ruining the economy a little bit. And I think the eco rounds are also just a little too good right now too.
Shame that my boy Derek's already dead there on Fnatic. Everybody else in a die to him, or at least give him the orb for free.
I don't think they should do anything with the price. I think they should make light armor 120 instead of 125.
Not much lost in the end for Fnatic. Definitely a lot more stable.
Very much to fight back with, but they're going to be meeting a lot of resistance. This Fnatic squad, full ultimate.
Yeah, it's basically free clear of lamps. You can clear the backside of B. Both spots that can be very difficult to sort of get players out of the tube if you want to. It's a map with such tight corners. Obviously, we're going to see the same Fnatic snake bite that we've seen for many a time. It has been stolen by everyone. Close clear.
Although, to be honest, if you just made light armor 120, I'm not even sure people would buy it. Like, if you couldn't afford full armor, you might just go no armor. So maybe that doesn't work as a nerf.
In towards B long. Again, a tentative, patient start.
That might be too heavy of a nerf.
They're going to send through that Prowler. Obviously, they don't have the Cypher on the other side. That was something that was quite impactful for Fnatic. It's just how much information they're able to keep. Not just get initially, but keep with all of the Cypher util that they have. It was something that Liquid had to actively look to destroy. It's something
maybe they do something like heavy armor doesn't let you get aim punched.
Or consistently use all the utility of their initiator.
Or heavy armor makes you get tagged less or something like that. Or light armor makes you get tagged more, or, you know, something functional that's a difference between the two of them. Because at the moment there's just too little difference between heavy armor and heavy armor and light armor.
Durka was waiting. Solka's now stuck behind the boxes. He has support coming through in the form of Safe, but he's caught nade in hand.
There's Durka going for a nice push into backside as well.
You kill the forward together. Single kill. Some great stat. I was swapping that over to be Fnatic bad. But either way, you know, a 3-0 lead on this half so far puts Team Liquid down to just pistols.
I haven't looked at the patch changes, Grim. I don't know.
These are the very buys that we've seen have success in the past. Bolstered down by a rifle on Solkas. And using a very similar wall to what we saw from Fnatic. The pressure now on. Oh, he's caught on the way.
Whoa.
Cost him his life.
Whoa, spaghetti.
Very, very lucky.
Whoa, they TP'd. Okay. Instant punish on the TP. Instant punish. Look how quick this is. So they spotted 2 players out from showers. Boaster calls react through hookah. They react, take hookah control. And this prompts Soulcast to take the teleport. So Soulcast TPs. They immediately brim ult the TP. And then, I mean, Althea gets the kill anyway. Like, before the brim ult even comes down. But Soulcast was never surviving that. GG, goodbye.
Wow, that's something. 10-6.
Oh, nice try by Alpha. He's trying to cage himself off like a cloudburst to avoid the haunt. That's a sick idea.
That was entirely intentional.
Just like when they
Go back, Durka ulted.
As Array is this stage of the game, I think that orb is more valuable in his pocket than it is in any of theirs. So it's okay for him to go forward and die to one of these players, especially
Oh
Alfie.
god. Durga just fat fingered and he's just giggling. Safe's just laughing about it as well. Oh, and he still got him. That's really funny. That's good.
What is this guy doing?
That's really good.
Wow, that's something. 10-6.
That's a sick idea though from Alpha, yeah, though. Like trying to cage off the haunt so that he can continue up in the angle.
That was entirely intentional.
Just like when they 3 times in a row accidentally picked Yara on Fracture, you know?
All right. Well, 4 rounds between them. Team Liquid.
Fnatic are pretty good with playing around the teleports, Kodakuna.
The operator on Alpha Air for the attack side as well.
I don't know many other teams that use them well.
It's going to be the B side.
NRG use them fairly well. Like they take short control and they will like late round pivot through the TP pretty effectively. But Fnatic use them a lot.
Yeah. Some free information. The Tigers make its way in. Yeah, they know there's at least a couple of players going in the direction.
The guy with the operator again, huh?
This side Sage position up close. Not been checked, not
oh
been
my god, the patience. Patience. But Yampy just decided to kill them all instead. That's kind of unfortunate, really.
And well, now the rotation coming through. Fnatic have done well to weather the storm that's coming, and it's not going any better. Fnatic, look, you got the cap look. Seems like they're setting up to potentially make a play towards B, a little bit more aggressive. In fact, quite aggressive across the map.
Safe was pushing out market quite a bit
on towards A. Maybe
in their previous match.
So I think Fnatic might have been expecting something.
They had some set plays with Redgar going through the teleporter and using paranoia and shit.
Going walkabouts, trying to take this round into his own hands. Is in the perfect spot to cause them issues. Is this going to be
what if light armor didn't absorb utility damage? I mean, that's... Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about. In the meta right now, even against these teams that have the Cypher, pushing Sand, often really high value.
Excellent trigger discipline display.
It's just a very meta thing. It's not to do with the compositions, really. It's to do with the way that teams play. Most of the attacking teams assume you're not going to push Sand, so they don't put as many resources in Sand, which means that now pushing Sand is a good idea. In a couple of months, if everyone starts doing it, then people are going to default in that area much more heavily, and then it's going to be a bad idea. But at the moment, it's very meta.
Remember, he was only a sliver of HP.
Yeah, PaperX have been abusing it quite a lot too.
And the information let them know where the last 2 players were. It's probably one of the most impactful maps for neural thefts. You almost have to leave players behind now. Vulnerable for a second, but no real move off of this. Soulcast just looking to try and hit something on the cross. He's going to spot both players. So a lot of information. It means that quickly Nats can reclaim ground that they otherwise would have had to clear.
Pro teams don't usually clear every corner, Sherlock. Like, you would just waste so much time doing that kind of stuff. They have a very good idea of where people are going to be playing through their utility and where they expect people to be, so they are trying to optimize by making certain assumptions. And I think Liquid are really just messing with that.
And their weaponry's kind of poop while they're at it as well.
It's going to be tempting to fire it all in here.
When you're playing ranked, it's really important that you clear every corner because your opponents could be doing fucking anything. But pros tend to play in quite streamlined, efficient ways, so you can make certain assumptions about it. Althea ducking under his own trip.
2 rounds from now, I'd say at most. This is a big... Oh, okay, here we go. Nats already. He's gonna
Love that from Durka. Love that from Durka.
See ya! Double barrel gets the kill, and Durka, okay. He's not able to follow up with more, but he's left Solkas on 5
I don't think that's an unreasonable fight for Durka to take again, but Solkas wins a duel. Yampi wins a duel. Safe gets a kill. I don't think Fnatic made too many mistakes here. They just weren't quite able to win those 2 important fights.
They might even think that he's not here now because of that.
Oh, wow, they definitely know now.
I woke up, you were streaming, I go to work, you're streaming, it's now 10 PM and you're streaming. I'm in Australia, go to bed. I have gone to bed. I probably went to bed while you were at work. Wow, what the fuck? I really did think Liquid were going to win a round. They won the 2v4? I was talking to my chat because I was like, this round's over. What happens here then? They flash to get them off the spike and Chronicle peeks off of it. Oh, and then Chronicle just hits a crazy good kill against Redgar. And Leo's too aware. Suddenly, it all falls to pieces. They didn't get a round on their defense. Fucking hell. All right. We're making fairly good pace. It's 1:30. So I have an hour and a half before I need to take my cat to the vets. So we can pump out another 2 maps, I think, in that time. We probably won't get through all 3 of these FUT Team Liquid maps, but I think we can get through 2 of them. Let's get cracking.
Want to do. Attack side for Team Liquid.
Have you watched Na'Vi versus FUT? No, I decided to skip that VOD for now and go back to it later. What's wrong with Fig? Nothing. He had some dental work done and he has to go back for a checkup to make sure everything's fine. I'm pretty sure everything is fine because he seems very happy, but it's a little hard to tell sometimes, and it's just a good idea to take them again for a follow-up.
Yeah, it's also possible that maybe Liquid don't want to start on their strongest map.
So what I'm looking for in this really, so FUT ended up losing this match. And let me just remind myself which maps they lost. Whoopsie daisy. FUT esports. Ah, I remember actually. They got rolled map 1 and they got rolled map 3, and then map 2 was an extremely close win for them. So what I'm interested in looking at is the way that FUT play their defense side is really strange. They have Mr. Fallen playing on A a lot, and they actually have Cracks playing B a lot. But they sometimes play Adder Captain on B too. But the way that they play is quite backwards with their defensive setup. And I want to see whether it got punished, basically. Or whether Team Liquid beat them in some other way. Apparently Nats went crazy in this map as well. So let's have a look.
A man who never really needs a warm-up though, Kiwi. No surprise, he's going to have that first blood into the server. A quick swing from Yumpy. He's going to use his drone. He does have support.
Yeah, I did DRX versus PaperX final. I just did it today, earlier today.
Nats actually coming up with a double through mid. I think he's just
or was that last night? I can't even remember. I think it was last night and this morning. I did half last night and half this morning.
To hear that has found success for this squad, and they've got to worry about him now because he's tished up this entire part of the map.
So Nats has gotten himself inserted down mid, or not inserted really. He's just lurked, right? Yeah, he went over towards Cat, collected the players that were trying to flank tiles. Nats just killed the 2 players trying to flank tiles, goes down mid and kills 2 more players. Just insane play from Nats. Nats' ghost is outrageous. Nats' ghost aim is outrageous. Wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, yeah.
Flanked them, and normally that would have just a few pills. So both of the as well onto another one out. Out of cap, try and
all good.
Okay, by playing the
all good.
Yeah,
hey, Autumn.
The good old Bucky on Redgar. Interesting choice here. Let's see what the idea is. Smokes have gone out far. He's not going to have an opportunity to get up close and personal to start with. Dash out. Redgar's still not taking his chance. I'm not surprised. Eventually, though, they're going to make their way to site. You have to think maybe
now, why would you recon dart? Why would you recon dart into a main instead of recon darting the site as they push?
He's just cleaning house. Ult is off for info, and they don't need it. Team
is blistering through on
Redgar. Interesting, but they're going to make that up by playing the Ghost on Redgar in this round.
This feels like Team Liquid realized that they can just push into A because Krax is not going to 0 point.
Interesting choice here. Let's see what the idea is.
Running fast A hits against Foot is normally very viable because they don't 0 point A main early.
Still not taking his chance. I'm not surprised. Eventually, though, they're going to make their way to site.
Because Krax plays B.
Stepping in there. Never mind. He's just cleaning house. Ult is off for info, and they don't need it.
It's over.
This raw bonus for Liquid that they managed to take over the line. We looked at this map.
I thought Foot's ascent is really good, or is it BBL? BBL's ascent is really good, but Foot are also known for being pretty good on this map too. But they have serious holes in the way that they play. And if you know how they play, I think it's pretty easy to anti-strat them. Or at least it's easy to come up with good ideas against them. They will still like try to challenge you, fight you. Kiwi's still aggressive and gonna take those duels, but yeah. There's a lot that you can abuse by Mr. Fallen plays on A and Krax plays on B, and that is really abusable, I think.
Rotation of Yumpy, but finally they're going to be making their way through, and it's Maj.
Yeah, they got rolled in this map. Would the Paper X Reina comp do well against Foot here? It's not necessarily about the composition. It's about how you decide to like. It's about how you run your rounds. Like the way. Not going to be the best thing for the defenders here. If you're a team that likes to do a lot of fast B hits, you're not going to do very well against Foot, I don't think. If you're a team that likes to do a lot of fast A hits, like Loud, for example, I think you're going to absolutely crush Foot.
That's definitely where I'd be leaning.
Would the Paper X Reina comp do well against Foot? Let me remember what they were doing. They were doing quite a lot of like A split stuff.
Let's see. Good opportunity for Foot, but they're not finding the duels, and Redgar shut
Mr. Fallen's recon might end up finding some value against them.
No, I think there needs to be a mistake.
But to be honest, I think Foot play best against slow-paced teams because they use their initiators for mid-round information or early-round information, and then they just try and gamble stack the correct sites. It's not really a gamble, they're doing it based off the info, but for example, Mr. Fallen will dart Gelato at the beginning of these rounds most of the time, and Krax will use his knife to get info on the other side of the map, and then they just try and put 4 on the right side, and that's the way that Foot tend to play this map, basically speaking.
An inspiring beginning for this
Although,
Foot side.
this is different, so they've moved their Killjoy over to A to try and stop these fast A hits. Oh, and he's been caught. And Moj is down, and now they can... Actually, with Safe going down, they can't commit to the A hit anymore. They could reset into an A split, or they do this Redgar play. Okay, so this is another one of Redgar's classics that I actually quite like, is that they put a lot of A pressure down, and then they teleport into the back B site. He does this quite a lot. And then he just kind of sits here, waits for people to challenge him, and waits for his team to get there, and then he can plant. It's quite good. And it works well off heavy A main pressure. It's a good, like, second plan to have.
I don't know how they're going to get away with this one.
Janu Jehong, thank you for the 3 months. How do you think Redgar's calling is here? Against Foot, I think this is a pretty easy team to call against. You just call a lot of fast A hits and then some occasional B pivots. In general, on Ascent,
but again, they need to find something to make them confident. The time is ticking away. The position still held, and Nats is holding
I can't remember. What have I written down about them? Let me remind myself.
They've lost everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest, they were doing this against other teams as well. They were running a lot of 4-1-A hits. I don't think Redgar's attack side calling is really even that relevant in this map. They don't run a lot of like slow mid-control kind of rounds.
Lean in that direction because a lot of the time KOs run on this map. You can lose all your util.
They just run a lot of... They run a lot of A hits.
You know what, it's Nats. He literally created half the setups people are using when they play their ranked games. So I'll allow it.
Something in play for both of these teams now as we come into this round. Neural theft on Nats. Hunter's Fury for Mr. Fallen.
What the fuck, you were here when I went to bed yesterday? Yeah, I slept for like 6.5 hours and started the VOD dungeon again, Kakuka. But I'm watching the good games now. So, well, I mean, I say I'm watching the good games. I just finished watching Fnatic Team Liquid in the upper final, and that was a good game, but this one isn't going to be a good game.
They can find something when this play comes through, but they're forced back to the site. The pressure is immense. Safe had a chance to catch a player in his drone, but he's gone back.
So this is a bit of a different round. It's an anti-eco. I don't really like what Team Liquid are doing here. They're playing extremely spread on an anti-eco, but they're also committing their bodies really heavily. Like, these three players are mega committed to B without really having too much info. They've run into a bit of a stack, and they've got lurkers who could both die and give rifles over. I think this is about the worst like macro idea you could have against an anti-eco round, but they're still going to win it anyway. But definitely potential for stuff like that to go wrong.
Foot need to dig deep if that's going to happen. An operator coming into play on Kiwi, that could be the difference maker.
We see this across pretty much every single map. Like, when he brings the operator in, that's where they're able to really start racking up some of those defensive rounds.
I'm not going to go back to VOD review more often.
At least one.
I'm not going to do any VOD review streams while I'm in Tokyo, I don't think.
Stance. Most time they've had lurks outside B that have been waiting. This is very
maybe I will at some point actually, but I don't think so.
Flash up and over as well. I think they wanted the space in the back.
I don't think I'm going to stream at any point while I'm in Tokyo.
Even after that shot,
because Beth's there with me the whole time.
More fading back though, and Herd running away. They know at this point that that control is being conceded. They don't know there's two players waiting for them on the back of the site, and they're about to
before
find
the
out
events, it's just necessary. Unfortunately,
though, and Herd running away.
Too much Valorant. There's too much Valorant to watch.
Being conceded. They don't know there's two players waiting for them on the back of the site.
So Team Liquid go for the B hit again, but I kind of like the way that they're playing it this time. They take like a two-step approach. Take control of front site, and then pause, see if there's any reaction, then take control of back site. Unfortunately, Redguard just peeks straight into the one-way. Like, he literally sees the one-way bloom, and he's like, I can probably frag my way through that. Good idea, Redguard.
Worried about a flank coming through, perhaps a wall bang onto Safe that's led him down to 60.
And this is where the call-in is just missing to me, because look, Soulcast starts the round with 2 flashes, and if they're planning to do a 2-step approach into the site, they need to be saving one of their flashes, and instead they've used both flashes, and they've used Paranoia, and they've used Recon Dart, and they've used Drone before they even take any backside control. The way that Loud played this situation is beautiful, where they'll take front side control with about half of their utility, and then they'll go through, you know, before this one-way pops, like, they'll take a small pause, smaller than the Liquid one, and then they'll come down here, and then they'll come down through lane with some of their other utility, usually flashes.
They don't know there's 2 players waiting for them on the back.
Team Liquid have just wasted all of their utility, and now they can't really go into backside, and now they're just kind of stuck. So it comes down to the individuals to try and get them out of this. Who's going to make the play to try and get you out?
Onto Safe, that's led him down to 66, stripped him of his shields. They've stalled out here on the attacking side, and well, I'm not sure what the plan is from this point forward. It looks like
they might just wait for Yampy to get a recon dart back.
Well, with the 9th
he should have recon dart back soon. Here it is. Oh my god. This looks well timed by Foot, because Team Liquid were about to go into backside with the recon dart, I think.
I'm just going to sit there. It's left now all onto Yampy. He's a man you'd want in a club.
Why do I feel like Yampy could do this? There's no chance. No chance.
Obviously, this time around there was
they're running both initiators on B. That is different. But also they show that both initiators are on B. In on A with the KO ult, so that gets rid of all of the Killjoy utility because Moj is playing on site. Like, dude, Foot's defense just cannot hold on to A.
You can see where Yampy is.
Deal some damage alongside taking it. Leave the site. That's a beautiful cancellation. You go
hello, wait a second.
For it as well. You know, you're firing your Hunter's Fury up through an alleyway. Really good opportunity to deal some damage alongside taking out that ultimate. And there you go. Already one fired through. That caught a tag onto Kiwi.
Oh. Nice play by Cracks. Okay, look at Cracks here. So they put down this lockdown in the corner, and the Sova is so far back. The Sova is as far back as you can possibly get, because he's trying to avoid the pulses of the KO ult coming down from this guy. And so he ults to try and break the lockdown, and watch Cracks on the minimap.
opportunity to deal.
So this is Cracks, right? The KO, who's got his ult active right now, and he needs to suppress this Sova. So he just starts running at him. He just starts running at him. And he eventually manages to suppress Yampi between the second and the third blast of the lockdown. And now, unlucky mate, you're screwed on site.
Tag onto Kiwi.
Well played by Cracks. Good awareness.
Lockdown's coming into effect. Those players need to leave the site. That's a beautiful cancellation. They need to try to find the player.
So now Safe and Yampi are completely screwed. But they still spraying the planters down. The cannon dart is so good there from Yampi.
Halfway at least, but Ada Captain has to keep claiming skulls. Someone needs to stick that defuse right now.
Might still be doable. No, not doable. Wow, Team Liquid still win.
Great response from Team Liquid.
I like that from Foot, though. I like that from both teams, actually. I didn't like the initial defense from Foot. I think that Killjoy should have been playing offsite a lot more to avoid that early KO ult. But the retake was, like, smart from Cracks. They just ended up getting sprayed down.
Managed to come out on top of that one.
Maybe the Foot players should have pushed a bit more towards A main to try and put more pressure on the Team Liquid players that are just spamming the smoke. And Team Liquid just go back into another A hit. Hello. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Shocking number of Vandals as well involved in those spam plays. It still works out, of course. 2 players on the side.
Okay.
They need more of those. So much
sure.
More. Everybody's working with these weaker weapons. Maj almost goes down to the shock darts. Up, hello! Robin Hood attempted. Luckily, the dash was used instead of just a bullet to the face punish. Team Liquid on the side.
How did Redgar die?
Maj almost goes down to the shock darts. Up, hello! Robin Hood attempted. Luckily, the dash was
Oh, he got shock darted by Mr. Fallen. He TP'd out of switch straight into the shock dart. Why didn't that come up on the kill feed?
Team Liquid on the site, plant coming through, wall down, or door down, I should say. But
that's so weird. I've never seen that bug before. Redgar's death just literally didn't appear on the kill feed.
Wall banged off of it. Kiwi's got the lineup through the wall. He doesn't need.
That would confuse the shit out of me if I was casting.
Pretty much shut the door on Team Liquid's plant. They've got it. I mean, they've got to find so much space because Yampi is getting the orb.
Liquid might still be able to win this, actually. 2v4 where they have rifles.
To go crazy and just do it.
Yampi's so far away, though. Safe is completely isolated right now. I would rather see the two of them play together, but Yampi's going to try and win the round.
More than aware at this point that there could be a player coming around this
Oh wow, the timing is just perfect. He tapped it and he pulled for Yampi. And then Kiwi just right clicks anyway. Alright, Safe ain't winning that.
That's the thing though, I feel like this was always going to happen with the way the Liquid were playing. They're going very, very directly into the site, leaving a lurk. We haven't really seen any sort of passive holds from them because I think that actually plays into Kiwi's hands a lot of the time when he has the operator. It's not going to work out if you just keep playing these slow rounds. So
they're putting double initiator over at B again. They're really trying to stop these A hits from coming through.
As they now wait, and you can see that they're having to start.
But I don't really get it. Like, why would Ada Captain be playing in this corner? Just because Safe has been sending it with the dash?
Just being annoying.
Now this 10th round, it sees Team Liquid very slowly gain control of the map, but they've made their way up.
I suppose Ada Captain's
closed,
position is
off for now, but I think we
pretty fine if Kiwi continues to watch towards Cat. It just leaves B extremely weak. But Team Liquid have made B really weak because they've hit A so many times successfully. That's the advantage of, that's the value of hammering one of the sites repeatedly well, is that the defending team just ends up overstacking it and losing the other side.
With his buddy, it's the right call. We've seen this firing squad net a whole bunch of impact for this side before. The wall bangs are good to start, but here's the real test. 30 seconds.
So now they have 2 KO flashes still to be able to get into backside. They're actually pushing into spawn. Alright, they still have 1 flash though. Soulcat still has a flash to be able to push in. No, he doesn't, because they just peek into the one-way. Because they have pushed into the CT spawn smoke.
Now they look back to side
Yeah.
and the firing
Forgot about that one.
Cracks
So did they, I
two.
suppose.
They've done enough here.
Yeah, Johnson is 2 versus 2.
Kiwi might try to deny this, the push in, but he's spotted by the neural theft. Not able
Big
to
play
get
by Yampi.
Clutch once again. Dart over the top. Gonna wait out the initial shots, and Nat's just playing up close, waiting for this initial peak, but he loses the battle. It's now left onto Yampi, 3 to his name already, but only 47 health remaining. A bullet would do it. Just to
Unfortunate that
almost trying to bait him in. It gives Adacap
the smoke
angle,
just
now he has
blocks
to
his
move.
info.
The time is ticking
Oh,
away, and Yampi is just sat in this back corner, just waiting out
I don't
that
think there's
clock. It
time.
doesn't-
Yeah,
more
nicely
towards the
done.
end of this
Well
game
played by
where Foot
Yampi.
might not even have a cycle of ultis before this half is over.
It's
So
actually
this
said
is
as
a
Yumpy.
serious
Oh,
lead for Team
Jumpy.
Liquid to have.
Right,
And it
Jumpy.
looks like it's only going to
Oh,
extend.
I
Let's see the
see.
response from Foot.
I really
Remember,
like
they were trying to be
Jumpy.
proactive in the first couple of rounds, and they were
look at
punished
Kiwi.
every time.
Look at Kiwi. Speaking of being proactive, he is
Good
already
morning,
pushed
Space. Good morning.
all the way through.
What the
Trying to take
move?
that
The
fight
move is
into
watching
360,
EMEA
so direct
VODs.
again. They're going back to this
Same
split
setup
play
again,
in
where
towards
they
the
just
side.
have both initiators, hard anchoring back B. I don't think they would do this versus other teams. It's quite nice. I like the way that Ada Captain's throwing this one way for them every round, though, even though he's not playing on site. Oh, and Ada Captain even TP's in. Ooh, Paranoia. And Kiwi's here already. Hey, that's good. That's good. Well done by Foot.
With that response on the site, we had the firing squad before, and the quicker rotations now.
They're adapting to the Team Liquid just bursting A, bursting B.
Running into that has caused them resistance is this backside B hold, but it's not really something you can run all of the time. So again, they're actually building up. They've initially
I think it's inevitable that I'll have to do a cast or a desk of HFMI.
They're putting pressure on. It's a ridiculous first shot from safe, but Mr. Farland has been able to delay them only for a second.
I mean, the pace of this round working perfectly with the
And the two initiators are gone.
Ridiculous first shot. So again, they're actually building up. They've initially dodged that knife. And they're just going to run in. He's put the drone out. They're putting pressure on. It's
That's
a
a
ridiculous
nice play by
first shot from
Safe.
but Mr. Farland
Increases
has
the
been able
tempo
to delay them
massively.
only for a
I
second.
mean, previously Mr. Fallen of Cracks have been falling back into back B site on this level of pressure, but I just don't think they anticipated a fast B hit from coming through again. And Safe dashed onto them, and they've run him over.
In the right place, but then help to the
Team Liquid.
I think the thing to take away from this match is that Foot aren't very good if you just burst exec against them. Foot are actually a pretty good team at defending Ascent if you play slowly and you're trying to work map control against them and stuff. They can be very annoying to play against. But if you just burst pop, I don't think they can hold on.
They've ended up losing 2 on the outside. This retake will be tough. There's a lot that they're coming up against, and first contact by the turret. Nobody.
Would you say there's an easy fix for Team Liquid's mid-rounding problems? No, not really.
Execute them from behind.
Yeah, he's sat back. He's got his alarm blocking in case there's anybody looking.
Mid-rounding is
from
difficult.
behind.
It's really difficult.
Not really any chance of that happening now, but the thing is the time is ticking. They have to get a move on. They have to start taking that space back.
Your team
They've
needs to
already
have...
struggled to clear players from the back of the site already.
You need to have somebody with a good idea of like what an objective should be, like we need to take this area of the map, or we need to push this guy away from this line, or something like that, which means that you need to have a good understanding of what your opponents are trying to do, a good understanding of what's going to give you an advantage or equalize your disadvantage, and then you also, your team needs to be on the same page in terms of like which utility pieces they can use and which they need to save to hit the site towards the end.
With an injection of rounds, we could see acting to meet some resistance.
Well, that's the thing.
It all just
like
takes
having the Spectre
work.
on
There's
board,
no
also full
easy
shields
fix
might
to
be
stuff like
something
that.
in the last-
That's all.
Intent spawn clear. If any extra about
Mr. Fallen is more so playing the lurk. He is always away from the main body of these attackers in the first couple rounds we've seen.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen's also... This is what I'm talking about with footballers playing this map really weirdly as well, or just playing all of the maps really weirdly. They have their Sova default in here, and their default recon dart lands like up and over the... It goes like up and over this wall, and it lands in catwalk. Whereas most teams are going to default their Sova like here, and are going to put the recon dart in this spot, or, you know, somewhere around there to be able to give some level of mid control. But instead, they use recon dart for cat info. And then often they'll put the knife over here too. So the knife clears this area out as well. And then Kiwi will go and try and find entry picks over towards Catwalk. It's a really strange way of running their Ascent comp. It's the same Ascent comp that everyone else runs, but they run it so differently.
These attackers in the first couple rounds we've seen. And I'm not sure Team Liquid have been seeing him. You know, he's been pretty
So this time they don't
far.
invest the 0 point over towards
Something
Cat.
to keep an eye on as the rounds go on.
For now, at least.
It's used towards Market instead.
Mid-control.
And Kiwi does tend to follow the
So
knife,
that's gonna be him having
as he's
drone
doing here.
available, which
When Redguard was on Gambit, wasn't his calling good? Their defensive protocols were what was really excellent about Gambit. Gambit weren't really known for their attack side, like, fabulous calling. They were known as, like, an extraordinary defense team. They did have some interesting ideas. They were quite a slow-paced team, and then they also, later on in their lifespan as a team, incorporated more fast set pieces. But yeah, their attack side calling was normally quite slow and quite reasonable, but that was a long time ago. The game was played quite differently back then. But they were mostly known for being an extremely good team on defense. That was how they won tournaments. Amped, thank you for the 13 months.
This is our in-game one.
building into mid again for Foot. It seems to be where they want to get that initial control. Already Moj's utility just being obliterated by Yumpy, just trying to make sure that he's not going to get to use it. I think he actually pulled the alarm bell back there, expecting a bit of a utility to be destroyed. Safe. Taking a bit of a risk around that smoke, but they're now expecting some level of aggression to be coming out from Liquid. Especially with him hiding in the smoke in the last round. I don't think they're going to be making the same sort of mistake. Soulcast also just jiggle peeking the angle, but counter utility just to make sure that Foot can't really pressure off this yet, and the knife actually catching too. It gives information, but
Soulcast going all the way back to Jenny there instead of going to Switch is interesting.
maybe false information, because they're going to start making their way back towards the B site. This is where Yumpy and Nats reside.
The reason Switch is a little bit better in those kind of situations, usually, unless they're really heavily committing into you, is because you get these like really nice flash pops back in, and you can also tell if they go up here. If you go all the way back to Jenny, it's good if they're like heavy committing to the A split, but it just leaves this route very open for the attackers. But you can see that Liquid pinged it. Liquid put 2 pings here and here, and the reason for that was they were asking Safe, I think, to come back and cover that while these two anchored A from these positions.
Well, that dash in, door closed, as these players make their way through, making sure they're not tailed by anybody on Team Liquid. But they don't need to worry about Nats behind them this time. He's in front with plenty of teammates to help out. Safe's gone down to the turret, but as they look to the site, they don't know there's still a man here. They're clearing it still, but Nats is swinging out into them. The trade's good all across the board, and Team Liquid barely slip up here. 2 versus 1. Moj the last man standing, a 4K clutch, but the problem, 15 seconds and the spike's down on site. And
Yeah,
it looks like
you went winning that one.
Yumpy to do. This team was going to be able to finally beat Team Liquid, the ones to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Maybe
be.
just not on this map.
Yeah, I'm gonna be late
remember
for
how
Pledge
tough
Out
it's
tonight.
been
I've
for the
decided I'm
Turkish
gonna be
team, and
late.
the last close to eclipsing the performance of Foot, disbanded right
Did you
afterwards.
complete the
It was
remaining
like,
3
you know,
Pegrex versus DRX maps?
it's
Yes,
just
I did,
been
Illumi.
It ended in a
You can go back in the VOD and you'll be able to see
one
it.
player picked up here or there for a roster, and that's all. But now finally, someone
When
flying
Gambit
that
won
flag
Berlin, their
fully
ascent
with
was
pride.
absolutely best in the
As
world.
Team
Yes,
Liquid
it
sit up
was.
on 11
But that was also
rounds,
because they were
looking to
untouchable
dig
on
deep once
defense
again.
side.
The attack side
They just
looking
looked
towards the A side.
perfect on the defense side.
But
And
it's,
to be honest,
you know, Yumpy
every
pulled in
team
the
at the
open for
moment
either
plays
being
their
much
defense side
lighter
as well or
controlling
better than
that.
Gambit
There's
did back
a
then.
lot of traps
That's how
over
much better
here.
the game
You're
has
gonna have
gone.
constant B main control.
Most teams
The
did
A
not
side
have
then
good
gets an
defensive
extra
protocols
man.
on
They're triple
defense.
stacked up and a trap for mid as
Really,
well.
at
I mean,
all. Like Gambit
I
with
love
a
this setup,
Gambit
and it looks like
changed the
put it
game
right
on
perfectly
defense
into Team
for
Liquid's
Valorant.
plan.
Because they showed people what was possible with having really solid defense setups and defensive protocols, and how you could rotate like 3 or 4 different defensive setups to look impossibly good, and how important the operator was to be able to make maps like this solid defensively. Yeah, I'll watch the underground Chinese teams, but not today.
An absolute slaughter on
I watched
the entry to the
TMV's
site.
video.
The 3-man hold is sublime.
And I've watched
Come on now. A shorty at that range.
EDG play recently for a small period of time.
Oh, he could have got the...
But yeah, I haven't watched much of the Chinese teams yet. I need to watch a lot more of them.
A complete turnaround, and the fact is,
and I've looked over like the comps that they play on VLR and that kind of thing. So I have some cursory knowledge of the Chinese teams, but not much.
It looks like we're getting that A-side execution again.
Would Platchat's Premier team beat Tier 1 teams from late 2020? No. No. No.
Time, they've got rifles.
Yeah, a better chance for them at least when they come down to those duels.
Those players are a lot better than us.
There's a flash on its way. Player to his right, he doesn't see, but good for one before he falls. That should be enough for them to at least have a chance.
If the question was early 2020, if you're talking about like the beta, when people had very first got the game, we might be able to beat a team like that. Like, I'm thinking back to the show match at the beginning. I think we could beat one of those teams. You know, like the teams that were playing at like the T1 Invitational and shit, where they had pros from CS, but nobody knew how to play the game at all. We might be able to win against one of those teams. But as soon as you're talking about like mid to late 2020, nah, no shot. No shot.
2 lockdown in play for Maj.
Cope? I don't think that's that much cope, to be honest. At the time in the beta, we would get placed against the CS pros quite a lot, and they weren't that much better at the time because they really didn't know like what was going on in Valorant, and the aim obviously translated to some degree, but not to an incredible degree. I remember playing games against those guys in the beta, and it wasn't. I wasn't getting completely gapped in the way that I would be if I played like a Radiant game now, not by any means.
Up next, Foot will have Lotus, and let's hope they...
I think people underestimate how much the game has gotten better. Or how much people have gotten better at the game, I should say. But also the game has gotten better since then. It also depends if we were playing on the old beta patch. If we went back to the old beta patch, we would forget the hell what we were doing. Like, the fact that Raze had like 2 satchels and shit is just crazy. Early pro Overwatch is like Diamond now. Yeah, true. Well, that's what that's kind of how I think about the... Like, I think any Premier team playing in like Division 20 should be able to beat those early pro teams from like the beta. But as soon as you get outside of the beta, I think they would end up winning. Anyway, let's have a look at this map.
Very quick rounds, but
so this was a really close... good game, apparently. So I'm mostly wanting to pay attention to Team Liquid here because Team Liquid have just come off an extremely close game against Fnatic where they had some weird ideas of like Redguard picking up the AWP on the defense side. They were playing... It felt to me like they were playing heavy anti-strat against Fnatic. So I want to see if they keep doing the same things because I don't think Redguard is going to pick up the operator in this. It doesn't make sense against the Neon. And he also doesn't have the specific, like, pullback smoke from the Astra to play inside, that kind of stuff. So I just don't think they're going to do the same stuff. But let's see. Let's find out. I'm also going to remove the overlay.
On the server. Cams might be a little off there, but we're seeing this push.
All right, so Redguard gets picked. Nats is still doing that orb, and I think he will continue to do that. Look how good that orb is, man. It's so nice for going from waterfall to get behind the C players.
They're very good at just playing with that pace.
It's a shame Giants didn't make Tokyo. I feel like their roster is godlike. I think their roster's good, talented. I don't think it's godlike. They've got some really excellent players like Nuki and Cloud on the team. But the big problem with Giants is just that they're not... They're a very loose team, and that's a strength for them because they tend to adapt very quickly to what their opponents are doing. But it also just means that they don't have that many set ideas themselves, or like their understanding of their own game plan is kind of not that great compared to the other top teams, I mean.
As we'll end up in a 3v2, but look at the damage done in that skirmish. Yumpy and Safe, both below 50.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side of things, the Ada captain a little bit lucky to be alive because of how awkward it got. But
They're quite puggy.
I'm out here, not taking this battle anymore, not risking it for my team. And at the moment,
oh yeah, this is the fucked game where both teams just dominated on their attack side, isn't it?
Just try to check everything on their way back through, and they do not expect Ada captain. Now left onto Yumpy, barely any time left. A double up for the last.
Wonderful. This might be a very bad game to review.
Doesn't seem like
chances.
What the fuck? Team Liquid win another round 2.
B or the C site late on when you've lost the control. The first man on mount already doing work, and this is the problem. Now you can become tunnel visioned on this guy who's picking you off one at a time. If they go forward, they won't know who's waiting there for him. Already an insane start for Redgar.
If you only watched the playoffs, you would think Redgar is like a bit of a silly guy. He does some goofy things sometimes, but one of the best aimers in the game. Like, legitimately, this version of Redgar is farming and also feeding sometimes, but regular season Redgar was not hitting any shots and he was doing even more feeding. I just don't know which version of Redgar we're going to get at Tokyo.
He saw the gun barrel, and that was enough just to predict the shot. It was such a tiny little pixel that gave it away, but 3 kills off the back of the sheriff.
It's so hard to tell, and it makes a big difference for Team Liquid.
Well, there have been errors.
He needs the adrenaline to hit? Maybe. Maybe it's just like big matches or something. I'm really confused. Redgar confuses me.
No one else wanting to take the risk and overextend. They want to close out this 5vx. Only 2 players.
But he confuses me in the same way that Angel confuses me. It's just that Redgar's calling isn't as good, I don't think.
Anybody is the off angle. It's going to be beautiful for Solkas. Even just denying the plant for a moment.
Then again, Angel's comps recently have been, and Angel's individual play recently has been pretty bad too. So
for not much. Maybe they're on the road to recovery here on foot. If that spike goes down, the clock's suddenly on their side. But
they're both in some weird spots right now. I like the butt cheek smokes from Mr. Fallen.
And the angles, they're too great, too many for them to cover. 30 HP left with Safe and Redgar.
Are those comps all on Angel though? I don't know. But I do know that Angel has a weird brain for compositions. Angel's been trying to use Yoru comps for years, and Ardis kept telling him not to. I don't think Doom Bros comes up with the crazy comps. I think Angel comes up with the crazy comps.
But hey, we saw a lot of impact from the
I
Sheriff
think.
in the last
I'm not
round.
100%, but that would be my...
Any chances for foot?
That's my impression.
I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised. The Liquid have been the best of the best when it comes to winning rounds that they shouldn't with those pistols. They've got so many.
Ardis told Angel not to troll. Yep.
To those guns and
yep.
Well, you're going to be happy with what he's currently doing.
On my face, you know that.
That's
our Team Liquid.
We lost one game, and we'll have to.
I wonder what Doom Bros even does. It feels like Angel makes pretty much every decision he wants to. I think Doom Bros takes Angel's ideas and refines them a lot. And also, I think Doom Bros says no to some of the crazier shit that Angel suggests. Like, Ardis said no. Ardis had a very, like, you know, back and forth relationship with Angel where they would argue about stuff a ton, like an old married couple, and then come to some reasonable conclusions. Without Ardis there, I feel like Doom Bros is having less of an ability to handle the crazy shit that Angel's come up with, but Doom Bros still does a lot of work to, like, refine the ideas, make them better, make them less crazy, make them work.
See if they're going to be.
I think Doom Bros is a good coach.
He is swinging straight out.
But when you're working with somebody like Angel, you can't just say no to everything your IGO wants to do, right? Like, that's not going to make for a good coach-IGO relationship. You have to... There has to be some give and take there, right? Like, what's the point of having Angel on your team if you're just going to force him to call like anybody else? I mean, you could try to do that, but I don't think Angel would want to play on your team if you told him that was your coaching style.
Nice angle for him at least, but yet to be given the opportunity when it comes through. He's already blinded up. Good protocols to take this control for foot. Let's see how much else they've got up their sleeve with Redgar already finding damage. Sorry, receiving damage. He's forced back into a super passive position.
He's finding damage on himself.
Yeah.
I am damaged.
Oh, I found damage. It was on me. It's here. Right here. Yeah, he's going to have to play this one a little differently now.
Also got tagged up. I think that was an attempted like re-peek in towards A, which is just currently being held. You mentioned the lurks of Mr. Fallen. It's the same on this map. Now on a controller,
Redgar is opping. Sorry, let me go back to this. So I said I didn't think Redgar would be opping, and he is.
We'll have to see if they're going to be able to deal with that, because he is swinging straight out.
And he's just, yeah, on a really aggressive angle. Against a Neon comp like this, if they go early aggressive into this area, I mean, to be honest, they don't have a Sky to Sky flash them into this spot. So Redgar's not as worried about getting flashed off the angle. If he was playing against, you know, like Cloud9 or whatever that run the more meta version of the Neon comp, I think Redgar would just be getting toasted in this spot. But, yeah, Krax doesn't even have any flashes, weirdly, because he's gone for full armor this round. He bought one, but he used it on A. And then he misses a shot, and he gets out. He barely got out. He's got 45 health. But he does get out.
With Redgar already finding damage. Sorry, receiving damage. He's forced back into a super passive position.
He's finding damage on himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, strange. Definitely strange.
It's here. Right here. Yeah, he's going to have to play this one a little differently now.
Also got tagged up. I think that was an attempted like re-peek in towards A, which is just currently being held. You mentioned the lurks of Mr. Fallen. It's the same on this map. Now on a controller, actually makes a bit more sense.
For sure.
Especially, well, I was going to say if he uses his paranoid, but he's actually just used it. He's paranoid into A, and it is pulling a rotation. Instantly, Redgar starts making his move. Like, okay, well, why is he going to be alone on the other side of the map?
Yeah.
He is.
He's much more keen to do it as well, being on 45 HP, giving up a lot more of that control, grouping with his teammates so he doesn't get isolated. An opportunity here for Nats. That box is very wall bangable. You don't often see players sit in this position with a node. You don't ever see it, I'll be honest with you, but maybe we'll see it more often now. A chance for Nats. He's
yeah, it's a good spot.
Picking back up the Odin, but that's too much. Maj will catch them both. A great opportunity to convert. What the?
Redgar is such a nutcase. Look at what he's done here. He was opping C at the beginning of the map. Like, Redgar was opping this line. Well, no, he starts opping this line, and then he moved over to opping this line instead, right? Underneath his one-way that he had up. And then he gets pushed away. He gets TP'd out, so he opts this line instead. He gets pushed away from that, so he goes for the rotate all the way around so that he's opping, like, down here, which is a weird op spot to be playing anyway. And then, once this pressure comes through to the C site, he's like, fuck it, boys, I'm a teleport. And he just hits his Omen ult.
Maybe we'll see it more often now.
So now, they're in a 3v4 situation, and he's teleported into Mound with his operator.
What is he doing? He's TP'd right behind them, but they're gone. They're out of here. One man still. Kiwi, he's going to be frustrated if he dies to this. Oh, he doesn't. That's a missed shot. Redgar better run. This. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah,
that's a missed shot.
I thought he wallbanged Kiwi, but he didn't. He just missed.
He would have hit that if it was a sheriff. That's all I'm saying.
You're right.
God damn.
I think it has to be a save now. They're so isolated. The only thing will be...
If Redgar commits to this against a team that has a Sky, and he just gets bullied and he keeps buying the operator, he's going to lose his team a game.
I mean, they are more boxed in than they know.
If it doesn't work, he's got to give it up, right? He's not going to pick the... He's not going to pick up the operator every round. Are they going to try and get it out of his hand? Yeah. Surely they don't want it, though, for their attack side. He buys another op. Redgar buys another op. He just got it removed. He buys another op. Okay. Okay. Nats is literally playing with a Spectre. I think Redgar would have been able to buy, right? Wait, is that how that works? It's 1,800 more for an operator. So, no. He wouldn't have been able to drop him. But anyway, wait, and Kiwi kept the op on the attack side too. So now it's op v op, Neon versus Omen. Okay.
We'd seen before, and I think that was definitely the case. A couple of mechanical failures, really, is all that previous round comes down to. There was a chance for 2, maybe 3 kills to come through on that operator that didn't, and I don't think that's going to happen to Redgar.
So they're trying to post Kiwi up over towards A.
Here's that dangerous setup again from the pistol, from the follow-up actually to the pistol, the second round, where Redgar was able.
This is where you really want the Sky, but look, here we see the KO flash coming through. So they're going to KO flash over the top, and then they're going to be able to face on here. I think he's probably just going to back off into this corner and then TP out. And then the question is, do they deal with Nats?
Able to find so much damage with the Sheriff in hand.
Oh, the flash didn't actually get it. Well, exactly what I said. He missed the shot, though, instead of being flashed. But he backed off into the corner, TP'd out into the smoke, and they did deal with Nats. So, yeah. One flash and they deal with that setup.
Did you say something about mechanical errors and them not happening anymore?
I said Redgar wouldn't have a mechanical error, and he was flashed off the angle, so excuse me.
I don't think he was flashed off the angle, actually. I mean, it's reasonable for Mitch to expect that to be the case, but look, he doesn't even get blinded. He just literally misses. I mean, Adicaptain also jump peeks the corner, which is quite cool from him so that he doesn't get opt as easily, but
he's blinded to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, look. Dead on.
It does look like he gets flashed off the angle, but actually it didn't connect. Redgar was ready for it.
Swinging through for fights, and okay, they'll drop Kiwi, but the advantage still.
It's not that bad. No, the risky part was the TP. Oh, you mean the Omen? Talking about the Omen op? No, I just don't think the op is very good against a Neon comp. Neon comps play too quickly on the attack side for you to get very much value opping against them, I think.
They go back to the middle ground every single time, and it leaves
I think the operator means that you're too all in and not flexible and fluid enough, and you need to be moving around the map quite a lot on your defense side to play against the Neon properly.
Foot are just playing fantastically with those rotations and just doing solid work on those entries. Sure, the setup from Liquid wasn't a bad one, but that's what very are they good? Slowly investing from Redgar, and he's pretty aggressive himself. Nonetheless,
if they actually have an op start, they need a jet. Yeah, I mean, if they want to be opping a lot, then they should. But, well, I mean, they're just not going to run a jet with this composition. If you run a jet comp, you need the Sky in the comp, so it would just be a completely different composition.
Though a lot of early utility being used, hoping they can catch someone with basically far more aggressive.
Did they save the op in this round? Yeah. So Yampi saved the operator. So now Yampi's going to use it in this round. Yampi gets 2. Let's watch that.
And instead, he didn't try to cross. He hopped up on a rock and took the kill. Like, that's one way to deal with it for sure.
It gets a collab.
To be able to take down
3v3.
Not in a bad spot, but again, the main
Winnable for Liquid. Winnable.
Very good at sort of clouding where they're going, and in this Guardians here can actually be nasty. And it's much better for the wall bangs, and Mr. Fallen has to be a bit careful here. That's
NT by Soulcast.
That gun really has in these scenarios.
He catches one on Fallen.
Oh no! That's so unlucky with the timing. Even still though, safe. And Soulcast
Moj giveth, Moj taketh away. Okay.
You're looking at multiple guns on the floor, and Yumpy still.
They don't have an operator. Chat, they don't have an operator.
With an op play. It's unlikely that you get that over the line. Even still, they managed to make it work. A deeper use of utility this time. Expecting Kiwi not to just sprint across.
Soulcast is using his C's a lot more than he did in the last 2 matches.
They're not just going to sit there, wait, and try
and they're comboing C's nade together, which they weren't doing really before.
The adjustment on A to deal with Kiwi. What's the adjustment on the C side? Now playing much further back. Nats has got that Odin to play with. It's the spam game to try and deny the plant. Smoke is up for him. This could be very dangerous. These players are actually quite low as well. Looking for the closed corner, now further back, but he's left one spot unchecked, and it's the one place the Cracks was actually planting. That's a shame.
Okay, they're going to hit the retake. They use Fade Ult Showstopper instead of the lockdown. Okay. Wait, no, they used the lockdown anyway. What's the point of the lockdown then? Just got an ad and was revolted. Well, thank you, Gamma, for the sub instead. And yeah, if the rest of you are getting adverts, you're allowed to sub. You use a little Prime sub, you don't get any ads. Wow.
Some space, Nightfall goes through. A lot of utility thrown at this, and Foot might start.
Yeah, I don't really understand what Team Liquid are doing with their ultimates there. They just decided to use Fade, Showstopper ult at the same time, and they use their lockdown. Like, if they just use lockdown and they hold, they're going to force the pit to go down anyway, and then they can Showstopper Fade ult to be able to actually get the retake off. But now Foot are not really pressured in the same way. I mean, I say that, but Redgar's made the play. How did this not How did they not lose the pit?
He's gonna shroud and step out.
He was able to get out of the lockdown and then back in. Yeah, early enough. Yeah. Well, that's where you need to be comboing the fade ult and the showstopper. Like, as the lockdown goes down, you need to be fade ult showstoppering into the corner there, and they fucked up their ults.
To take the final close as he goes down, everyone else does too, and it's only left to Nats. Blink and you miss it. This round.
I don't understand how Team Liquid won the grand final, because this team does not look like a trophy lifting team.
That defuse not being stuck. And at this point, I don't think there's even enough time.
Sprinting around shooting people.
They have some great ideas, but they also have a lot of mistakes.
And Liquid are going to be kicking themselves. You put that much into a round,
I don't get it.
You don't win it. You're going to feel
Yeah, I really am cramming, Bren. I am cramming. They had the game of their lives. Safe is the GOAT, that's how. Redgar. Redgar was popping. Right. I mean, we'll watch the VOD later, but yeah. Liquid still lost their Lotus to Fnatic, yeah, in the final. Did they play Bind, though? Did they not play Bind?
One kill comes through for safe, and there's still a couple of opportunities here. If Yumpy was caught with a win one,
Bind was the last map? Oh, I see.
You start to feel like maybe you are in control. Maybe the reins are in your hands. Remember, Foot won the pistol, lost the follow-up.
So they never got there.
Obviously, they're pushing. Their win rate skyrockets.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that might work against a team that doesn't pull you on rotations for the entirety of the game. True. That's the only thing that's so difficult. We've seen Nats have it for the last couple of rounds. That round where they...
That's so strange, actually. Liquid's Lotus and Bind... Actually, Liquid's Lotus doesn't look horrendous. Liquid's Lotus looks better than DRX. I was about to make the comparison between Team Liquid and DRX because Lotus and Bind are DRX's worst maps too. But
there was no good opportunity to use it, and also I think there was a null command on the other side which denied him. But
Liquid, I think, have, even though they're making mistakes, they have a better idea
but he does also have an Odin, and that's
than DRX here.
Probably shouldn't be using a Viper's Pit.
They have more cool ideas as well.
I have to agree with you there.
Well, probably not the best of ideas. Although an Odin up
You're saying Liquid's worst maps are Lotus and Bind?
It's not really much better.
I mean, I'm not sure what Liquid's worst maps are, but those are the ones that I've watched. What are the other maps that we've watched them play? Their Ascent seemed pretty decent. Their the Split was alright, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I'm talking about the maps that they play. I'm not talking about the maps that they permaban and shit. Their Haven. I can't remember their Haven. What did Team Liquid do on Haven? Where's their Haven? Haven. Played it against Fnatic in week 3. Week 1 and week 3. Oh, they just haven't really played very much of it at all. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's why I don't know about their Haven. Because they've barely played it. So I can't remember any of it. I guess we'll get to see it in the grand finals, but they're playing a slightly different comp. They're playing the double flash instead. Oh, I do remember their Haven, actually. Yeah, their Haven was shit at the beginning of the season. The reason I remember their Haven, chat, I've gone back and I've watched Liquid's VODs of this because we were copying their comp for Premiere. So I copied their setups and we were running their setups in Premiere and I was like, these are ass. But also they moved away from that comp completely and they also haven't played it in like 5 weeks. So I don't really know if you can say their Haven's bad if they've only played it once in 5 weeks and beaten Fnatic on it, but yeah.
Unlucky start to this one with Kiwi down to 36 HP, but he's still clinging to life, and with a one-shot weapon, that's all he needs to do. 45.
Yeah,
they picked up a kill on A.
The Liquid game against Vitality at the beginning of the season, week 1, was abominable. It's amazing actually how much this team has improved. They really have improved a lot.
They'll see if anybody pushes. Like, look, the entire time, Kiwi is just staring at their backs, watching a smoke. Even as the door opens and all the steps are made, they
Safe has a good raise, but his Jet's incredible, so I guess his Jet maps are a lot better for Liquid. I feel like I've seen Safe kind of carry them on a lot of different agents.
Right now, locked in 3 players either side. Solka's there to help, but it's Kiwi again on the off. A sliver of health. That's all he needed.
But yeah, that could be the case.
The round was basically over before then because of how good we are with rotating. Honestly, I think Mr. Fallen might have the best mid-round calls on this map.
What does Team Liquid do on Fracture, actually? Team Liquid Fracture. Liquid Fracture. I can't remember. What do they play on Fracture?
Anyone else?
And it really is just doubled down on by Mosh being able to take advantage, though. Like, realistically,
Fade
it's one thing to be
Cypher.
able to push and pull your opponents, but now
Why can't I remember that?
Okay, how do we adapt to this? Oh, well, when they push and then they got to
adapted
pull,
well
we
in
flank
that
them.
round.
Yeah, exactly.
They had Yumpy in spot, they had a player on A, and they had 2 players on...
Why can't I remember their Fracture? I can't visualize what they were doing on this map. Yeah, I can't remember what they were doing here. Can't recall.
On me, and they still lose with 4 players alive on the other
Can't
side.
recall.
It's a problem, man, because you make that adaptation, and they've got that extra little element to their gameplay to deal with that.
Yeah,
Mosh, in this
I've
case,
completely wiped the
had a
memories
very
that are too traumatic to
reminiscent
process.
performance.
They took a lot of
7
dish
to 2
control.
foot, steaming into the lead, and when you look at what's
That's not ringing any
Liquid
bells.
on this defensive side, still
I've watched a lot of
on the
VODs.
Viper's pit, but
Some
this
of them
time
have gone
working in
missing,
with
I
the
think.
Phantom. And that really could be the difference maker, because they're moving towards C. Thing is, moving towards it doesn't mean they're moving into it.
No, that's the thing. Until the last probably 15 seconds of the round, you have absolutely no idea what this team are going to be doing. You can guess, but they might change their mind at the very last second. Now, moving in here, they are going into the site with that Viper's Pit. Contact going to be made, and this is where you kind of expect the stake bites to start going through. Just to delay them that little bit more, but the second they spot them, they're tapping that door, they're trying to bait them
Love
into
this
the
setup
if
from
they go
Nats.
for a rotation, somebody almost has to go
I really
for it.
feel like his setups
They
have
start walking their way
gotten
back and they get
very
both
clean.
entries
I mean,
immediately.
unfortunate.
You could just
There,
see
I
a
think
little bit of
Nats and
clustering
Yampy
trying
are
to
set up in a
look for
pretty
any form of
decent, like,
info.
high-low setup, right? They just get rolled.
Mr. Fallen catches Redgar.
But the idea of throwing the snake bite there off contact so the player's vulnerable as they go into the double nanoswarm, that's like a very good idea for dealing with the neon
Again,
aggression,
they
I
look
think.
like Liquid had the right
But
idea.
also,
Or they're trying to bait
I want to
them
point
into
out that,
attacking, and this is what-
you know how I was talking about teams having 2 waves of aggression? Or like, yeah, like two waves of aggression and DRX being really bad at it? Like, they go and take contact from the turret early that baits out this first wave. Both nanoswarms, snakebite gets used to start things out. They smoke, they nano over there as well. And then there's like 5-second gap.
That little bit more, but the second they spot them, they're tapping that door, they're trying to
And then they've still saved their, you know, slide, their wall, like a flash, these kind of things for the... And this is the second wave of aggression that comes through.
They start walking their way back.
And they get in, they double... I guess they don't even use the wall, but they double swing after the slide. This is what I was talking about when I was doing the Pacific VOD review, where I was saying, like, almost every top team has these double waves of aggression, and they save utility specifically for the second wave. And DRX just don't do that. They just muscle their way into sites. It's amazing that this went to OT. I mean, I should probably watch this fucking eco round again. Team Liquid's eco rounds are so annoying. They always get them so close. Sorry, how's Redgar got behind him here? Oh, because the Killjoy's dead.
And Kiwi doesn't really have waiting. He finds that kill immediately. Swivels on a dime, starts looking for where Nats is. He's got it wrong for now. but we know that this man seems to have the right.
Oh, he's giving away where he is.
He's so good at reading every single scenario.
Does NA do this too? Yeah. The North American teams do a lot of that. The EMEA teams do that as well. DRX is really the only team where I've watched where I'm like, they just don't get it.
Maybe we can ask him. Let's ask him what he was thinking.
Well, you think he's winning?
Are you a Foot fan? I think they're a very interesting team to watch. They do a lot of unique stuff. Would I describe myself as a Foot fetishist? Not particularly. But I appreciate a good Foot now and then.
What the hell can you do about that? Kiwi's gone through, straight through the smoke. This guy's insane. And he's sticking around for more, not happy with one kill.
Do you think Foot will get out of groups? I can't remember who's in their group. I'm lost in the VOD dungeon source, Ryan. Who's in Foot's group?
Blind fire, do it.
Yeah, just
not even ADS.
No scope. And look, just look at the. Yeah. You've just got that backup plan. If
they play EG first game.
In from behind.
DRX attacking Seoul Esports and EG. Oh my god. Dude, Foot have a great chance of getting out of their group. A great chance.
Won the pistol, lost the second, lost the third, won every single round.
I don't know if any of those three teams are good enough to punish Foot for the weird way that they play.
I mean, for Foot, we had a lot of promise sold about the. I think Sylvan Mel over on the observer desk doing a fantastic
If EG had Demon 1, I would straight up be predding EG to go first in their group. But I think it's pretty up in the air between DRX and Foot with that group.
Things will be a lot closer, but right here,
because DRX are like a pretty good team, but they also can't play Lotus, and their bind's really rough. And Foot plays so weirdly, and DRX don't really like to anti-strat that much against teams globally. They like to do their own shit. And I could see them just running into Foot setups and being like, wait, what is going on here? I think that's going to be a really, really weird group to watch. Then again, DRX normally do incredibly well in the groups, don't they? I don't know. I don't know.
Where it's like, you have got this right, and they still lost.
I think it's also
I feel like
statement that Kiwi has come out of that
group stage DRX are the best team in the world. Bren responds, watch some VODs. Yeah, DRX are looking rough currently. But we don't even know which team DRX is going to run. That group is going to be the weirdest group of all time. That group is toasted.
So that's what it takes to kill him. He basically has to be doing something clinically insane.
Do you think maybe you underestimate the Chinese team? I haven't even watched enough VODs of the Chinese team. I'm ignorant of attacking Seoul Esports. I know EDG fairly well, but I don't know attacking Seoul Esports. So yes, there is all the chance in the world that I'm underestimating them.
There's players all around them. 3 stack up on the side, 1 in the door. That's a bit of an awkward start, but Krax is able to recover. Door.
Do you think Demon 1 EG can beat Paper Rex? I don't know how good Paper Rex are going to be against other teams across the world. I think that's going to be one of the big questions that's answered at Tokyo. I would favor Paper Rex, but who knows?
For now, though, barely anything invested for Foot. To be
honest, I think EG play more structured.
You don't really need to. You are so far ahead.
But Paper Rex are just like difficult to contain, and all in extremely good form.
Distance that he can close is unbelievable.
But name me a gun that you see him with that
Fnatic are taking it home again. I think Loud look the most dangerous at the moment, personally.
That's true.
Unless Fnatic have been saving some crazy shit in the back pocket, which I'm sure they have for some maps, but I just don't know which maps.
I mean, they're all working for him. I don't know. I don't know what I can say at this point. But look, for Team Liquid,
I can't even say Bucky, because I'd be very scared.
no, really. I know, because we saw him with the Bucky, and he was just dashing at people, Buckying them. So,
also, I will say again,
it did the 225 thing again.
Really rate his ult, but with him, it's still pretty good.
I think that's fair to say.
Look, it did the 225 thing again. Where it goes 225 at the top of the screen before it goes down to 140.
Right now, Foot mounting up round 15 with rifles in hand. Of course, Team Liquid saved up so much in the previous round that they're able to fight in pretty much every duel.
Trap play, but they have no contact for it. Ooh. Kind of a cool idea with the KO flash, but it's just off the orb tap, isn't it? A lot of teams that do that, but yeah, it's working less and less as more teams do it. I like it though. It's a nice idea from Foot. Doesn't work, but cool setup with the KO flash. Side show. You're a goated caster. Thank you, cool Kylo. One. Cool Kylo. Thank you. I'm goated with the sticks.
From that engagement on the, I think it was on Nats earlier on. He got a few bullets off into him.
The thing is, he is the sort of guy that would somehow pull something out of nothing. The main problem is the time. He's given up his position. They know exactly where he is, just wasting down that clock as much as possible.
What? Do I need? Still can't see it.
Wait, did I miss something crazy there?
Well, 10-5.
I felt like there was no chance that Ada Captain was winning that, and they showed a replay there that makes me feel like I missed something crazy.
Their bonus round, which again was insanely stacked as was, but they got crunched on. They took control of
Oh.
Oh, get out of it. I still
Yeah, he nearly won that.
Is this how I find
Circle around and I can't see anything.
I mean, look, if that was red.
I'm taking back my vow from drinking at events. I want to get fucked up every night. Thoughts? Huh? Where's this come from? Where's this come from? No! Is this because we made you watch too many VODs? And now you're relapsing?
What? Do I need glasses? Is this how I find out? All right. Foot, defensive side, 3-man stack up on C, low weapons. Very low.
I'm just gonna enjoy life. Oh god, here we go. Here we go.
That's a punish and a half from Redgar.
Here we go.
Gun for Moj.
This is how bad things happen.
Actually pick it up an
Dude,
there was
I didn't drink the whole time. By the way, Beth is a bad influence. I didn't drink the whole time I was in LA. The first 3 weeks I was working on VCT. The second 3 weeks when Beth was with me, I got the most drunk I've been in like the last 5 years. Twice in a week.
But still, the point is he gets that.
I can't handle it again, Bren. I don't want to feel like a dehydrated pickle. I don't want to feel like desiccated coconut.
There's going to be a defensive round victory now that Foot actually have a purchase, a quick clear towards rubble, getting rid of any potential aggression. But we see this a lot. The same from Fnatic.
Bren wants to let loose, Josh. You're going to lose him, Alice. He's going to get lost on the streets of Tokyo. He's gonna give up on his career and become one of those people that just scams people into bars.
You'd expect him to have fallen back, but he's just still sitting around this angle, and it's a missed shot, or maybe a leg shot. I don't know. It didn't actually do anything.
Why is Kiwi open so much from rubble against teams that are just gonna smoke on top of him?
Foot's initial hold because they have to move another.
The 2-man stack up on C, and I think that's because you can't have Maj rotate. His utility is so important for this squad. But as to why Krax is still here, I couldn't tell you. Maybe they're expecting.
He's my responsibility. Bren's words. I want to take the talent to the bar I got robbed at. Yeah, I do actually want to go there. I would very much like to go to the bar that Bren got robbed at. But I'm not taking responsibility for my adult co-worker. He's a man. I think he can make his own decisions.
Through goes safe, a free kill for the first 15 seconds, and Krax needs to go big here. Only gonna get
This attack side from Liquid feels very Fnatic-esque. They're just slowly dismantling the aggressive components of Foot, and then going into sites with ults. I like it. This is better calling from Redgar, I think.
Like rounds now, they're set up to take it all the way. But their response in this round, the push
dangerous for Yampy. Dangerous. Dangerous.
Not bad. Even numbers, weapon upgrades.
Okay, they're gonna react into C. C's nade. They're comboing C's nades together so much more than they were before as well. Like I said, when Team Liquid played, I can't remember who they were playing against, but they played against somebody at the beginning of playoffs. Vitality, maybe? And Soulcast... Was it Vitality? It was someone. And Soulcast didn't use a single C's. And then they started using the C's a little bit more. And now they're actually, like, very frequently comboing the C's nades together. They've definitely gotten better at Lotus over the course of playoffs.
Prowler going to be going through, and he opts to just dodge it after being hit by that paranoia. Still, though, this is one of the best opportunities we've seen for Foot in a while. And again, we're going to see this aggressive clear coming through for Liquid. A free kill on the first, but again, the trade is immediate. That now juggles that weapon over. 2v2, both players with guns. They clear the hard.
What is that from Safe? I want to see the replay of that.
It has slipped out of their control now. 2 rounds in between them, and Team Liquid showing that
oh, that's so clean.
We've just seen Nats rotate back around to A main, so maybe we will.
And now Team Liquid have tons of ults to be able to take sides with again. Like, they can use Lockdown to take C after they push Kiwi away. They can use Fade ult.
They've been reclaiming it maybe midway through.
They could go over towards A this round.
Okay, so he's beginning by putting an orb down. This is just
B pit.
Side, allowing them to cross, potentially crunch over towards Rubble.
Okay, now you've got good information. Safe needs to leave that corner. Good smoke to help him leave. They actually, I mean, Mr. Fallen smoked it for some reason as well. That's fucking troll from Mr. Fallen. But, yeah. Now that you know where the operator is, I think this is a good time for Nats to start taking more space over on the A side. Just go and take some space. Open door, Prowler, Fade ult into sight, Lockdown for post plant, or pit for post plant. So Nats is taking space. I like this. You contact over.
Thankfully, Nats has been claiming some space here, so they don't have to worry too much.
Good stuff, good stuff. I like this calling, Redgar. I like this calling. They're going too slowly, though. They should have been here already. They should be ready to exec now. Oh, they're going for a fake with it. This lockdown just to clear the Viper's pit. Not a big fan of this. I think they're overcooking this at this point. I think they could just keep it simple and go towards A.
Solo player on this A site as everybody else scurries to try and help out with this Viper's pit.
I think they also should be using Fade ult here too to be able to take the A site. But they're probably not going to get punished for it. Oh, they do use Fade ult to be able to push the backside.
Just now allowing the flank, but it might not come through in time. Foot have lots of bodies here to defend. Viper's pit going up as the player looks.
This is weird from Liquid. They had all the tools to be able to play this, and they just kind of throw their ults out at odd timings. Like, the Fade ult seems late, but it also encourages Safe to over push. And then they're worried about scaling, so they're not paying attention to the player pushing from stairs. And then also, for whatever reason, Yampy's on a mad lurk play with his ult, even though they don't need it. They could just keep it a very straight up hit into A. Redgar's gonna ult out, but they hear him. Oh my god, they almost punish him, but Yampy's there to save his life. Even when Team Liquid win, it feels like they overcomplicate things a bit. But alright, they use all of their ults, and they win the round, and that's what's really important at the end of the day.
So much of it in the chaos. One round now.
Why are you holding them to such a high standard? This is EMEA. I'm holding them to a high standard because they won the tournament in the end.
You know, I'll always say, if you're a pro player and you sit there and tell me, well, yeah, we've lost this map, let's look at the next. Unless it's 13 on the board, you're making the wrong call. Like, that's not something you should.
I won't stand for the EMEA slander.
I don't think many people do. But still, a 10-2.
Kidding! Kidding! Guys, just trolling the EMEA fans. Yampy using his nanoswarm to get rid of the alarm bot. Love it. When did people start doing that, by the way? Who was the first person that started consistently using their nanoswarms to get rid of Killjoy utility? Because I've noticed everybody's doing it now. But I can't remember who the first person was. Does anyone know who pioneered this? People weren't doing this a year ago.
But those rotates stay on the back of this.
Magnum on Icebox. I believe Bacon. I don't believe everybody else that are saying me smiley face, but I do believe Bacon. Magnum on Icebox. Interesting. Like using it instead of a shock dart on attack side to clear the nanoswarms away? Is that what he was doing, Bacon?
Also playing very late into the round, so any information you get can just be a ruse. The same thing we said for Foot is just...
Oh, to clear the turret and kitchen, right.
They're going in the other direction. This time, though, Foot are in the right place at the right time. Majority players sat around this angle, waiting as they now go looking to split back into the B side.
Oh my god! Yampy. Dude, he goes 1 for 1 as well. Like, he even gets traded in that spot. This is rough, actually, for Liquid. They're gonna get it.
They've been able to destroy it at the very last second. Showstopper's gonna kill Kiwi.
Did Kiwi get body blocked or something there? Did he not have any fuel?
On VLR, you can see like the win rate on each map. You can section it by events and all that sort of crack.
How is EG with Reformed? No way of knowing. But I mean, Reformed, from what I can remember, it was a long time ago when he played with EG, but I don't remember Reformed being that great. He was alright, but he was probably the weakest player on the roster.
It's once in a blue moon. Tougher than a
And he definitely didn't play Jet. So Potter said he's hungry and really has wanted to play Jet for a long time. So maybe he's just like a crack Jet main that got fucking put on bad like supportive roles that he didn't understand how to play very well, and maybe that's why he was bad. So it's really difficult to say. Just because someone was not that great on like Killjoy Initiator kind of stuff in the past doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to be bad on Jet, but doesn't fill me with a ton of faith just thinking back to my old opinions of how he would play then. But yeah, like I say, it's impossible to tell, but he almost certainly isn't going to be better than Demon 1, because Demon 1's crazy good.
That's the thing, there's so much space towards the spawn right now. At a captain under pressure, and because of that,
nice. Okay, Team Liquid previously were not going for almost any A pressure into B pivots, and now they're doing it fairly frequently. And also, Nats has got himself into a nice position upstairs too. Redgar is going to be passing on tons of info here. Redgar just has to not challenge. I mean, please, Redgar, hold your feeding tendencies.
Redgar, oh, he's managed to take the shot. The first there might be a little bit.
Just desperate, absolutely desperate to go 1-on-1 and lose map control. Desperate. Aeolus, thank you for the gifted. Redgar do be out here Redgarin.
And now, probably one of the weirdest afterplants you're ever going to see. Safe, pushing even further forward, hearing.
You can take the red out the gar, but you can't take the red out the gar. You know what I mean? Oh no, please, Liquid, no, baby, no. No, you had such good mid-rounding, and it's all falling apart. Yampy might save them again, though, with a surprising reflank. Again, even when Liquid have good plays, they tend to overcomplicate it a bit. But, yep, that one fell to pieces. I like what they were doing, though, with the mid-round pivot to B. Get your slugs out for Aeolus. That's not what we do around here. That's not what we do around here. I didn't approve that. Sliggy didn't approve that. This is blasphemous, almost.
I remember back when I used to work in that other game, people might have heard of.
By whose authority are you slug approving?
And he said that I would call it producer Reese's fallacy. Where
it's not my authority, and it certainly isn't Sliggy's, because he's not here.
Always win the next round. And to be honest, it seems to happen a lot more than it when it doesn't watch that 1,000 times. It's been so impressive on these lurks.
Guys, remember to use your Twitch primes at twitch.tv/Sliggy. Yeah, you should.
Just as much as he needed to tap the shift key.
You have no authority here. Slugs do what slugs do. In this chat, we spam wide duck ass. We don't spam slugs.
I swear that must have literally been.
I actually don't think. Do we even have wide duck ass?
They didn't hear him, as far as I'm aware, but they damn nearly did. Okay, 2 players pushing past the orb here, but
Oh, we have Dussy. We don't even have it? Fuck, bro. Fuck. Has anyone got a link for Duck Ass or Wide Duck or something? Dussy's pretty good. I do like Dussy. But also Wide Duck or Duck Ass or whatever it's called is good too. That is embarrassing of me not to have it, to be honest. That is embarrassing.
But they damn nearly did. Okay, 2 players pushing past the orb here, but Foot are finally trying to face on this angle. Paranoia could come through, but not anymore. It can't.
Perfect timing for Nats.
What a way to kick off this round.
Nats and Yampy are both working together to establish A control. Which means that it's only the turret over towards B. But I don't think Foot have realized that at any point.
Now they're making their way to A.
Alright, let's... Whoops. Let me add this. Let me add this shit. What is this? Wide Duck Ass. Yep. Gotta use this one. Gotta use this one. Perfect stuff, chat. Perfect stuff. Well done.
And I think they'll probably up the pace.
Well, yeah, and there needs to be some sort of hero here for Foot. You managed to kill 2 players on one side of the map. You've spotted another player on the other. You know that there can literally be 1, 2 players here max. Rotation already coming through. Cracks is going to take a lot of damage. I guess just trying to hold on to the angle somehow. He's managed to find a kill, a chance for a second, but it won't come through. And a captain there to support, gets the kill with the snake bite. Moj just found another, but now he's the only one left. 33 HP. Faking the sound.
Oh, Redgar's made the play again. But this time it's going to work.
This won't be expected. Go for the round. That's where it sucks, because it's like you took a risk. And because of that risk, you lost the round, essentially, when it came down to crunch time.
Just look at the buy again.
Did Soulcast miss that?
What a good space to be in. And a captain at least has himself his ult available.
I can tell that Soulcast has been working on his lineups, though, because when they first started playing Lotus, he was just throwing all of his haunts at the floor.
They're so ready for anything he was going to do. He's attempted this many a time. This exact same spot with an operator not long ago. Nat's wary of the exact same...
He's gone a lot better at the fade on this map. Hello, hello, there it is. So Nats and Yampy have been doing the same thing over towards A every time, and now Kiwi's got the read on it.
A double entry of the start of this round, and instantly the rotation comes in to stack back up this C site for Foot. They have players ready and waiting.
Mr. Fallen's recovered a weapon for the retake, but these players on site are going to make sure that that's not needed. But the thing
Foot have got the read as well, completely, that this is going to be a C push.
How much can he get done from here? Needs the angle.
I think it's really difficult for Team Liquid to end C in this position after they have let Kiwi have full control and full info over on A. Like, there's no chance there's more than 1 player over at A. There's max 2 going to be B. So there's at least 2 people over here. And you've only got 3 people alive, and you're just going to try and shove it in. I think you need to work the map a little bit more than this, rather than just try and end C's nade combo. Nope. They got suppressed. Well, that is... This would be a very sad way for Foot to win the map.
Just saw this round for Team Liquid to lock that OT in. Knife to begin. Again, the Viper's Pit will be used.
Stun, breaky. Yampy Nats don't want to fight it this time.
Any sort of rotation through that twisty door.
So last time Yampy ulted at B to get rid of this pit. It looks like Yampy's going to go for the orb again. So this seems like it's Team Liquid's game plan against this B Viper ult. So Yampy's run over to get the orb. Do they just want to hit C? Wait, why did all of these nanoswarms get popped? Oh, because Yampy used one of his own. So Moj is popping them to protect them. Oh, it's the blast pack, actually.
Success has been found before with Safe barreling his way in towards the site for Team Liquid. This time, no showstopper, but every other ultimate to play with. You might want to use some of those before making
yeah, I mean, the lockdown goes crazy here, right?
He's going to be doing just that. A lockdown that maybe even puts a bit of an awkward note on this round for Ada Captain.
And then Liquid also have Fade Ult, Viper's Pit, like outrageous things.
Viper's Pit, I assume, to come online to lock down the
I think Fade Ult here, just to push them back and get the plant down. Oh, they're getting K-ulted, sorry. I missed that.
same position just to try and.
But this is a nice pause in the round. I like this. This patience is good from Liquid. Really good. So now fade ult. That's going to help you get the plant down. Yeah, well done. Well done. Oh, Liquid have improved so much at this map, man. Or at least... At least their attack side has improved a lot, I think. Their defense side, they're still doing some weird trollery with the way that they're using their ults and Redgar opping and that kind of stuff. But yeah, the bits that they're doing well, they're doing really well now. Feels like watching Fnatic now on their attack side at times. Not always, but at times.
Locking them down on C. Same setup we've seen before. Yumpy, turret up.
Have you watched Fnatic versus Foot? Yeah, yeah.
Thing is, Kiwi can bypass these pretty quickly.
That's here again. Odin in hand, paranoia onto Yumpy, but it's.
Is Yumpy going to go for the play where he walks inside the orb? No. I think he's thinking about it, but Kiwi hasn't committed.
They have left safe behind, maybe expecting.
Here's Nats again on this angle.
U2 already being expended. Nats is fairly comfortable to go back to this aggressive position we saw before.
Yeah, the thing is, he's still got support, and that support is just leaving them lighter on other sides of the map. Obviously, with Redgar so pushed up on A, they're confident that they can control this information, keep this part of the map in their hands, but Redgar needs to go huge. 3 players are about to swing him. He's lost all of his abilities, but gets one off first. So he's able to make it out of that corner safely. The wall up, covers his retreat. And we're in a good spot still. Team Liquid have their info. They sort of need to rotate, in my mind, off of C. Maybe that's the idea, though, again, conscious that Foot like to double fake.
They love to rotate back. This time, though, well, it is going to be that A site here or back towards B. This is where Safe has been waiting. He's been here the entire round. He's been expecting this rotation to come through, and he is denying them that space, but even still needs to fight that a little bit more. Plant going to be coming in. I don't think there's anything they can do to deny that. They're trying their best to swing it through, and the trades do go in their favor. One of the better opportunities for them to steal around, but Mr. Fallen still alive, low on HP, 38 in fact, and that will deny him. Liquid are going to claim a defensive round, and well, Mitch, those have been rare.
They absolutely have, and of all the times to pull that out, now they go to their attack side, where they were dominating round after round. They have their slow rounds, and they have their quick rounds, and the success rate's about the same. This is going to be a very tough position for Foot, and I think more so than anything, it's the mental anguish they must feel from being 10-2 in the damn lead, and now potentially 2-0 down in this series, a series that could give them a big leg up going to the international scene, and more importantly, give them a chance to actually take down Fnatic, to get their revenge. But
I was typing my notes, chat.
Neither of those
I need to update my notes occasionally.
Push us to overtime number 2 and win out their defensive round. A tough task
So
for them.
once you get into OT like this, Redgar can't really call around any ults that he has online. Oh, I feel like Nats has been good at not getting caught by this kind of stuff. Sometimes he just tucks into the back right corner, but this time he's gotten out completely. So they're going to call to re-clear this. You have to re-clear this, I think. They Prowler and swing with 3. Go 1 for 1. Push them back a little. I like this from Yampy too. He's taking space off the back of the info that the rest of his team is giving him. Now, Redgar seems like he's got... Nah. It felt like he had some idea that that was possible, but he didn't realize. I like the reaction, though. Yampy's realized that there's a big hole over here. It would be nice to see... I think it would be really nice to see, like... When you know that there's been 3 people pushing up here, and you see Yampy sees 0 people here, I think you have to expect that there's quite a... Like... There's a question mark over on the C site, and there's a reasonable idea that there's going to be at least 1, maybe 2 over here, because you just haven't seen anybody in B. I'd like to see Redgar start backing off and committing more to believing in Yampy for the B hit, giving smokes, that kind of stuff. But I think Redgar's just getting IGL brained, overwhelmed by the mid-rounding
A
decisions.
little bit of time, that's all they'll get for it. Still, the man advantage towards Foot.
Winnable by Team Liquid, but I think they need to do something aggressive. And they look indecisive. Yeah, they've just scattered here. And they're just going 1-for-1. Yeah. They wanted to do something aggressive, and then they just put the alarm bot up. This is the period of the round where somebody needs to call to group up and push and clear a different area. Like if they group up and they clear towards you know, the spawn side away from heaven, that'd be a really cool idea right now. Or they could you know, all decide to play post plant spots where they can play off each other well, where like Safe's nade is used for post plant, and then one of them plays baby door and one of them plays B main. Or like, you know, you would have Yampy tuck underneath where Safe is currently, and then Safe would play in B main because he's got the nade, and then you'd have Soulcast swing on them. But they just kind of randomly take fights.
Down the alarm bot. Safe in position. No, he's dropped one, but the trade is immediate. It leaves the players almost like we're in overtime.
Obviously what they were saving their energy for.
Can we call it something else besides baby door? Breakable door is too much. Hobbit door just sounds silly. What else? Secret?
One of those things you'll watch back and go, oh, nothing I can do. Cool.
Secret's a pretty good call, yeah. But I don't think people would know what you meant. Like, if I use that in a cast, people are not going to know what I'm talking about. Because people in rank don't call it secret. Hobbit? Hobbit's not a bad call, to be honest. Hobbit might be good. Lotus door, it literally has a lotus on it. Yeah, but there's like 2 big circular swinging doors in the map. You can't call it Lotus door.
Those positions, and instead they're looking to reaggress. Their main plan was to
breakable door, I think, is the best, like, most clear thing to say, but it's just way too wordy.
Liquid leaving Maj all alone, and it's the big boy doing all the damage. Maj, good luck to you. That spike's down in the open. They've got their backs watched.
Oh, ridiculous. You can see that the util again from Liquid was, well, a split second from being perfect.
Smiling.
I was like, okay, yeah, but we...
The big strike as well by the looks of things. We will have an early skirmish. The A site, not the battlefield this time. It's a little slower than I expected. I thought he'd be behind the mound, but instead just destroying some utility. Is he going to go back out? Yes, he is. There's a flash, there's a paranoia, and there's a kill. Great stuff.
That's the same trap play that they ran last time.
I think he's even caught in a seize. Like, that's how predictable that play was.
Utility, is he going to go back out? Yes, he is. There's a flash, there's a paranoia, and there's a kill. Great stuff.
Oh, he gets caught in the seas afterwards. That's what Tom's talking about.
3 players left to try and deal.
Hello. What's up?
Cat just farted in my face.
The cat just farted in your face.
Audibly.
All right. Well, fuck him. Let's take him to the vet and make him really angry.
I'm gonna go put on pants.
Okay. Let's get some revenge for him farting in your face, and we'll take him to the vets. He's gonna hate that. He'll never fart in your face again.
Deal with this, but they still have players remaining on this side of the map. The spam is also going to give this away a little bit. He's also left his alarm bot behind, but that'll be
My
replaced
bad.
by Yumpies.
Well, this door is swinging open now, but I'm not sure anyone's going through it. The Prowler just to chase that player out of position. They know they don't have to clear it. Now the spike can make its way in here. Good damage, only a little bit. Pushing out a captain out into a wider position. One that Yumpy will have to find when he swings through this smoke. The utility turning his crosshair, but they don't blitz on the back of it. Waiting, biding their time. They get the first. Maj up top.
Big double swing.
He must get this. Yumpy so low, and it's that's to fall. From the top rope, he'll get one, but that seems to be enough.
I believe in Team Liquid.
As well. That knife, sublime, stuns coming through, fragment forcing them forward. In fact, they're going to push it.
Oh, Yampy's going to make the play. Okay, I don't believe anymore.
Looks like Liquid having a good game, and Redguard's always, I don't know what it is about him. He's had a good season, actually, but on this map in particular, he's showing up a lot. Doing the heavy lifting for the squad.
Oh, here we go. Much more direct. We talk about them playing with their opponents, playing with their food a lot of the time. Not this time, Foot. Running straight in towards this B site. 30 seconds gone and the plant's already coming in.
Door closed is kind of a huge off angle for them to play from. Actually even better because Redguard's moving towards it. If he breaks this, He's gonna have guns trained on him.
Yeah, I mean, how does Redgar deal with this situation? This does not look like a great retake setup for Team Liquid. Yampi's thinking about flanking, but he's going to run into the turret, and then he's just going to be miles away from the rest of the team. There's no flashes to be able to go through Hobbit. There you go, I called it Hobbit for you.
But it also keeps the turret online. That's the main thing. They don't really have to worry
Oh,
about
that
horn
is ridiculous.
To consider. Well, look at how far they pushed up. They're almost expecting Yumpy at this point, but it also keeps the turret online. That's the main thing. They don't really...
Where the fuck is that horn going?
Immediately. He's worried about a flanker as well. So much to consider.
Well, look at how far they pushed up. They're almost expecting Yumpy at this point, but it also keeps the turret online. That's the
pass into the subscribers.
Where's he got that horn? Has he just yeeted it into sight, or does that land on top somewhere? I mean, look at that horn position. That's like up here somewhere, or down here somewhere, but I don't know where it is. You can see it, mate? Where? I can't fucking see it. It was literally on your screen? What?
They're almost expecting Yumpy at this point, but it also keeps the turret online.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. So he just threw it in the doorway. Okay. Yeah, that worked really well. I mean, he's throwing that as well at the same time as Redgar's breaking this door, so it works perfectly.
That's the main thing. They don't really have to worry about that.
I didn't see it.
Them everything, though. They know exactly where 3 players are, but knowing and stopping them is another thing. Great work.
Big round from Soulcast. But, yeah. It's just really hard to clear out Hobbit there when there's only one player and no flashes that Redgar can use. It's really difficult. I think that's the point where you need to be C's nading as well. But they don't have C's or nade. So, yeah, very tough. Actually, that's the kind of spot where Boaster will use Astra utility. That's really useful for him to be able to fight that alone, whereas Redgar doesn't have anything. He just has his gun. That's where the Astra's super valuable for Boaster.
But where is it going this time? Because that haunt is still going to be there. If he goes out to mound, it'll spot him. They'll still need to destroy it or wait it out.
It's a bit more shallow. They've been throwing it up high. Mr. Farland's position is a nasty one. It should be something they expect off the peak, and he's going to spot the majority of the team. Anything you can do, we can do better. Liquid trying the exact same strat of their opponents, but Moj is ready for it. The setup good, and they found the opener and held them back. Where is Kiwi's exact? Mr. Farland's position is
still going to be there. If he goes out to mound, it'll spot him. Still need to destroy it.
They're throwing the C smoke as default, even though they're going into a fast B hit.
Wait it out.
It's a bit more shallow.
Like, the game plan is to go fast B hit here. That's what Redgar's called off the rip, and he's already used one of his smokes.
They've been throwing it up high. Mr. Farland's position is a nasty one. It should be something they...
So now, if you move forwards, they only smoke off spawn. They don't have a smoke for heaven. Moj gets a kill on safe.
Found the opener and held them back. Where is Kiwi is playing this deep with an operator? He's a madman.
I think it does come off the fact that Cracks, although he is rotating now, he was there with the flash ready to support. Kiwi still sticking in that position, holding the information, speaks to his confidence. Team Liquid needs something. They're so spread out, looking for duels, and all right, that's the one they win.
Okay.
I was about to highlight the op. It's the danger.
Similar to Redgar playing Be Long and Bind.
You lose a man. Instead, they've ended up coming on top, but hold on.
Yampy caught, and good awareness from Captain, because he knows that Yampy and Nats have just been holding hands on these lurks.
Afterwards with the snake bite down, Sultan has another angle here. I mean, he needs to get towards.
All right, now Ada Captain has to turn around. Oh my God, that's so bold, man. I think Ada Captain fucked up there. Like, when the door closes, that's your opportunity to make sure sight's clear again. And he turns around and throws a snake bite. I don't know. It's really close. If he gets the timing just a little earlier, Nats probably doesn't push that. And he's safe. But it's tough. Oh, big from Soulcast. Big from Soulcast. Soulcast is having a game.
Sorry? Even he's a little surprised.
He knows what he's done. 15-15.
30 rounds.
Not bad.
Dommy mommy.
Two of a BO5, let me tell you.
Did the 225 thing again. Is it just doing it all the time? Is it doing it every round in
Maybe
EMEA?
not. They'll be 2-0 up, as we said. Their map pick up next. 1:30 on the clock. Foot haven't been too quick. They've been playing rotations a lot. This time, though, it's straight up and in, and they're not expecting it. Yumpy caught off guard by just
Yumpy really went for that one, didn't he?
And safe on the corner. Okay,
Soulcast just spamming. Safe fragging.
Great work from Soulcast to just buy him that little bit of space, and now they're following through with absolutely everything.
Soulcast has decided to win this game.
What? Hello?
Don't know how the showstopper didn't get that kill, but they finish him off anyway, so all good.
His teammate and then even got a triple in the meantime. Frustration.
It makes such a big difference for Liquid. God, look at Emil. Emil's crying.
The contrast of that man in his last game, laughing along, it's all good, and now the stress is getting to him.
That needs to be a meme. That needs to be a meme.
It will be. Just give it time.
Well, the phone's back out. I feel like they must have been on the stage for the last 30
Um,
minutes or so.
We saw this
Yeah, what was I going to say? It makes such a big difference when Soulcast and Redguard are on point for this team.
It's fired from miles away.
Makes a big
means you don't
difference.
have to peek out into the angle. You don't have to give them the chance to op you if they are on the corner, or even just to take that fight. Nobody there. They know that because of the snake bite. The utility here.
Was this playoffs? Yeah, this is the lower bracket final.
That was nasty. A shot with a Vandal through a smoke, and a free kill on the other side.
You can tell because it's a BO5.
Onto Ada Captain. He was somewhat alone.
That's what the
already on this side
three
of the map, but he's still managing to hold
like
on.
diamond things mean
Kill
underneath the
onto
teams.
Redguard. Smoke's gone. He's repositioning. Might just is somewhat alone already on this side of the map, but he's still.
That's really nice from Ada
hold on.
Captain. Very small bursts, just perfect.
Gone, he's repositioning. Might
This
just be in the
though
right
is
place at the right
wow.
time, going through that smoke. It's definitely
Wow,
risky,
what an
but he's good.
exceptional timing Ada Captain's found.
It's good, but he's got to try and swing that a little bit further round. Still just holding the
I'm surprised he didn't try to fight that. Good C's, Soulcast. Good C's. He's actually using his C's. It's so much better. So much better from Soulcast.
Not much you can do from there without swinging into the open. I think at this point we see Ada Captain regroup with Mr. Fall and they'll push together. But that's what Team Liquid think as well. They think there's going to be players making their way in here safe. Of course, he's aggressive. He always is. Soulcast on the corner, though. There you go. Do they check it? They do, but Soulcast still wins the first. The second player catching him off guard, putting the pressure on Nats. 30 HP left. No utility to play around. And that spike, the player dropping.
Wow, perfect timing too. Sick map. Sick map. What a comeback. What a comeback. Okay, if he's following his C's usage chart, he will be spamming them in the finals. Yeah, he's going to look like Leo in the finals. I mean, actually, he used C's really well in that map. They're comboing the C's nades together. He's finding timings to put pressure on people, side anchors, people retaking. Like, yeah, good. Okay, I've got to take a break now because I need to take my cat to the vets. He's going to fucking hate that. And then when I come back, I'm going to have to blitz through this grand finals. Okay, when I come back, I'm going to have 2 hours, which might just be enough time to watch the whole of this grand finals, but we're going to have to go quick. Okay. I'm going to send you to watch somebody else, I guess. And then I'm going to stream again in like half an hour. Who do we raid? Maybe I'll just do what Bren does and put a video on for half an hour. Farm you guys for the adverts. Who the fuck do I raid here? I don't even know. I can't find anybody. Who should I raid? What is Valorant Pacific doing? VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2.
Get bitten by the Trailblazer, will immediately be punished.
Alright, I got... actually, I'd rather raid a person rather than a corporation. It's kind of very corpo-pilled raiding a fucking corporation, isn't it? Oh, I could raid Borkum. You guys want to watch some boar cum? Red com? Wait, where's com? Oh, there he is. Yeah. I'll raid com. I'll raid com. All right. I'll see you guys in like an hour. We'll call it an hour. And I'll continue doing the co-stream. Not co-stream. Continue doing the VOD review. I might skip this final map of Foot Team Liquid. In fact, I am going to skip this final map of Foot Team Liquid. And we're just going to go straight into the grand finals of Team Liquid Foot Fnatic. Okay. All right. Peace. See you guys later. Bye.